interactions yet?
We had some funny story earlier with this guy named Ali, but I don't know, so I'm not gonna make an assumption about that. But it seems like he came here yesterday and also today, and I guess he was being a troll, and Crit was telling me the story, whatever happened. So I think that was only one of the troll, but then they have that guy from Australia, whatever his name start with a H, whatever Houti. I'm not sure. I don't remember the name, but yeah, he was also another crazy troll, and he got banned. Well, not banned, kicked out by Elijah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and that's about it.
Yeah.
But other than that, man, everything is cool. I'm here. You're gonna see me here more often. But when they were talking, I listened. So I was listening.
Yeah, I know you said you were coming back, but I was surprised to see you here this morning, man. So that's good. You've been talking to other people, then I see. That's good.
Yeah, like I said, man, my position never gonna change. Look, I'm a flat earther. I love all my flat earther brother and sister. It does not matter. And so yeah, I'm always. I hope I'm always gonna be here. But you see me more here. I'm trying to learn stuff. Of course, that's the most important thing. Like I'm trying to learn stuff. If I have to debate this globe earther later on in the future, I need to know all these terms, the scientific term, so I be able to debate them because like I told you, my English is my second language, so sometimes I stumble with words. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful, bro. And literally, I'm going to say it again. I think your English is better than mine, bro. So don't stop saying that.
No, bro, your English is way better than mine. No. uh,
it's more than adequate, my friend.
Yeah. And you said you're from UK, correct?
Yep, I'm from Birmingham in the UK.
Okay. Man, how is it over there, man? I'm not gonna say anything, but over there is it like every time I see the news, like I hear people getting stabbed a lot over there, man. In UK, is that something real, or the mainstream just hype it up? Like I don't know.
I think the UK has become known now for having a lot of knife crime. So every time there's a new sort of incident, everybody picks up on it. So I think, it's a combination of, there's a lot of talk about it, but I suppose that's only because we've been getting it a lot. So a bit of both, my friend. I'd actually probably say England the cities aren't very nice anymore. There's a lot of gangs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I mean, America is just as bad too. But certain cities, okay, but the big city, man, there's a lot of gangs out here too. Even where I'm at right now, it's like this is a big city. I'm in San Antonio, and when you go to just a different area, certain area, whatever, it's like south side, east side, it's pretty bad, man. Just people who live in poverty, people gangs and kids and growth. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah.
Hey Cam, I'm back. I dropped, but I heard what you said. And today's a good day to talk about that because we call it Speculation Sunday. Oh wait, no, today's Monday, isn't it?
Yeah. So here.
Oh yeah,
here,
fuck.
Check it out. Okay,
the long weekend threw me off.
We have a new person that we're bringing in from VC. He is proving air pressure without a container. Go on.
Yeah. Just Ion, do you see the live stream voice text channel just above this voice channel?
Yeah, I see it.
Right, so just follow along with that because people will be posting articles and images and stuff to go along with the discussion, okay?
Okay, so what's it? Where do I see them?
Well, nothing yet, but I'm just saying in general, keep an eye on that. So I think you were saying that you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, was that correct?
Yeah, there is ways to demonstrate how that would work. Yeah, gas pressure you can keep pressure in without a container.
Okay, so what would be an example of that?
Okay, an example of that, for example, well, you can't really do on a small scale, mainly because gas moves really, really quickly relative to us. So gas could, if you, for example, just have a container like 2 bulbs, for example, like 2 what they called flasks, and you fill them with gas, and one's filled with gas and one's in vacuum. The gas moves so fast so you can't see how quickly it's moving across. But in the example of, for example, the Earth, as the gas moves away, because the speed of the gas moving away relative to the size of the Earth is tiny, it means that the amount of gas that's moving away at constant speed from the Earth is being replenished by the amount of nitrogen and oxygen made by our plants.
Right, but that's a claim, though, yeah? No, we're asking for a demonstration. Like, we need to see the gas being adjacent to a vacuum and not equalizing.
Well, it does equalize. In our world, it does equalize. It's just that the fact that the gas produced on our planet...
It would all be out into the vacuum and we'd all be dead.
No, because vacuums don't suck. They don't move that quickly. Gas can't move quick enough.
It's not a question of it sucking. It's the question of the high pressure moving to low pressure, which is what happens in reality.
And nobody says that.
Yes, if you do on a tiny scale, that is what happens.
No. On any scale you can demonstrate or observe, that's what happens.
To be able to demonstrate what you're saying, you would need to have a massive content. You need to have something like a massive.
Okay. So you're saying we can't demonstrate it?
We can demonstrate it. It will just be insanely expensive to do so.
No, well,
you can demonstrate it using other fluids like water.
So has anyone done that then, or no?
We've demonstrated it with things like other fluids, like water. For example, if
we're talking about gas pressure, not water.
I mean, water and gas are fundamentally very similar since they're both fluids.
No, it's not. A liquid is not a gas. Right, so...
A gas
you just said we can't demonstrate it without having something the size of what you imagine to be a planet of Earth. Is that right?
No, you could have it as something like, you could have a massive thing about the size of a small city to be able to demonstrate the gas equalization.
Has anyone done that? Has anyone done that?
No, because it's insanely expensive.
Right, so we can't demonstrate it then.
Okay. For example, you can demonstrate it in an example of, for example, if you have, for example, two flasks and you have a small tube connecting them, you can see the gas slowly moving onto the other one.
What about without the container, though?
Without the container, though?
Yeah, that's what we're asking for.
Well, the universe itself is a container. It holds in, kind of...
Story, that's the story. We're talking about demonstration.
You can't demonstrate on a tiny scale, though. I mean, you can see it.
No, it's not just a scale. You can't demonstrate it at all.
Well, if you technically had a camera that would be able to capture in slow enough speeds, you could actually demonstrate that the gas.
You can't. That's what you're saying. You're saying, we could do it if we had a thing the size of a city, or if we had this camera that we don't have. So we're saying we can't demonstrate it.
Well, we actually do have the camera. If you take like colored gas, for example, and put it in a massive, if you put it into a massive
container again, bro, you need it without the container.
Yeah,
but you can't do that.
Asking to demonstrate, though. I don't understand what you're asking me to demonstrate, though.
We're asking you to demonstrate gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a physical container, which you've just said you can't demonstrate.
Because to do the experiment, we need it to be in a closed system.
Right. So you need a container.
So
for the experiment, it would need a container because
So that's what we're saying. So you need a container to have gas pressure.
And is Earth a closed system, Aaron?
Earth is not a closed system.
Right. So must entropy increase in an open system, Aaron?
What we're asking to demonstrate is not possible to demonstrate because we don't have the scales for it. We don't have.
So it can't be demonstrated then.
It can't be demonstrated with our technology, though it can.
So then it's just a belief. It's just a belief then. It's just a belief. It can be observed. No, it can't be observed because you just said you can't demonstrate it.
We can observe it with our own planet. We see the gas diffusing slowly out of the atmosphere.
That's a claim that you need to demonstrate, and you're just saying you can't demonstrate it.
Because we don't have a large enough. You don't have a large enough.
Yes.
System to display it with.
The claim that you're making, you're saying we can't demonstrate because we don't have a large enough scale to do it on. Well, that means it's not something that you know. It's just something that you believe.
Okay, here's one way you could demonstrate it. Let's say you have a small ball, right, and you fill it with something like, what's it called? Dry ice, right? You have a small ball in a dry ice, and you have this large sort of area, and you hold the ball with dry ice, right, and you keep it suspended in the air, right? The surface of that ball, right, with the dry ice, it will maintain a stable pressure as the dry ice is slowly releasing it. But as it diffuses outwards, it will slowly lose pressure on the outside, but the inside of it, as long as the dry ice keeps emitting gas, will hold in pressure.
So that would be a container.
No, because it's a ball. If you take a ball, you can literally do this now. You take a ball, you put tiny holes in it, you put dry ice in it, you hold it in the air.
So you're putting ice in the ball, which is a container.
No, the point is that the container is meant to... It's not a container, it's a ball. The ball is meant to represent our planet, right? The atmosphere is on the outside of it. You take a small ball...
You're putting gas inside the ball.
No, we put dry ice inside the ball, and the gas will come out of the ball, right?
So then that would be a container, but with holes in it.
The gas is... No, the point is not to observe what's in the container, it's to observe what comes on the outside of the container, right? You put a bunch of holes in the container, you put a dry ice in it, you leave it there, and on the surface of the container will form a thin layer of stably pressured, evenly pressured...
If you put that ball of gas in a vacuum, the gas will expand within the vacuum and fill the vacuum.
Yes, but that thin layer on the ball will remain at stable pressure.
No, the gas will expand to fill the vacuum. That's what occurs.
Yes, it does expand to fill the vacuum, but
so that's the problem. That's what you're saying won't happen. That's what you're saying doesn't happen, and then we're asking for a demonstration, and you're saying you can't demonstrate it.
That is okay. Yeah, let me just explain it fully then. Okay, so the gas is emitted, the carbon dioxide gas is emitted from the little ball. It emits and it creates and it disperses outwards into the vacuum surrounding it, right? It disperses outwards and it diffuses and does whatever. But a thin layer of stable pressure is still on the surface because the amount of gas that's lost by the ball will be replenished by the amount of gas that's produced by the dry ice inside of it.
Okay, what's your demonstration of this?
This is a demonstration. You can take a ball that's, let's say, magnetically attracted.
Who did this?
Who did this?
Yeah.
I'm sure you could find it on somewhere on the internet.
What do you mean I could find it? It's your claim. Are you saying you've never actually seen this? You're just saying it?
I've seen it, I just don't know who did it. I don't remember exactly who did it. I learned about it in school. It was a practical that we had to do.
Could you find us that demonstration and show it to us?
Let me see if I can find it. It might take a little bit of time.
Yeah, let's see it. But, I mean, you've still also agreed that the gas will expand into the vacuum, which if we're comparing it to Earth, that would mean the air would expand into the vacuum. Now you're saying a little bit is left just hovering around the ball. That's not what occurs when gas goes into a vacuum. It doesn't stay around a sphere. It just expands all throughout the vacuum. But you're saying that you have a demonstration otherwise, so unless you can produce that, we can just dismiss it. But yeah, go and find it and post it. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
I was pretty sure he was going to have this solved for us today. I was actually wrapping up all my cables and stuff on my computers.
Come on, you know better.
But in the debate room, he had like 100% confidence level, so I figured we were done.
They always do, until they find out they can't use the Earth as proof. Sorry, they can't use the globe theory as proof of a globe.
Oh, it's a nice story. Gather round, children. What's happening, Root?
I love his thinking. Oh, who's that?
Speak, bro.
Oh, hello, mate. How are you?
All right, brother.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, man. I'm good. Everything all good on your side, mate?
Same old shit, brother.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So when I was in 7th grade, we did an experiment to show how craters are formed on the moon, and they dropped little tiny BBs in a bowl of talcum powder, and that's proof of craters on the moon.
Yeah, that's about the same level of logic. The subject, but I had a good conversation with someone who tried to claim that all the craters on Earth were caused by meteorites. So I just asked him, so where are the meteorites now? He's still researching. I love it.
Wait. You don't think meteorites caused craters on the moon, on the Earth?
All seem to be coming directly from the Earth. Like there doesn't seem to be any coming dragging across the moon's surface.
He needs to prove that air pressure doesn't require a container to have meteorites hitting the Earth, so we'll just stop there.
No, he's got. I'm sure Iron Guy. He's got a demonstration from school he's looking for. So we're going to have
wait. No, I just want to, because I could easily say why we don't have any meteorites that we can see on Earth when they make massive impacts, like the massive impact craters.
Well, it's easy to see why. You give us loads of stories like that reinforcing the globe, not actually verifying it.
No, someone here just said that we don't have any proof that the massive craters were caused by meteorites.
We don't have any proof that they were caused by meteorites.
We have literally watched a meteorite impact on the Earth. There was one in Russia, for example, not long ago. You can see a video. It's that's already very concrete.
You believe that. Listen, you believe you have seen a meteorite, which is a theological idea you have, and you believe this thing was a meteorite from space that hit the Earth and created an impact, yeah?
There are meteorites that come from space and create impact, yeah?
I tell you what, while we're waiting for the other guy to come back, why don't you send us some evidence of a meteorite, like a video or something?
Of a meteorite impact?
Yeah, and we can look into it and we can find out whether you actually know anything about this or whether you just believe it. Cool story about meteorites. My original question was, massive craters that are supposed to have been caused by meteorites on the Earth, where are the meteorites that caused the craters?
They vaporize because they come in at speeds that are so insanely high. They come in at over 11 kilometers per second, and at that speed, as soon as they come in contact with the Earth, they instantaneously, all that rock superheats until it becomes literally vapor, and it all just vaporizes out of the atmosphere, or just outwards.
Have you ever seen this demonstration in reality? Have you ever seen this in reality happen? Ever seen rocks go so fast they vaporize?
Yeah, for example, if you take, let's say, let's Project Marauder, right? You know, when they make a railgun, right? Yeah, they accelerate a metal bullet.
That's not a rock. That's not a rock.
Rocks are made mostly of metals and metal oxides, the meteorites at least. They're not really rocks, they're minerals. They are made of different metals and different crystals and stuff like that. They're not really like the traditional rocks we imagine here on Earth, which are made by volcanoes.
How do you know what meteors are made of?
Because
how do you know what a meteor is made of since it evaporated and no one's ever seen one? It sounds like a story.
That's only the massive ones. The massive ones are coming in the same high speeds. The ones coming in really, really slowly, for example, which, for example, are already in our solar system. We have several meteorites orbiting in our solar system, right? The little ones that land on our planet and don't burn up in the atmosphere and don't come in at high enough speeds to vaporize, we cut into them and we see that they have these like crystal see-through patterns through them. You can go on Google and search up images of meteorites cut in half.
Yeah, but we're asking for a meteorite that comes at, 17 miles per second or some radical claim that you made. So we asked you for, again, like what we asked you before, for demonstrations or citations or any kind of verification that the stories that you're telling us, that we've all been told before, like we've heard that we all used to be globe earth believers, so we went along with all this stuff, but we're asking you for some kind of concrete evidence for any of the stuff that you believe in, please.
Well, we don't have evidence of a massive meteor impact like that on here because we'd be dead if it hit us, right? We have massive craters left behind, and we've observed the ones land on the moon. For example, as recently as March, there was a Japanese astronomer that saw a meteorite crashing into the moon. I can find it pretty quickly now.
It's stuff on TV, man.
I'm sorry, dude. But
you can find a meteor right now. What exactly are you going to find?
You can
right
see,
now. Not see. You said you're going to find it. What were you going to find?
I said I'm going to find a video, not me myself find a meteorite, because that would take a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no way you were going to find it, right? So some guy told you a story that he saw something, and you're going to find that story and regurgitate what you think you heard.
Go by that reality, you can't. You can literally believe absolutely nothing. Like, for example, even your theories you've heard from other people, right? The reason why you became
you tested yours.
You heard about it from
you
other
can
people.
test gas requires a container. You don't need to hear that story.
There you go.
And we
Gas
asked you for a
container in our atmosphere, yes, because it just disperses. It requires
gas requires a container in a vacuum. Ion. We asked you previously for a demonstration of this as well, just like what I asked you a second ago, just like what Crit's speaking to you about. Have you got a demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
There is a similar one done by this guy ages ago using a fluid, a supercritical fluid inside of a a tall rod.
A container? It's called a container.
Yeah, but it's next to a vacuum. That's the point. Inside of the container, there is a supercritical fluid right next to a vacuum, and it's just suspended there. And it stays between the vacuum. It doesn't disperse outwards into the vacuum. It stays there.
Can you post that in the live stream voice text for us, please?
It was done really long ago by this guy. He did it ages ago. It was done once.
No, bro. You said that previously about the last demonstration, that it was at school and it was ages ago. So take it you've not got that either.
What, the dry ice one with around a pool?
Either gas pressure without a container for a demonstration of it. Could you post it in the voice text if you've got one? If it wasn't too long ago.
I can. What is this?
Come on,
okay, this one I found was done with mercury, so not that one.
I mean, it's slightly worse than having gas pressure at normal air pressure down here at, say, sea level or close. But to have gas pressure in a near perfect, as good as infinite vacuum called space, that's literally ridiculous.
The size of the vacuum doesn't affect how quickly we lose the gas.
Is that the point that I made? Was that the point that I made? The near perfect vacuum was the point.
What? Wait, say again. No, the amount of, the vacuum does, how good of a vacuum it is does affect how quickly it moves away. But if you have a massive distance, a massive gradient, for example, let's say you have like a tube, right, a really, really long tube. This one I can actually probably find somewhere, right? I can probably find this one somewhere. Huh?
The tube is just another container, so we can have pressure gradients, but they're only possible in containment. You cannot have pressure
Yeah.
or pressure gradients, because pressure gradients are pressure. You're forgetting that the first word is pressure. So to have a gradient, you need to have containment.
Okay. So, let me give an example. Okay, so you have an aerosol can, right? Take an aerosol can, right? This is one you could do yourself. Right, you have an aerosol can. Now, take the aerosol can and you spray it, right? You move your hand far away enough from it and you spray the aerosol can. You barely feel anything apart from the particles landing on it, right? But if you put your hand next to it and you spray it, it comes out at a really high pressure. And you could do that even in a vacuum. And if you keep spraying the aerosol can, you will keep feeling that pressure from the aerosol can, right? Therefore, there is a gradient difference in a vacuum.
The aerosol can would be a container, would it not?
The aerosol can is a container, but so is the actual plants themselves. Plants are containers, they hold oxygen, and they release them slowly. And the aerosol can acts like a plant, it releases gas from the inside of it.
They don't hold oxygen, they create it.
They create it and hold it and then release it. Well, they don't hold it long, but they do hold it.
Well, there's no plants beyond the Kármán line, is there? Is there any kind of plantation up there? Like,
well, obviously there isn't, because there's no resources above the Kármán line.
Right. So beyond the Kármán line, space is a near perfect vacuum, somehow enveloping and maintaining a pressurized system called Earth. And we're asking for actual evidence that this could be possible.
It is possible because the amount of gas produced by the plants holds a stable pressure around it, just like the aerosol can. The aerosol can emits gas even in a vacuum, and it will maintain pressure near the nozzle, a constant pressure near the nozzle, despite there being a near perfect, even if there's a near perfect vacuum surrounding it.
So can we have a demonstration of this? Like pressure maintained.
I mean, you could do this yourself. You can take an aerosol can if you have one, and just spray it out your hand and see and feel the pressure.
Yeah, but how is that pressure maintained without containment?
That pressure is maintained because it's emitted from the inside of the container, just like plants contain resources, and they process them and they produce oxygen and release them. Huh?
I'm saying, sorry to interrupt you, man, but what are you talking about? What has that got to do with plants having pressure within an aerosol container? Like,
Okay.
We've got Earth on a huge scale, a pressurized environment, and it's a gradient, so it gets less and less dense. Then you've got a near perfect vacuum called space enveloping it and maintaining it. You cannot give me an analogy about plants close to the surface in an aerosol can and expect that to be pressure without containment. I'm flabbergasted you're even saying it.
Okay. So you want me to demonstrate how pressure can be kept right next to a vacuum?
Yes, that's what we've been asking for the whole time.
Wow, he understands the question.
For me to now, I'm using the aerosol can to explain how the pressure gradient is kept, how that pressure gradient is formed, how it's kept near the nozzle.
So, okay, all right, let's go with that. So your can is Earth, right?
Okay, I guess you could say so. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you need a container to hold that air in the aerosol can. Where's the container around Earth?
Okay, that's okay. The point is that the can, right? The can is not meant to be Earth, right? The can is not representing it. Well, the can is representing the surface, right? And the expulsion of gas coming out of it is representing the plants that on the surface that are emitting gas outwards into the atmosphere and outwards into the vacuum of space. If you take like a ball of that, and the ball kept emitting gas from the inside of it, even if it was in a vacuum, it would keep replenishing that gas near the surface, keeping the pressure in.
Bro, so you're saying that in your analogy, the plant is the can?
No, the plant is not the can. The plant is on the surface emitting. Well, I guess you could call the plant the can, actually, yeah.
So where's the Earth in this analogy?
Where's the air from? The air comes from the plant.
The Earth. what you believe is planet Earth.
Whereas the Earth, the can is on the Earth in this analogy.
So
The
the
can
can
is
is
on
a
the Earth.
container. So we've got containment holding the pressure in, and then you're demonstrating a pressure gradient again and claiming that proves the story.
Because we're not talking about the pressure gradient of the can. We're talking about the pressure gradient of the aerosol emitted from the can. Right? Plants produce oxygen. They are kind of like not really containers, but I guess you could call them containers because they emit oxygen.
So what's holding in the Earth's pressure? Like, what's that got to do with plants, bro?
There's nothing holding it in. The point is that even though gas is being emitted out into the vacuum, it's being replenished by the oxygen that's being made on our planet.
Well, that's another claim.
I think what he's trying to say is that the much oxygen, the vacuum of space can't suck it all off the surface of Earth.
Basically, yeah. Kind of, yeah, I guess you could call it like that, yeah.
So where's this? Okay, so all right. I'm going to give you that. Where's this windstorm that we should have shooting up under my feet, like Marilyn Monroe on a street with her dress blowing up?
The windstorm. No, the plants just emit oxygen at a constant rate. There's plants all around you. I mean, if you look out your window, if you don't live in a highly...
So entropy acts differently here than there? Is that what you're saying?
What?
Nothing. You said everything's shooting out into space, but there's so much of it, we don't know the difference.
There's so much of it that it's being created at such a fast rate, at such a rate that it's being replenished as we lose it.
So it's almost lucky that we're not inside of a container. We would blow up like a balloon, right?
Basically, yeah. You blow up like a balloon.
So where is this solid container that holds the air in? You have to have a container to have air pressure. Did you look that up yet?
You need a container to hold an air pressure on a closed system. The thing is that we're not in a closed system.
And you prove that how?
We're not in a closed... Is there a ceiling above you? Is there like a ceiling above the sky?
So there's 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So we breathe in air pressure. It's not zero. It's not a vacuum, or we would be dead. 14.7 psi. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
So to have any air pressure requires a container. That's the simplest part of the definition of air pressure. So where's the container that creates a 14.7 psi?
The container. No, the 14.7 psi is measured by taking oxygen and putting it. So that's how you measure it. To measure it, you need to put it into a container, right? But naturally, it's just flowing around doing whatever.
What?
Yeah. The way we measure psi is that you have to put the oxygen into a container and measure how many collisions there are with the edge of the container, right? That's how we measure psi. But in the real world, it's not a container, so we don't. So that's just not how we measure it. It's just psi is.
Pounds per square inch of particles hitting the walls of its container. Look it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's the container causing the 14.7 psi that the particles are bouncing off of?
There is no container. But the only reason we measure it in psi because that's our most normal way of measuring air pressure. Or what we have to do is we go down to the sea level and we encapsulate some oxygen, the air, and we see how much psi it's holding.
If the gas is pressurized, Ion, that is contained.
The gas is pressurized, but in the real world, it's not contained.
No. In the real world, it has to be contained. Because remember, we asked you for a demonstration of where we can have pressurized gas that isn't contained, and you said we can't demonstrate that.
There is a demonstration, I remember, using dry ice.
No, because remember, I asked you for that, and you couldn't provide it.
I can't find it, no, because it's probably...
Well, then saying I can't find the evidence, but the evidence exists is meaningless.
Because I have done the actual experiment myself.
No, you've got no proof of that, so we can't just take your word for it if you can't find a demonstration. If you did it, someone else has done it, and someone would have done a video of it at least, and you can't find that, so obviously not.
So if we've got pressurized gas, the only option that is available to us based on what happens in reality is a container. And you saying, no, we don't need a container, but I can't provide any evidence for that, is just useless.
You need a container to hold gas in a closed system. It's just simple laws that exist in our world.
You need a container for gas pressure, because the gas needs to press on something.
Yeah, that's how we measure it. To measure it, there needs to be a pressing of it on a container.
Yeah, so the air must be pressing on something.
The air is pressing on something. It's pressing on the Earth and the molecules around it.
No, that's not a container. A container, it needs to press off 4 sides or whatever, right? It can't just be the bottom plate, or it'll just freely move into the available space. That's not a container.
There is 4 sides. The gas has the 4 sides around it because there's gas particles around it. The gas, each particle of gas.
Because now you're saying that the gas is containing the gas. That's not how it works.
Okay. Let me explain the whole process. So the gas is emitted from a plant, right? Now the gas, that particle of gas specifically, is being encased by the particles of gas around it, right? And as it
gas doesn't contain gas next to a vacuum. That's not what happens.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's why when it reaches up to the top of the atmosphere next to the vacuum, it is then lost. But all those particles that are already surrounded by gas, they are being contained. And as soon as they aren't being surrounded by more gas particles, by the gas particles around them.
No, gas doesn't contain gas next to a vacuum. You just said that doesn't happen. Why are you contradicting yourself?
Because when it eventually goes up and it reaches the vacuum, it is no longer contained and it will go out into the vacuum of space.
Right, so that's what happens with all gas that is uncontained next to a vacuum.
That also happens to all gas that are directly next to a vacuum.
Any gas, if you've got a pressurized system and then you pull away a divider next to a vacuum, all the gas is going to rush into the vacuum and freely expand into the available space. That's what occurs.
What you don't see is that when it actually opens the divider, each layer of gas moves one at a time. As soon as some gas moves forward, the other gas...
Why are you making claims to something you've never seen?
I just showed you the opposite of what you said.
Yeah, if you're saying we don't see this, why are you making claims to it as if you know, if it's something you've never seen?
What? Because it's just how the laws work. It's just how the laws of physics work.
No, the law is gas pressure requires a container and will fill an available space and move to a lower pressure system. That's how the law works.
Yes, that's how it works, but here's the thing.
Right, the high pressure system of gas on Earth, if it was uncontained, would move into the lower pressure space.
The gas that is directly next to the vacuum would move into a lower pressure space.
All of it would move into it.
On the surface. Because they don't interact. No. The gas on the outside.
If we have a container of gas and we open it up next to a vacuum, it's not like some of the gas stays in the container that's further away from the vacuum. It all goes into the vacuum.
Yes, because the layer that's right next to the vacuum moves out into the vacuum, and then the layer that's now behind it that now has a vacuum in front of it, so it also moves out.
Right. So what you're saying then is that it would cascade, and yes, all the air would eventually go out into the vacuum.
It would cascade. Yes, it would cascade in layers. It would move them outwards.
Right. So eventually, all the layers on Earth would go into the vacuum.
Yes, but those layers are being replenished by plants on Earth.
No. What? You just said all the layers of air would go into the vacuum, so that would mean we would have no air pressure here.
The point is that the layers move outwards, right? The layers move outwards, they come off the surface, they shed off the surface, right? And as each layer sheds, another layer is formed by the plants on Earth.
Right, so you're saying it's all equal, it's all going out into the vacuum, but the Earth is generating enough gas that it just is constantly here.
It is constantly replenishing itself, yes, and eventually the planet will run out of oxygen.
No, bro, no. The gas is not replenishing itself faster or at speed with what equalization would occur in a vacuum. That's instantaneous.
Let him finish that thought. He was going to say the Earth will eventually run out of oxygen. Go ahead, brother.
The Earth will eventually run out because we're not in a closed system. We're losing energy over time. So eventually, the Earth will run out. I mean, it will be ages since the Earth is absolutely ginormous. It will have.
Where are you getting this information from?
It's just common logic. Energy is being...
No. That's not an answer. Where did you get that information from?
It's just common logic, dude.
Where did it come from?
Okay. you've heard the principle energy cannot be created or destroyed.
No. I'm asking you, bro. Where did you get that information that you just said from? What's the source?
It's common it's intuition. You can figure that no energy.
It's not, because you've just agreed you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So to say we can have gas pressure without a container is not intuition. It's a violation of what's observable reality.
In our observable reality, right, we can see that gas does not equalize instantaneously. Layers of the gas that are right next to the vacuum will move outwards.
Incorrect. Okay. Stick on this point. So you're saying we can see the layers, quote unquote, of air peel away into the vacuum. What's your source on that? Show us the video of the layers of gas peeling off. What's your demonstration?
Finding it.
This should be good. Because you didn't give your demonstration for the little ball with the dry ice, did you?
Yeah, that one's that one. I can't find that one probably because there's a lot more experiments with similar names. It's because the dry ice ball experiment, when I search it up, it just comes up with the bubble that's made by dry ice.
Right, so no demonstration of that. What about this one that you're talking about? The peeling layers going into the equalizing into the vacuum. Where's that?
And also forming a hard solid layer to hold the rest in.
Yeah.
It's not a hard solid layer. It's made out of gas, but the particles each particle itself is solid. It can
That's
be
violation.
interacted with.
Let's just see your demonstration, bro.
Okay.
Third time lucky. I came out of a flat earth server to argue for the globe. I would have all these demonstrations ready.
I don't
Well,
have
because to be honest, you've never seen this, have you? It's just something that you're saying and you're hoping is true.
Except the fact that it is true.
Well, based on what demonstration?
Discovery Channel. Ancient aliens.
I'm interested. I want to see the layers of air peeling off slowly into the vacuum instead of just equalizing instantaneously, as we all know it does.
You can't take an image of an atom, so you can see it.
So why are you saying that it peeled off then? You were talking like you'd seen this.
Because that's the best explanation for it. There's no really better words to describe it.
I'm asking for explanation. You said this happened, so we need the demonstration. Or are you saying that you don't have a demonstration of this?
I'm finding it.
Okay.
Hope you've got better luck than the last 3 or 2 demonstrations that you were going to show us. Or was it too long ago?
This is where we need CB to be playing that do 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 music.
CB winning.
The Law and Order. No, what's it? The ticking. What's it called, man?
I want him to put on the what's that? What was that TV show with the guy from Star Trek? Was it Strange but True or something? And he says, "Total fiction. It's all made up. Totally incorrect." And there's that little montage of him just saying, "It was a fabrication."
I only found anything yet, bro.
For some reason, nobody's popped a balloon with coloured gas inside of it in the vacuum.
And then filmed the individual layers slowly bleeding off into the vacuum, because that's imagination, bro.
You can see the gas as it moves outwards in like
the gas will move into the higher pressure, into the lower pressure space, and it will fill the volume, and it will be very quick. It's not going off in little layers.
Yes, very quickly, yes, but those little layers are going off really, really quickly because particles move really, really fast.
Right, but you said you could see it peel off in individual layers.
I don't see that as saying that I could see. I'm saying that they do peel off in like not individually, like small, thick. They're maybe like 3 atoms thick. They're not very thick, but
Well, how would you know? How would you know what it's doing if you've never seen it?
I'm
Did you just
approximating.
make that up?
You're approximating
Ireland.
based on what? Your imagination.
No, I'm just giving an estimated guess. I'm not saying that it's true.
Okay, so it's just a guess based on. It's based on.
No,
so your
no, no,
guess
no.
is
I'm talking
based
about how
on.
thick the layers are. I'm approximating how thick the layers are.
Right,
I don't
but it's
actually
based
know.
on nothing. This approximation. It's just what you're imagining.
Okay, there's a simple thing you could. So, do you think? Okay, so
Wait. Are you saying that you don't have you're not going to provide a demonstration? Is that what you're saying?
I'm finding the demonstration. Give me a sec.
Okay, well, just wait. Well, next time, either say here's the demonstration, or say I don't have the demonstration. Okay.
Concessions make you a man.
Good morning,
Dear me.
gentlemen.
It's hard to be a global believer in 2023.
Fucking right.
It's amazing people still are. I can't even believe people still are like fanatics about it.
I don't even know how they can sit here for like an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours arguing like these arguments are like they're indefensible. Like you can't argue against them, man.
In order to make these arguments, they have to quite literally jump through sophist hoops of fallacious reasoning.
Bro, Iron's literally making stuff up. He just says that the gas peels away at 3 atoms thick. Like, where the fuck was that ever measured, man?
Okay, here, what I would like to do.
Don't distract him. You're still looking. Get that demonstration, Ion.
YouTube.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question.
His claim is there's so many trees and so much air being produced that the vacuum in space can't suck the air away from Earth fast enough for us to.
An ever-expanding vacuum the size of the entire universe can't expand fast enough in order to suck the gas away?
Yeah.
That's a new...
Okay, that makes sense.
Ion, at least I'll give you your due, bro. You've came up with an original bullshit story. Like, usually, like...
Yeah, because normally the Globers are saying, oh, it's just a tiny bit that escapes, whereas you're pretty much saying, nah, it's all just rushing off, but the plants and that are just pumping out so much that it's
Wait a
just...
minute.
We'd be in like a constant... We would be experiencing like a constant upwards wind, like our hair would be flying up all the air.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask you.
I said it was happening on a large scale. I was saying there's a lot. I didn't say it was happening
dress
fast.
flying up around her head. Everybody's shirts would be flying off.
You walk by a tree and get blown over.
We wouldn't be able to wear kilts in Scotland. Let's put it that way.
Boys, that's where wind comes from. Did you not know that? Fuck's sake.
My argument wasn't that it was happening quickly. I was saying that a lot of a gas is being emitted because it's so
it would
massive.
have to be happening quickly because that's what happens when gas pressure is introduced to a vacuum.
It would be happening quickly, but on the scale of the Earth, that happens pretty slowly.
Well, that's just a claim, bro.
What's the scale of the Earth? But
Wait. Where is your proof that the gas emits instantaneously? That when you open a container, the gas moves over into the one instantaneously and equalizes out instantaneously? Because, for example, that picture you sent me of those two, someone sent me the 2 bulbs and the gas moving over. You can see as it moves over. It doesn't happen instantaneously. It's not as soon as it's open to a vacuum, they both just instantaneously equalize. You can see
the valve has to open. The valve has to open. The opening starts off super duper tiny, then it gets big. So the gas goes in super duper tiny hole, then it goes through a big hole.
Yeah. As soon as it's open, you see the color change.
It happen instantaneously. He said that it would happen instantaneously, but as you can see there, it doesn't happen instantaneously.
As soon as the containment's
so it's
taken
close
away
enough
from
that would be taking all the air off of Earth.
You were overlapping each other. What did you say?
Right, so you can see when he moves the valve, when he opens the valve, the gas moves into the other one, and the color fills essentially instantly.
Yeah, but you can see, look, the top one is still darker than the bottom one. As you open it, the gas is moving down.
It's a manual valve.
As soon as that valve
this is desperate.
As soon as the containment's taken away, the gas starts moving instantly. It might not fill the available chamber instantly, but it starts moving instantly as soon as the containment's fucking broken.
Yes, it begins moving instantly, but it doesn't all just pop over into the other side
So this
instantaneously.
demonstrates our argument, not yours. So what happened to your demonstration? Are you saying that you don't have that one either?
I'm trying to see why nobody's put steam in a balloon before.
Okay, so no demonstration then, is that what we're saying?
I could probably do it myself, to be fair.
Why would you have to be the one to do this? Shouldn't your globe side already have proven this a million times?
Yeah, they proved other arguments, but this one's just.
So this one they can't prove. But if they can't prove this one, then all their other arguments are out the window if they can't prove this one.
Actually, your side hasn't proven any argument.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Wait, what do you mean any argument?
Well, okay. Who measured
Name an argument the globe's proved.
Who measured curvature?
Who measured curvature? It was a guy about 2,500 years ago managed to prove the circumference of the Earth by seeing how the sun affects how the sun.
No. I'm asking who measured surface curvature, not about the sun.
Who measured? Yeah, he measured the surface curvature by seeing how the sun hit the Earth.
You can't measure surface curvature by looking at the sun, bro.
Seeing how light hits the Earth. That's how we.
Right, that doesn't measure surface curvature. We're talking about drop over distance due to curvature.
I mean, you could just literally look into the horizon and see, for example, boats as they go off, you can look into the horizon and see as boats go down.
Right, but that's not a measurement of curvature. That's a claim about why you see boats disappearing.
Well, why do boats disappear then? Tell me why boats disappear then. Tell me why I can't look out my window.
That's a reversal. I mean, perspective accounts for the same thing. But you can't just say, well, you tell me how they disappear, and if not, it's curvature. You said there's curvature. I said who's measured it. You said look at the boats. That's not a measurement.
You go high up and see the curve, and you can see the Earth curve around you.
No, you can't see curvature.
Calm down, Linda. I'll tell you why you see boats disappear. Because they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually your eyes can't resolve them anymore.
But they're not getting smaller.
But if you pull, excuse me, I'm still in the middle of a sentence. But if you pull out a telescope or a camera, you can zoom that boat, the whole boat in, full boat. It's not disappeared. It's not gone over no curve.
Yeah, look, I just posted the GIF in the live stream text. Do you see that?
Okay, first of all, what you just said is just wrong, right? If you take a telescope and zoom in as much as you can onto a boat.
Excuse me. What I said is not wrong. Look in the live stream voice.
Ion. Look in live stream voice text now. Yeah.
What's up?
You see the GIF that I'm posting? Boat zoom 3. I'll tag you again. See this? So you see there is no boat visible, and then we zoom in, and then the boat becomes visible. Do you see that?
We're zooming out.
No, the one I've just posted, Wolfgang. You zoom in, and you see the boat. Yeah? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right. So why can't we see the boat before we zoom in?
Because the camera resolution isn't high enough.
So there's an optical limit.
Yes, but by your logic, if I take a telescope and I zoom far enough, I can see.
So then when you can't see a boat, how can you say that's curvature and not an optical limit if you're agreeing that an optical limit can play an effect?
Let me just pull out my evidence.
No. Address what I just said.
Wait, go again. Say it again.
Right. So we can't see the boat until we zoom in. You agree? There's an optical limit.
It's a very small boat.
So when we don't see the boat, you can't say that's due to curvature because the optical limit means that you don't see it.
Because that boat itself, first of all, that boat is not gone over the horizon yet, and it also is very small. When you take
so it's not gone over the horizon, but we can't see it before we zoom in.
Isn't it? Whenever you find a video with these demonstrations, right, you'll always find that they use small boats, right? If you zoom in on a massive boat,
there's loads with big boats as well. It doesn't matter what the size of the boat is. It's a perspective issue. It's a principle of perspective.
Find me a massive boat, a ginormous boat, like a
We're demonstrating, and you've just agreed that optical effects can stop you from seeing the boat. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a mirage effect. The mirage effect hides.
No. It's an angular resolution limit effect because you can't resolve things that are too small and too far away from you. Yeah.
Precisely.
Right, and that has nothing to do with the curved surface.
But if the boat was to go further, it would go behind the curved surface, and you wouldn't be able to see it at all.
Well, that's a claim. But what you originally just said was when we see the boats disappear, that means curved. No. You see, but that's that can be an optical effect because you just agreed the optical effect can stop us from seeing the boat.
An optical effect can help us see the boat, but that doesn't disprove the curvature.
Right. So then, So then that means So then we're at this position. We know that an optical effect can stop us seeing a boat, but you're saying it's a curvature. Okay. So then, who measured that curvature?
Both of them can be variables. Yeah.
Okay. So then, to confirm your side, you would need to show us who measured physically the drop over distance curvature to be there. So who did that?
There is a way to measure the distance. It was 2 bottles, I think it was. Let me check if this is the right one.
So the surface curvature is what we're looking for.
That's never been found or seen or verified ever. No water's ever bent in a curving manner other than a wave.
So we're looking for who verified that your claim about the boats is due to physical surface curvature, meaning someone has to have measured the physical surface curvature. So who did that?
Slow internet, bro.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes didn't measure the surface, did he? He didn't measure the surface, did he?
Measure the surface? What, you're saying you need to measure the entire length from here to the horizon?
No. You need to measure point A to point B.
Point A to point B to prove what? To
prove drop over a distance. Right. So imagine 10 miles. Right. How much curvature do you think exists? Drop from point A to point B over 10 miles. Just have a guess if you don't know. Centimeters, meters.
Maybe a couple over 10 miles. Maybe a couple meters.
Couple meters. Okay, well, according to the globe model, it's about 67 feet, right?
67 feet, all right then. So a couple meters.
Okay, so who's measured that?
They've taken a light, right? They've shined it over into. They take like a laser or something, and they measure the distance from how high that laser is to the ground.
Right. No, that's what we've done, and it showed no curvature. That's the point. So who do you think did it, and it did show curvature?
Who do you think didn't?
Who did it? Yeah, we want to see the laser that measured curvature. In before Jaren.
Okay, I found your experiment actually, and I found people debunking it.
Wait, no. You said that a guy used a laser to measure the curvature. Who did that?
They can do that, yeah, on days that aren't super hot.
Who did it?
Who did it?
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh, actually, flat earthers tried to do it. They disproved themselves.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. No. You said the globe sides. Or are you saying that the only people who have proven the globe are flat earthers?
Do you believe in flat earthers on TV, bro?
So this isn't NASA or Harvard or something. You're saying flat earthers.
NASA didn't need to, because NASA didn't exist when they found out that the Earth had curvature.
Right, so are you saying that no one's measured curvature with a laser?
People have measured curvature with a laser, but it's been done by several people trying to find it.
Who did it?
People.
I know it's a stress trying to prove the globe, but you're doing all right.
People did.
I mean, you haven't
man.
proven it yet, but I think you should keep trying.
Well, people put rovers in a helicopter on Mars.
Yeah, so they should be able to measure curvature with a laser, right?
Surely.
They left out the part that helicopters don't work in a vacuum.
Themselves, because
Wait.
it's taken over the thing. So I have to.
Who did you say measured the curvature with a laser?
It carried a. Okay, here it is. It is done. It is called the Bedford Level Experiment.
Oh no,
Right.
that proved no curvature. That's why it's called level, the Bedford level, because it's level.
Sound
Not
the
the
rock
Bedford
bottom?
curve.
Claimed that he proved the Earth was flat after adjusting Rowbotham's level method for allowing the effects of refraction. Alfred Russel Wallace found the curvature of the Earth. Alfred Russel Wallace.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And that went to court, by the way. You don't know this story because you're literally just googling this on the fly. But that went to court, and the court sided with Rowbotham, and Wallace had to pay Rowbotham. So you don't know the history of this. But again, why would it be that the only time you say it's been measured is when you're referencing a flat earther who doesn't believe in the globe and actually measured no curvature? So come on. There must be a modern experiment with a laser. Because remember, you mentioned a laser. So who did this and measured curvature?
I say we go in a hot air balloon and shoot a laser at the ground and find the curve that way.
Sounds good.
Nah, there must be someone that's done it, right? Ion for the globe? Must be. 2023? 2023?
Yeah, by now, I mean, flat earthers have been around now for a while. There's got to be somebody who proved it wrong.
Refraction doesn't prove curvature.
Oh, this isn't
Gravity
refraction.
is bullshit.
Okay, so have you found that laser test yet, Ion?
I've found it on the site yet.
Who does it say did it?
It is a resource by a large company called GeoGebra. And it is created by someone who doesn't actually use their actual name, it's a username.
And where did they do the test?
Experiment, height pointer. And you can do it literally on any large.
No, I'm asking where this demonstration, where this test was performed.
Resources, linear equation, vegetation, linear solutions, test selection.
Are you on Wikipedia or
over land,
Google right
over
now?
water?
No, I'm not on Wikipedia. It's a
Google?
Okay.
Was the laser shot over land or over water?
The laser, it doesn't say exactly where it was done in this thing. I've got to find the article that's linked to it.
This isn't a good start.
Only because all of the coverage of any experiment. Actually, wait a minute. I can use, what was it? Google Books. What was the thing that showed up with all the articles?
Sure. Wherever the test is documented, go there.
Like if they went to the salt flats to prove curvature?
That's a good idea. That's good thinking. To prove the curvature, we should go to all the level places and all the flat places. 200 IQ.
It's only locally flat, man. Fuck you. It's like locally flat everywhere. But
It's internationally.
So once the international legislation gets into play.
Are you surprised at how difficult it is to find a measurement of curvature, Ion?
They've done it with light before. I just happened to pick a kind of bad example of one experiment.
Well, could you find us the example of the good one?
I was waiting for him to go from boats over the curve to the curve in the airplane, and I was going to let him know I jump out of them, and there is no curve.
Ion, are you surprised at how difficult it is to find a measurement of curvature?
can't find this specific experiment, but I'm sure I can find other ones here.
I'm sure you could, bro. Just find us the good one. We've only been looking for about 6, 7, 8 years. But I'm sure you'll find it.
Collectively, as a server, we've been searching for centuries.
Maybe we just didn't Google the right keywords.
If someone asks your opinion on anything else, do you Google your opinion on that too?
Okay, here's one question. How come the sun sinks when it goes out of view? How come it sinks behind the horizon?
Well, any object that you increase your distance to will optically appear to sink towards the horizon.
Makes sense, but it shouldn't disappear completely.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it creates so much light that it literally causes cancer. So if it was that powerful,
that's a crazy response to what I just said. No, so all light has a limit. All light has a limit, and eventually, when things move in the distance, they will sink towards and then appear to sink into the horizon. But before we get too distracted onto this, have you had any luck finding that laser measurement?
The laser measurement, I can't find the laser measurement specifically, no, because it doesn't work because of what's called the mirage effect, because of refraction in the air, and so fluid particles in the air, they bounce.
So we can't. So you're saying we can't measure the curvature?
Not with a laser, no, because the air refracts lightwards down.
But what would you use? What would you use to measure the curvature?
What would you use to measure the curvature? You would use what is it? You would use. Oh yeah, there's this one where you can use. You can use two bottles, right? You take two bottles. You measure. You have them like a set level. No, just like two bottles filled with liquid, any sort of liquid, right? Coloured would be preferable, right?
Okay.
It's something like this. I'm doing this off the top of my head. I can find it actually. This was one that I can't actually find on the internet.
Okay. So 2 bottles. I put 2 bottles on the ground. Then what?
No, not on the ground. You take a rod and you tie the bottles to the rod, right? And you have to put them out in front of you, and you have like a relative eyepiece so you can see. So you look at it in the same place every time. And
wait! I'm confused at the setup. 2 seconds. So I get like a stick and I tie 2 bottles to either end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and you tie 2 bottles to either end. You have to have the caps facing downwards. So
how big does the stick have to be?
I mean, you can make it any length. The longer it is, the more precise the measurement is.
Okay, so if I have a meter long stick, and I put 2 bottles with liquid on either end, then what?
Yep. Okay, so then you take an eyepiece and you look at you look through like a specific area and you look at the horizon and you have to keep it straight and you have to match the line that you have to match the lines of the
straight. Like a straight line.
You have to match the levels of the water to the horizon point when you look outwards. We need to make them. So we need to make those straight lines match the straight line of the horizon.
You have to make at one point. You measure it at one point because you create like a tangent line, right? With the water bottle, you measure like a tangent line because of course.
No, but I've done well. But if we take a bottle, let's say to the beach with water, the level water there just matches the level horizon. So how does that measure curvature?
Let me find this experiment because I don't exactly remember how it's done. I'm trying to find.
Do you have a demonstration? Yeah, have you got a demonstration of this one that you could show us?
There is a demonstration. I've seen it on the internet before.
Okay, let's see this. So no one's measuring it with a laser, right?
No, it can't be measured with a laser because of the water.
We can't measure it with a laser. Okay, but now we're saying 2 bottles of liquid. Okay, if you could send us that demonstration. This is an interesting one.
Never noticed.
Why can't we just use one giant long flat bottle and just fill it with water instead of 2 bottles at each end and try to balance that shit?
Yeah, I was gonna chime in, Wolfgang, but this one's too dumb for even me to chime in. So you can have it. You can have it. I don't even. I don't even want to start on this one. It's have fun, man. That's all I gotta say.
I always get these ones.
I have a question.
I know.
Please.
That's
So, in what way would the stick experiment allow you to tell the difference between a flat Earth plane and a spherical Earth based off of the relative level that is claimed on the sphere? How would you be able to tell the difference?
Ether. There's so much wrong with this. There's so much wrong with this. Just let's let.
I know. I'm picking one. I know. I know. Let me just, yeah.
I'm picking up. I would use like the 2 sticks experiment, but I know you already have a backlash against that one. There would be you would go and then you'd proceed to move up higher, and you would see the difference in the great. You'd have to go near surface level, and you'd see the horizon there, and you would.
Okay. So with the 2 bottles on the sticks, who did that?
The 2 bottles on a stick. I mean, people. I mean, there's been people on the internet who've done it. There's been.
Okay, could you show us who did that and what it showed? Because I still don't really understand what you're talking about. Like, where did you see this?
Years ago.
Because, you're saying a lot of things, and then I'm saying, okay, have you got a demonstration? And then you're like, okay, 2 seconds. But we're not getting any demonstrations. So I'm starting to wonder if you're just kind of saying these things without knowing if they exist. Is that what's happening?
I got like $5, and it's like a McToon. I got $5. It's like McToon or FTFE or somebody.
Do they balance the stick on their head or something?
He pulled out.
You have to measure out the. You have to measure the. You have to measure out the line of the horizon. Like you have to remove water from the bottles. I don't exactly remember how to do it, but.
Well, I have to be honest, Ion. It's not sounding much like a measurement of Earth's curvature at this stage.
Sounds like somebody's trying to balance 2 bottles with a stick, and they got to level it out by taking water out of a bottle. You said.
No, you got to. Okay, the experiment was done. You take 2 bottles, you tie a bottle to each end, fill them with water, and you'd look into the horizon. You'd have one bottle closer to you and the other one away from you, and you'd have to empty water until it matches the horizon line on both of them. And then you'd go to a higher point, and then you would see the difference between the bottle in front and the bottle behind it, and you'd be able to measure the difference in there. I don't know how.
This is a pretty wild way of measuring curvature, and I've heard a lot of wild claims as to how to do this. So could you show us who did that and what they were actually doing? Because I still don't really follow what you're trying to do here.
Okay. I can't find it, so just to save time, I'm going to move to a different one. What about the one with the 2 sticks?
Okay, well, he didn't measure the surface, did he?
What do you mean?
Well, he didn't measure the surface of Earth.
Measure the difference between the 2 sticks, and then you also measure the difference in...
No, but he measured shadows, right?
Yeah, shadows.
No, but we're talking about the curvature over the surface.
Yeah, and what you do is you have the sun that's shining down onto the planet, and you have
the sun. We're not talking about the sun. We're talking about the surface dropping over distance due to curvature, right? Remember, we said in 10 miles there was 67 feet of drop over the distance due to curvature. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we said who measured that? Yeah. And then you said, well, we can't do it with lasers, but you could maybe do it with 2 bottles on a stick.
Can't do
now
it
you're saying we don't have that.
Can do it with lasers, but it wouldn't be very accurate since the water in the Earth's atmosphere would refract.
Wait. So someone did do it with lasers?
Well, people tried to, but they didn't give them an accurate measurement, so they probably didn't publish it.
So we don't have a laser measurement of curvature then?
You can't use it to measure the curvature, no, because it refracts light, but it can be used.
So we can't measure the curvature with a laser. So how do we measure the curvature?
You measure the curvature. You can measure the. You can measure
67 feet over 10 miles. How do we measure that?
You take 2 sticks, right? You take the stick, you put it in one place, and you move a certain amount of distance away from it, that a set amount that you pre-calculate, right? And you put it in that distance, right?
And is there curvature between those 2 points?
Yes, there should be curvature between those 2 points.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that?
You know that because you look at how the sun shines on the Earth, and then you're able to predict how much of a difference there is between those two.
No, but that would work on a flat surface as well. So how do you know it's actually due to curvature?
Not if you use 3 sticks. If you use a third one, then it wouldn't prove. It wouldn't
who did
work.
it? Who did it? Who did it with 3?
Who did it with 3?
Who did it with 3?
What was it called? The same guy who did it with 2 holes did it with 3 holes instead, because holes.
No, he just did it. No, his story is 2 sticks. Who did it with 3?
He did it with 3 after, much later, or some other guy who was also some Greek guy.
No, I don't think so. Okay, so who's replicated this in modern times then that we can see? Because if he did it in the BCs, presumably someone could do it in 2023, right?
Somebody should be able to go to Home Depot and do this.
But as well, this requires the assumption. See, you haven't really looked into this, because if you had, you would realize that his calculations required the assumption of a sphere and the assumption of curvature, right? Do you understand that?
I don't understand that. Okay, what about...
So we need a measurement that doesn't assume, it actually measures the drop over distance. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Right, so who's done that? Or has no one ever done it?
Wait, what about the flashlight experiment? You know, the one where they would shine the light and then they would put it well above their heads. How do you just prove that one?
Yeah,
there's nothing to
the one they did with the gyroscope? You know, when
so
they
are you saying that the only people who've ever done it are flat earthers? So are you saying the only people who've ever done it are flat earthers?
No, people have taken massive gyroscopes and they've taken they cost to like.
No, a gyroscope isn't measuring curvature, bro. Come on, we're talking about drop over distance.
It can measure.
No, we're not talking about the spin yet. We can get to the spin after this. Okay, so are you agreeing you don't know who's measured curvature if you want to go to the spin?
There are people who have measured curvature. There is.
Okay, who did that?
Oh my god.
Well, you won't find exactly who did it because they're ancient, very ancient people.
No, we can't say sticks from the BCs. Who did it in modern age, documented, not just a story from the BCs with sticks. Do you know? Because if we came to you and said, "Hey, bro, Earth's flat because of this test in the BCs that we heard this guy did," would you accept that?
Here's an experiment that actually proves it. Okay, so if you lay down on the beach, right? Let's say you lay down on the beach, right? And you look into the horizon and you look at the sun, right?
Right.
And then you suddenly go onto a high ledge. It suddenly comes back into view after it goes down further beyond the horizon.
Could that be a function of perspective again? Could that be to do with perspective again and optics?
No, because if you actually go higher up, technically,
come on, bro.
Higher up, they should still be the same distance from the sun if they go higher up. If they just lay down and they can't see it and then they stand up again and suddenly they can, right?
That's not a measurement of drop over distance, though, bro. That's you making claims about seeing something in the distance again, like you did with the boats. Remember? So again, if that story's true, then someone would have to have measured the curvature that you're claiming is responsible for it. Maybe you just need to do more research on it, bro.
Okay. Well, here's one we've measured the curvature of. Our reflection on the moon.
What?
Wow.
Whose reflection?
Holy shit. The reflection of the Earth onto the moon. Lunar eclipses.
Huh? What?
Lunar eclipses.
This is the end. This is the end of the show. Hey, you guys! It looks like this is the end of the show. He just picked that time.
We went from the Earth to the moon like in a nanosecond.
we know the distance between the Earth and the moon, right? We've measured it.
Hang on, brother. Hang on, man. Let me come in real quick. Just relax. I said we're not even measuring the curvature of the Earth anymore. We just went straight to the moon and measured that. Like what the hell, bro? We haven't even established how we measured Earth's curvature. Sorry, Wolfgang. I just wanted to say that. It's like we went from Earth to the moon.
Yeah, no. I need to jump in a few minutes, so someone else should take over. But obviously, we can't be talking about the moon when we're asking you about the surface curvature.
Yeah, we can measure the curvature by seeing the reflection of the Earth onto the Moon. We know the size of the Moon.
Reflection.
We know our distance from the Moon.
What reflection
Right?
are you talking about? The Moon is not a mirror.
A lunar eclipse.
That's not a reflection. What are you talking about?
We cast a shadow onto the Moon.
Well, even if that was the case, that's not a reflection, bro.
And say it was. No, we
did.
know the distance from here to the Moon because we reflected stuff off of it and seen how long it takes for light to get there and come back.
Oh, you know how far away the Moon is now?
Yeah, we know how far away the Moon is because we've shined stuff at it and we've seen how long light takes to come back. And we've done the necessary calculations and calculated using the speed of light.
You can't measure 67 feet of drop over 10 miles with a laser, but you can measure 240,000 miles to the Moon with a laser.
Yeah, because it's going straight up, and when you point a laser straight up,
you can shoot 240,000 miles straight up, but you can't shoot 10 miles across.
Yeah, because when you shoot 10 miles across, you're going through a lot of water droplets through air.
And 240,000 miles, bro, versus 10 miles.
Yeah, but the thing is that thousands of miles, it's moving through virtually nothing, a vacuum. So it's able to.
Well, no, not a vacuum. That's just your belief. Remember, you couldn't demonstrate that earlier because we discussed this.
I gave you a perfectly good. Any competent physicist would agree with me.
No, you didn't give us any demonstration. Remember, you said, I'll go and get the demonstration, and then you said, I can't find a demonstration.
At least 4 or 5.
No competent person is going to publish a article and spend money, especially like government funds.
Well, that's not our fault. If no one's publishing your globe proof, that's not our fault. That's a deficiency on your side.
Ion, that's 5 or 6 things you've not been able to demonstrate. At least you've said, "Oh, wait a minute, I'll get that," and then you've never gave us nothing.
Yeah, and we were just on the curvature, bro. And then you went from sticks to lasers, but they didn't measure it, to the 2 bottles. That doesn't work. Then we go to the Moon. Come on, bro.
And now we got no one's going to publish that. Who's going to waste their money?
Yeah, they're just going to publish an experiment to something that they already recognize as true.
Yeah, but we're asking for the proof of it, and you're saying we don't have it.
There are experiments that people have done. There's the 2 sticks experiment. Well, I guess
That's not a measurement of curvature. That's an assumption. That's an assumption of sphericity. Like, put yourself in our shoes, bro. Like, if we were saying to you, oh, it's flat because there's this story about the guy 2,000 years ago with sticks, and he did this, that's proof. You would say, no, I don't accept that. Or if we said, take a bottle and hang it on a stick and hang it next to the horizon, that's proof. You'd say, that's crazy. What are you talking about? Or if we said, look at the Moon, that proves that the Earth is this shape. You'd say, that's crazy.
Yeah, your only argument to why pictures of the space are fake is that you just say that they're fake.
No, that's non sequitur to what we're talking about. We're talking about the physical surface curvature that you claim exists, but for some reason no one can detect or measure.
What about literal pictures of the Earth from space? Or from
how do you verify those are real?
How do you verify that they're not real?
Well, I don't need to. It's your claim, so you have to verify they are real to use them as proof.
They are real because you can detect that there is no photoshopping in them. People who Photoshop a lot, and also even in the times where we had no Photoshop, right? There was a time of pictures taken before NASA of Russian space.
What about when NASA say it is Photoshop, though?
They have to Photoshop because the Earth is really big. For example, with for example, blue marble, the image we have.
It's not Photoshop, but they have to Photoshop it.
Okay. The reason why they have to Photoshop is because they have to stitch images together, right?
Okay, so yeah, bro, we don't accept Photoshops as proof of where we live.
What about just images from the ISS? You can see the curvature of the Earth around
well, you can't verify those either because you're not going to the ISS.
Yeah, how are you verifying that they're not real, though?
No, that's the burden of proof, reversal fallacy. It's your claim to prove. It's not on us to disprove your claim that you can't prove. Unverifiable images and stories are not a proof. Okay.
What about weather balloons?
Well, you can send them up and see a flat horizon.
No, you don't see a flat horizon. You see a curve around the planet. It curves. If there's a flat horizon,
okay. So look at the live stream voice text. Look at the live stream voice text. This is a high altitude balloon. It's flat. See that? That's 120,000 feet. Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it's flat from 120,000 feet. So
that's nice. If it is flat, that means that also disproves your flat Earth, because that would also mean that the Earth would have. If the Earth was a circle, even if it was a circle, there should be a curve.
So you're saying if it's flat, that disproves flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Okay. Even if the Earth was flat, there would be a curve around it, right? Because you think it's a circle, don't you? You think the Earth is
Oh,
a
you
circle,
do.
right?
You do. You think we live on a circle in space. We told you space is fake. You haven't proved that.
No, we believe that the Earth is a sphere, not a circle. There's a
You
distinct
believe
difference.
that the people here believe in a pizza planet or a space frisbee, it seems.
Okay, what do you think the Earth looks like? What exactly do you think the Earth looks like?
Well,
We'd have to get outside the reference frame.
When we look at the Earth and observe it, that's what it looks like.
So what shape is the Earth then?
Flat's not a shape, bro.
What?
Flat is not a shape. We're not claiming a shape. You claim a shape that we've falsified. So we're not claiming a shape. All we're saying is there doesn't appear to be any motion. There doesn't appear to be any convexity, especially over stationary water. So that's all we're saying. We're not saying the Earth is a specific shape.
Wait, you say space is fake?
Well, you yourself cannot give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. I mean, you said that you could a couple of times, and you said you were looking for them, but then you came back and sort of backtracked a bit, and you never gave us anything. So we've been through how space literally cannot exist. So the derivative topic of that would be pictures from space. So we don't believe shit like that. Like NASA blatantly looks like
things
a
go
line.
above the common line, though. We have pictures. You can take a telescope and look at a rocket launch and see it go above the common line. How do you prove that? How do you disprove
that's
that?
a lie, though, bro. That's a complete and utter lie that you've just invented in your head, because rockets don't go straight up. So why did you just make that up?
No, they pass through the common line, though, to go above the atmosphere.
That's a story you believe, but you don't see that with a telescope like what you just invented.
You can literally see the ISS pass above you using a telescope.
You just said, bro, stop changing what you said. You just said you can see rockets leave the Earth and go to space from a fucking telescope. That is a complete and utter lie, and you know it, mate.
It's not a utter lie.
It is, bro. Because they even admit it themselves. They claim that the supposed rockets have to speed up and orbit the Earth. So when you see it up, it's literally a parabolic maneuver. It goes up and away from you. That's all we see. That's all anybody sees when they see rockets.
That's true.
It goes up and away, and it exits the atmosphere, and we can see it as it orbits over us.
It exits the atmosphere? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't see any of that. We just see it go up and away. That's all we see. If we can't verify something for ourselves, you're getting excited. Calm down. Calm down. The thing is, if I can't verify it for myself, the only sane and rational thing to do is to go, I can't verify that, right? Is to take the position, well, it may or may not, it might not be true. That's the way I see it anyway. I can't verify that. Don't you think?
I have seen rockets go up and out of the atmosphere through a high-powered telescope.
Wait a minute. Flat earthers don't deny that things go up into the sky.
And they go above they go up above our atmosphere.
But you can't tell that from the ground. Literally, they supposedly orbit the Earth a couple of times, or however many times they say that they do it now. So you don't actually see a rocket going up and out of the Earth. You see the rocket go up and away from you, too far to be seen, and then it disappears. So you're making shit up, bro.
We can't see things orbit the Earth, though. We can see the ISS from the ground. We can see satellites from the ground.
That's affirming the consequence. So you're saying that these things in the sky that you say are in a place that literally cannot exist according to the second law and entropy and multiple gas laws that you can't demonstrate. So, like, all that's, again, as I said to you, it's a derivative of you're now claiming rockets go into this place that you can't even verify exists.
Wait, then where do they go then?
I mean, they go off in a way. I mean, I don't own radar systems and fucking land masses. Like, how am I meant to verify where these things go, or any common person in reality? Like, nobody knows.
What? So you just assume they just disappear? What do they just?
What do you? The laws of physics just stop existing? That matter can just disappear? Like a lot of these supposed NASA places, they're all like from the sort of the south dumping into possibly the ocean. Well, I don't know, further than that, Antarctica, I don't know, but who cares? You literally claim you see through your telescope and see rockets going into a vacuum. That's nonsense.
You can see the rockets exiting where the common line should be. You can see how big it is because we use a calculation to calculate the magnification of a telescope and use the actual size of the rocket to calculate how far it is based on how big it seems in the image.
He just said you can use a telescope to calculate distances.
Yeah, he seemed to be lost in the law.
So have you confirmed that we don't have a measurement of curvature? Yeah, we're moving on to something else. Is that what you're doing?
Oh yeah, that's a really good point actually.
So because we still don't have a measurement of curvature, are you saying that you don't know where that is, and you want to move on to a different topic?
Let me just get this real quick.
Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, if you could concede to that point, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to say I don't know, whatever. Just don't be like, yeah, it's this. Okay, it's not that. But it's this. Okay, it's not that. But it might be this. It's not that. That's just wasting time. So if you don't have one for curvature, maybe we can move on to the claimed motion of the Earth.
Okay, let's go with the motion of the Earth then. All right, then let's move on to that.
Okay. So
well, wait a minute. So you did concede to that point that we can't see any drop over distance at all. That we look for curvature.
I myself don't know either. I myself can't find it because nobody has published an actual approved article of it. You can go on the internet.
Okay. So we don't have a measurement. Okay, so we don't have a measurement of curvature, right?
We do have measurements. It's just that there's no one specific person that.
You can't say we have a measurement because then we're going to ask you what's the measurement, and we're going to do all this again, which you just said you can't find it.
So.
Okay, with enough time, I could probably find it. If I go tomorrow, I might.
For now, you don't have a measurement of curvature, right? Okay, fine.
Now, I don't have a measurement of curvature.
Okay. Do you have a? Okay. Well, if you think you find one, you can come back and let us know. Okay. So the motion of the Earth. Has anyone ever measured motion of the Earth?
Well, we've measured the motion of the Earth relative to other objects.
Well, but like the ground being in motion, right? Axial rotation. Has anyone ever measured that?
The speed which the Earth is spinning at, basically.
Well, yeah, they claim that the Earth is a ball that's spinning. So has anyone ever measured this spinning?
People have measured the spinning. Yes, they've measured how fast.
Who measured the spinning?
A French guy.
Was this a flat earther as well?
Huh?
Was it a flat earther that measured the spinning as well?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so who measured the spin?
Leon Foucault.
Oh, how did he do that?
How did he do that? Let me check it. I'm just putting a measurement high actions variations such as Okay, in 1851, French physicist Leon Foucault was performing direct measurements of the Earth rotation using gyroscopic apparatus.
Gyroscopic apparatus, like what?
You could use plenty of things. You could use a pendulum.
No, but you're saying. So did he use a pendulum?
In this case, he used a pendulum.
Okay, so how does a pendulum tell you that Earth is spinning?
Well, what you do is you take the pendulum, right? You take a point. So you find a point preferably higher up, like more in the northern or the southern poles, right? right? And what you do is this pendulum would swing, right? And it's connected to a hinge with as little friction as possible, right? And as the Earth spins, this very, very heavy pendulum tries to remain in place, right? Remember, there's no force pushing on the pendulum. If there's no external force.
So if we just leave the pendulum hanging, it will just start spinning, or do we have to start it? Do we have to spin it?
We push it, right? We push it so it begins going back and forth, right? So it's going in one direction, right?
So if we just leave the pendulum hanging there, it won't start swinging.
It may start slowly spinning.
Wait, the pendulum will start spinning by itself?
Very, very slowly, yeah, once every 24 hours.
Could you show us a pendulum that just starts spinning by itself? Someone must have documented that, right?
I don't actually think it would spin on when it's stationary, mainly because there's too much friction between the string and.
Right. So really, what you're saying is, so we have to swing the pendulum.
You have to push the pendulum, and it's only going in one direction, right? And yet, despite that, we only pushed it in one direction. It begins to slowly spin, like it begins to slowly.
Of course, the pendulum's going to spin. Of course, the pendulum's going to spin if we push it. How is that? But we're asking about the Earth spinning.
We don't push it. We pull it up and we drop it. We don't push it.
Of course, it's going to move. Yeah, so the pendulum's spinning the pendulum's moving because we put a force on it. We moved it.
Yes, and we pushed it so the vector only goes in one direction. It should only be going in one direction, and yet there seems to be some external force pushing it sideways.
Okay, what is that force?
That force is the spinning of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth.
How do you know it's spinning of the Earth?
Well, what else would it be?
Oh, what else would it be is not proof that it's the Earth spinning, though, is it?
Well, if there's nothing else that it could be, then you factor out.
How have you ruled out every other possibility?
Well, it can't. Well, air, like the speed of the air and whatever is negative.
What about possibilities that you're not aware of, or that science isn't aware of?
That we're not aware of.
Yeah.
What would we not be aware of? What other forces would exist that we're not aware of?
Anything. Something that you're not aware of.
Okay, it could be electromagnetism, except electromagnetism wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Really?
The actual magnetic fields would not work on a flat Earth.
But what you're saying is you're claiming that this apparent deviation that you're seeing in the pendulum, that's due to Earth spinning because you can't think of what else it could be.
There isn't anything else it would be, so you rule out all the things it can't be, so it must be one thing.
How many other things did they rule out?
How many things did they rule out? Well, they managed to rule out what's it called? The magnetic field.
You just Googled this 2 minutes ago.
No, I already knew about this pendulum experiment. I've known about this pendulum experiment. I just didn't know who made it.
Okay, well, I want to explain to you then that it's an affirming the consequent fallacy to say, I'm going to claim that's because of Earth's motion, which you haven't established beforehand. Remember, this is supposed to be the thing that you're using to establish Earth's motion, but you're saying the cause of the effect that I'm seeing is because of Earth's motion, because what else could it be? But what do you mean, what else could it be? You haven't proven that the Earth's in motion yet, so how can you even claim that it's due to Earth's motion? You haven't proven that.
Because there must be some sort of external force on the object to cause it to turn like that.
Okay, but that's different. But that's different from saying that it must be Earth's rotation. That's just saying something is causing it to do something. That's different than saying this means that the Earth is in motion, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. Earth's rotation perfectly describes why that pendulum is spinning. We already had a previous theory of the Earth spinning, and we matched up the equations.
But saying my story isn't proof. That's just saying my story. But also, okay, so are you saying the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum?
The Earth is rotating with, and I guess, underneath the pendulum, kind of, yeah.
Right, okay, so does Earth rotate underneath a plane or a helicopter?
Does the Earth rotate underneath planes and a helicopter? Wait. Very, very slightly, yeah.
So if I went up in a helicopter and just waited for like a few hours, then I would end up in a different part of Earth.
Actually, no, because that helicopter, that plane, was already moving at the speed of the Earth. When it's on the ground, right, that plane is moving at the same speed as Earth is, right? So if you take a helicopter and it's moving currently at the same speed as Earth is, right? So when you move it up...
So it's not moving underneath planes or helicopters?
Because the planes and helicopters are moving at the same speed as the Earth.
Right, so how is it moving under... How is it moving under a pendulum but not a plane or a helicopter?
Because the helicopters they are influenced by the Earth's forces. They're influenced by wind. They're influenced by the Coriolis effect, by several things like that. But the pendulum
He's not saying anything right now.
Yeah, like if the Earth is actually moving.
What about a sniper's bullet?
Yeah, what about it?
Does Earth spin underneath a sniper's bullet?
Yeah, but it's so insanely minuscule. It doesn't do anything. And also, the bullet is also moving at the same speed.
Oh wait, so it doesn't move underneath the sniper's bullet?
Because the bullet moves with the curvature of the Earth because it's moving at the same speed as the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so you're saying there's no Coriolis effect?
There is the Coriolis effect because the wind, the higher up winds, they aren't as affected by gravity. They aren't as glued to the ground as by gravity, and as it spins.
You're saying that the Earth is not rotating underneath the sniper bullet. It's all in the same.
The Earth is rotating underneath the sniper bullet, but the sniper bullet is also rotating at the same speed.
Okay, so it's rotating under the sniper bullet, but it's not rotating under the plane.
No, the Earth is rotating underneath both of them, but they're also both rotating at the same speed as the Earth, so you can't actually see it.
Oh, wait, so how do you know it's happening if you can't see it or detect it?
We know it is there and we detect it because we have gyroscopes and the pendulum to show that they slowly move over time, because the Earth spins underneath that pendulum. Right, because the pendulum is...
You're saying you can observe it spinning underneath the pendulum, but then how couldn't you underneath a plane or a helicopter or a bullet? That doesn't make sense.
Planes and helicopters don't fly over the North Pole, like just regularly.
Was the pendulum swung at the North Pole?
The pendulums are swung very close to the poles. Yes, they try to get them as close to the north as possible.
Can you show us the pendulum that swung at the pole? Because to get that kind of drift that you're saying would match the Earth's spin, that would have to be the North Pole. Right, so this may be going on a bit much. I mean, I'm just amused. Someone else, feel free to jump in.
No, man, you got it. This is good. This is good.
I mean, I just don't understand how you're saying.
There's definitely. Sorry.
So what did they put that? Did they put that pendulum like at the center of the North Pole in order to detect this spin? Because on the side you wouldn't detect a spin like that.
No, it just needs to not be at the. It just needs to not be at the equator. Really, that's really the usual thing.
I see. Did you know the pendulum that you're talking about requires magnets to run? Do your research.
The pendulum is what.
You're saying planes landing on runways, whether they're running east, west, north, south, northwest, north, whichever way the runways are running, they're spinning underneath the plane and the plane spinning with the Earth. That's why it's not having a issue landing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, basically, yeah.
Hey guys, so now with this guy, it would take divine intervention for him to come to the grips with the truth. There's nothing that this guy can offer. He's not even a glober. He's so far down the well that he's not even what the globe earthers say. Nothing that the globe earther says is what he's saying. He's just saying nonsense, actually.
Just making up.
None of it makes any sense.
It's almost like he's repeating the History Channel and the Discovery Channel and just different parts and not sure which ones match up.
Yeah, because he said like
Watch
when
either of those things.
you were talking about the sniper bullet. He was saying that the bullet goes with the curvature of the Earth. It's like what? He isn't even talking about the rotation anymore. He doesn't know how to form his arguments. It's really bad. This guy, anyway.
Okay. If the sniper is holding the gun and the bullet is in the cartridge, it's moving at the same speed as the curvature of the Earth, right?
Bro, you don't know. Listen, bro, you don't know. You honestly don't know the arguments. So you don't even know how to form the argument. You're I don't know. I think you're delusional, to be honest. You don't even know how to form the argument.
And the curve of the Earth doesn't have a speed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
The
what I
curve
was
of
going
the
to say. Curves don't have speeds.
Yeah, the curve of the Earth doesn't have speed. That's what you said.
Rotation, I mean.
No, we didn't mean that. You don't even know how to form the argument. Everything that you're talking about, you don't know what to say. Is this true? I just want you to admit to the audience that we've been listening to you just stumbling over your words. You don't even choose your words carefully. You don't even know what you're saying. At least be honest with the audience.
Well,
we don't want to listen. I've had arguments like this before. I'm not.
Listen. We don't want to listen to more of it if you don't know what you're saying.
He is Googling and reading, so he's not even reading before he says it out loud. He's just reading and then realizing what he's reading doesn't make sense, so he stops and then he gets confused. You can hear.
Yep. Is this true? I don't even know the gentleman's name.
Because I haven't argued properly like this, but usually it's over writing or something like that, so I have actual preparation.
Exactly.
But on a call,
Exactly. That's my point. You haven't reviewed any of this.
I could come later on with more. I could come later on with more research.
Honestly, when you do that, you're not going to wind up coming back over here because you're going to feel like, oh shit, I looked like a dumbass when I was in there. I might as well not go back over there. That's what's going to happen because usually people like you come in here, and it's like I call it the honey hold my beer fallacy. It's like you think you know how to argue this because you've seen the Discovery Channel, but you haven't even used your mind for any critical thinking whatsoever.
I haven't watched the Discovery Channel.
Well, it seems like you repeat things like you think you know what you're talking about, but you have no idea what this panel even discusses. The level of like articulation that we actually use in here. You're just spouting off at the mouth because you think it's something to say. It's embarrassing, to be honest, for you.
Yeah,
some of us in here, we wish that people don't come in here until they actually do the research and know the arguments. But you are a demonstration of somebody who doesn't give a shit. You're just in here like, I'm gonna say whatever I want. And then you find out that you're so unequipped to come in here and have an argument that you find out that every word that you're saying doesn't even match up with the argument at all. So I'm just saying, man, like, my hope was that, yeah, you go do the research and come back, but you're not gonna. That's the truth. You're not gonna do that. As soon as you leave this Discord, you're never coming back. You're probably gonna wander off and say happily with your globe. So, if you want to, just do us a favor and leave right now and be happy with the globe. It's not a globe. We know that.
Before he does leave, because you should do that, Ion. You should go and double check the arguments and try and form a cohesive argument, because it has just been you kind of Googling on the fly and being like, well, it has to be this because we assume it's this. But yeah, that's obviously not going to be too successful here, because we're looking for demonstration and proof and all this kind of thing. But I've noticed Witsit's in here. I don't know if Witsit's free to talk, but if he is, maybe Witsit can talk some sense into you.
I'm telling you, man, this guy needs to take a long look in the mirror. Other than that, we're really gonna waste our breath. We're gonna waste our breath with him. I'm being honest, Wolfgang. I've seen many iterations of this guy's character before. There's nothing beneficial by having. It's nothing beneficial by having him in here right now, because his mind is on full reject mode. He's gonna reject everything that's being said here.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, there is some value in hearing them constantly contradict and fail to prove the globe. And we have 24 minutes to fill the time, so I mean, I'm going to jump off pretty soon anyway. So if no one else wants to speak to him, fair enough. I'm just saying, short of there's no one else here.
But that's still not it's not the point still, because we've already so you take people like him, you bring them out to as much content as you can get it, and then at that point you have to just say, okay, we can't get anywhere. You're not going to know anything. Like, go and do the research, come back. So if we continue to have him in here, it's going to actually work backwards. It's not going to be content anymore. It's just going to be frustration for us listening. And then, he's not going to listen to any good advice. It's going to be like, it's not going to be beneficial to any party in here. So at some point, yeah, I know we got to fill content, but this is not the content we need. It's at some point. We use it to.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Let him go.
I do agree with you. But
wait, I didn't hear any of this, but I'm just curious. Can whoever you're talking about, I guess it's the Ion guy, maybe. Can you just answer? Can you answer a question for me so I can just kind of get an idea of what's going on here? Do you agree that if you believe something just because everyone else believes it, and you don't really know truly what it is that you believe, you're not well researched on it, you're not informed, you're not really sure exactly the specifics of what you believe, you just believe it because everyone else believes it and you think that's what everyone else thinks it is? Would you agree that that's pretty much a religion? It's just a blind belief that you have so you can feel comfortable, like you fit in with what everyone else thinks?
For me, it's not a blind belief. I do believe that the Earth is indeed a globe, but that's because I have gone and looked at things, but I haven't had enough time to look into. I haven't spent enough time to look deep into how exactly it functions and how to make a compelling argument. Mainly because I've never actually had an argument about it before, so I haven't looked into specific researchers or experiments that I've done on. I haven't had any of these things prepared, so I've been trying to quickly find things. But with enough preparation time, and I could find the researchers who've done this, and I could find the experiments, I could possibly make a compelling argument.
So you didn't really answer my question, right? So I get that you're baselessly confident in your blind belief, but that actually wasn't the question. You basically
there is things that I believe is actually proof of it. It's just I don't know. I don't know the exact.
You interrupted me. You need to listen. It is a blind belief by definition. You just admitted you don't actually know how it supposedly functions, but you believe it, which means you don't know what it is that you believe, yet you believe it anyway. That is the definition of a blind belief.
I know the functions and the mechanism, but I don't know exactly who did them, and I don't know the experiments to prove them and stuff like that.
Stop. You don't know. You don't know. That's the point that he's telling you. You don't know. And so if you don't admit to what his question is right now, then you're even more far gone than you think. You have to at least be honest with yourself, intellectually. Intellectually honest is what he's telling you right now. If you're intellectually honest with yourself right now, you would say that you have a blind belief currently.
Yeah, right? I even gave you an out. I even softballed you. I'm like, you believe it? Look, you believe it because that's what everyone is told when we're a kid. Everyone believes it. You think all the scientists know it. They've researched this for years. There must be tons of experiments that prove it. You don't really know the specifics, but you just believe it because you can't grasp the magnitude of that many people being wrong about something that fundamental. So you assume there's no way in the world that the Earth could be something other than what we were told and what everyone else believes. Can you just admit that's why you believe it?
That's what started the belief, of course, that everybody else started believing it. And I think I have some evidence, but currently right now I don't have enough of a thing to be able to back up any of my arguments. So I guess you could say that I blindly follow the people, but I do have a question for you. I'm not going to make an argument out of this, I just have a question I want to know. Right. So, for what reason? So you're saying that these scientists, right?
No, we're not going to get into motive. We're not going to get into motive. You got to go away and do the. We're not going to answer motive to you. You wouldn't understand currently. You have to go and do the research. Figure out right now how to form your arguments. Come back in here. When you come back in here with your best arguments, and we refute them on their face, then you're going to realize something very clearly, that there is no evidence that you're going to have that can thwart the effort of truth. You're going to find that out, but you need to go and do that research and then come back. Answering your motive question right now is not going to do justice to anybody. Not to you, not to us.
Okay, but
Yeah, it's funny that he did admit that it's you did admit that you finally followed it, though. So, I mean, you know, I'll give you some props for that. I mean, I don't know how that wouldn't be a religion. So I don't know if you think you're atheist or whatever, but you do currently hold a cosmological religious belief. So I just want you to be aware of that. I don't think that you actually are fully aware of that or the implications of that. You just have a religion, bro. And it's not like an impressive, creative, or original religion, by the way. It's one that was handcrafted for you, that we were all told at a young age. So I think you should really soak that in. You don't know why or what you believe. You don't know what you believe or why you believe in it, right? So that's pretty telling. I mean, of course, you're not prepared to intellectually debate or defend it. You don't know what it is.
I don't know the arguments for it yet.
Oh, you don't know anything about it, Ion. You don't know anything about it at all.
I know.
You should probably start by learning. Hey, look, let me help you out here. You should start by learning how to think. Meaning, you need to learn. You need to start by studying logic. That's what you need to do. And one of the number one ways that logic is taught, say at university, is they use religion as an example of.
No, things like you guys aren't asking for logic, you're asking for proof. I have given logic, but you want proof of the logic, and I can't give you the proofs.
Wait. Let me just finish. Give me an example. So whenever you say like all the scientists, and you're going to say like why are they lying or how are all the scientists wrong or whatever, the way that we would teach logic, we would say it's kind of like saying, wait, well, I don't know all the specifics of why the Bible's true. But all these priests have studied the Bible for centuries. So all these priests know what it is. I trust the experts know because that's what they do. They're the priests, right? And what motivation do you think that they all got together to conspire to lie about what the Bible says? And no, they're the experts. I don't know exactly what it is that the Bible says, but I trust that the priests have figured it out, and I believe what they told me it is. You see how that's directly analogous?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, so there you go. I mean, because the truth of the matter is, bro, the idea that the Earth's like a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and flying through space around the sun is admittedly a philosophical interpretation. There's no empirical evidence for that at all. And that's what the top level of scientists and academia admit through the theory of relativity. So if you actually were informed, I think that's kind of why Miggy's frustrated with you, because we all know if you actually were informed, you would understand that. You would know that it is a philosophical decision that doesn't have actual empirical evidence. At the top levels of science, this is admitted.
Yeah, I'll go look into it then.
Thank you. That's the best course of action right now for you.
All right then.
Yeah.
But come back though. Come back after you're well studied on it. Research it some more, and then come back in here.
Yeah, and Ion, take a look like 3/4 of the way down the server list. There's like an additional information section, which is all alphabetized. So there's loads of good resources for you to look at there. Do you see those?
Wait, down the T1 list?
The server list. Just scroll down the server channels, and you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. It's got like curvature, motion of the Earth, gravity, eclipses, all this stuff. Do you see that?
Preview tier, paid access, other.
Like 3/4 of the way down, towards the bottom of the list.
Okay. Wait, Megalith. Wait, what's it called
Bro,
again?
it's additional information section.
Additional
I'm sure
information. Okay.
someone can. Do you see all
Under
those channels?
T1. What?
Under,
Underneath T1.
I don't know
Or
what it's underneath. It's just like 3/4 of the way down. It's like an alphabetical list of channels with like curvature, motion, eclipses, sun, moon, gravity, NASA. See all these channels?
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong server.
Right. Well, yeah, you need to be on this server.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Right. It's okay.
Actually,
We can tell you're a bit discombobulated. It's understandable.
Okay.
But yeah,
That's an understatement.
Take a look through some of those, and yeah, come back anytime you want to discuss. It doesn't have to be a debate. I would advise not trying to debate something that you haven't really researched. So you can just ask questions, and if you're honest and you're cool, you've been chill, so I'll give you that. And you were honest with Witsit, and you said, yeah, fair enough. It is kind of just a belief because I don't currently know how they proved any of this stuff. So you are capable of being intellectually honest with yourself. That's a good start. So just keep on that mindset and understand, I have this belief, I want to try and prove it. Who proved it? How do I prove it? How do I verify what they're telling me? Yeah? That's the way you need to be thinking.
Yeah, this is interesting because you started today saying that you were 100% positive that with no doubt in your mind the Earth is a globe. And now look where you're at. And it's all it took was just a simple conversation.
I still do believe. I still do think that it is most likely a globe, but I just don't have the imperative. I just don't have the imperative evidence yet. I may be able to find it. If I don't find it, then I may reconsider my beliefs. If I don't find it, if I don't find the proper proofs, I'm willing to change.
Good. There you go. That's how we all started, my dude. We all thought the same thing.
Good man.
All right. See you later.
Nice one, Witsit. Nice. Yeah, have a good one, bro. See, Witsit pretty much cracks it. Nice one. We spent about an hour talking to him about hanging bottles on a stick to prove curvature and shit, so we should have just asked Witsit like an hour ago.
What? Hanging bottles on a stick?
Yeah, that 2 balls, that was the logic he brought, I think.
Put 2 bottles of water, and then what you do is you turn them upside down so you can see the... You know what was weird? I didn't say it because he was all over the place. But he's using water on 2 bottles to measure water. He's using the water in the bottles, the liquid in the bottles, the level surface of that water in the bottles to measure the level horizon. Wow.
I'll give him that one. I've never heard it before.
I've seen it before. It's so stupid. Oh god, it's stupid. But I'm pretty sure somebody from like the anti-flat Earth community has done that. They probably said something stupid, and this guy picked it up. So.
That sounds like something Jeremy was talking about not too long ago, where he wanted to put bottles on top of the water, then drop fishing line with a weight on it, and then stretch the bottles across the water, and then see if the fishing line changes its angle or something. I don't know.
Wouldn't there be a lot of evidence in a sundial?
No, there's no evidence in a sundial. The evidence that
the sun moves over us?
The evidence that you need is drop over distance. It's the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape. That's what you need.
How would a sundial work on a globe?
It's not about. Yeah, listen. It's not about a sundial right now because what we're looking for is evidence of surface curvature. This is the first thing that we ask for. Evidence of surface curvature. Going to shadows and the length of shadows is not going to give us that. And so when the person actually goes to see if the Earth is curving at the set rate that they are alleged to be curving at, what they find out is it doesn't have the geometric consequent that they thought it did. So we have the values that the Earth is of a certain set size, right? When you go to Google, you type in how big is a radius, diameter, circumference, it's going to give you those values. With those values, then you're going to go ahead and test the curvature and see if there is any surface curvature. So what you're doing with shadows has nothing to do with the consequent of a geometric shape. So this is the direct way that we can cut through the whatever idea that they're using sticks and shadows with Eratosthenes. Like, you can do away with that, not even talk about it. You go straight to the surface curvature detection. If there is, then there's going to be drop over distance. If there isn't, then voila, the Earth isn't curving like they say it is, and you don't even need to look at shadows. However it's working over a flat and level plane. So you don't need to go to like sundials and sticks and shadows or nothing. Go directly to surface curvature.
Right. Keep it simple.
Yeah, very simple. And that way it leaves out the fluff, because if you say sundials, then somebody can say, well, I have Eratosthenes with, he said that, you can use shadows to see that the Earth is curving. And so you're going to get lost in the weeds. And so it's just for your benefit, I would say. Yeah, this what we do here is pretty simple, actually. Except for when you were taught the blind belief that the Earth is a globe, you were taught all these ways to look indirectly that the Earth is curving, like sticks and shadows, and hanging water bottles upside down, like all this kind of crazy mess, just to figure something very simple. That, like, if you had a geometric shape in your hand, like a basketball, and it was a sphere, and you could measure elevation change from point A to point B on any part of the surface of that basketball, then you would understand something very simple, that geometric shape that you have in your hand has a consequent to it, meaning that it's whatever values that it's going to have, how you measure it, is going to be directly proportional to what it is. So if I say I have a cube in my hand and it's a box, you know exactly the dimensions and the shape and everything, because I'm describing it to you. So in your mind, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And also when I say a basketball, so a basketball is, it's a sphere, and it's got surface curvature that can be measured. So once you apply that sort of critical thinking to anything that has a geometric shape with the consequent of that specific shape, then you're going to be able to find out, all I need to do is measure the curvature on this sphere that we're on. That's it. That's all I have to do.
Yeah.
But it seems like we get into these long, drawn-out arguments over, like the guy who was in here just a while ago, he was lost. But if we were to take him directly to surface curvature and say, if there's no evidence of that, then it's not that. Yeah, and then have the person admit that at least. Because if they can't admit that, then they're not being intellectually honest with themselves, and they're lost in a blind belief that, somebody said something somewhere.
Right.
Like he thinks right now.
Right, because even if the numbers were incorrect, you would still see curvature if it was larger or smaller.
Exactly.
Right.
Because that is the consequent of it being that geometric shape. Right. So it doesn't matter if they say, well, you're just like an amoeba on a beach ball or whatever. It's like, that's not the point. The point is surface curvature would be demonstrated by way of us being able to verify that it has that. Because that is the consequent of being a geometric shape. If it's a sphere that we're on, then surface curvature, elevation change should be able to be measured. Absolutely, 100%.
Right, and if you're on a sphere, higher you would go, you would start seeing the shape bending.
Yeah, it would
start
definitely
seeing
show
curvature
itself
at a certain height.
But like, they're not even telling us, because even with what they say you can't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat, and that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. And so you got all these guys, these prolific people in the globe Earth arena that's saying that you can't even see surface curvature. You can't even see it. You have to go far beyond the ISS levels just to actually start to see a bit of curvature.
Well, the numbers they give us on the size of the Earth, for you to be off the surface of the Earth to start seeing curvature, you would have to at least, to the numbers they give us, you'd have to be at least 1,000 miles above the surface.
Far away from the surface. So that doesn't add up, right? That doesn't add up for us. So that's
especially when the ISS is 250, supposedly.
250 miles. That's right.
Right.
And so anything below that, it's ridiculous. How they say they see curvature from an airplane or from a mountain. Yeah, it's that redundant. So we have to. It's difficult, right? Because we know what we're dealing with. It's more psychological than it is like evidence based, because they can't even see evidence. They go straight to the motive. Whoa, okay, that's fine. Yeah, they got the Earth is not curving, but why would they lie? It's like we don't have to entertain that because you haven't even looked at the evidence. You want to bypass the evidence and you want to talk about why they're going to do it. So we understand on our part that it has to do with something very psychological in their mind as to like why they've been why they've been blind believing that this idea has been something that they've always thought of it to be, because of the fact that it's been something that, you know, ever since they were young, they were taught or told, and now they believe it as an adult. So it's difficult for them to let go of that. So that's why they go to the motive question, and straight to the motive, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to break through that barrier of cognitive dissonance.
Yep. That's all it is. That's why Witz's question to the guy was very pertinent to his, like, kind of going through and figuring out, oh, yeah, well, shoot, just like the priest of a specific religion, that's exactly what I have. I'm blindly believing the experts who tell me that the Earth is a globe. He's like, I can see that. So that much at least we have, that he could see that much, which helps us anyway. Because whenever he goes and does whatever research he's going to do, if he comes back.
Oh, he'll come back. He'll come back. He'll come back more confused.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. He's going to come back more confused than he did when he left. And then what's going to happen is he's going to be I think he's going to be a bit more combative, because he's going to be like, no, I'm just not going to believe that no one knows. Like it's going to get to him. Because right now, at least, the thing that it has his mind kind of, it keeps him kind of sane, is that he's like, okay, I might not know now, but there's somebody that holds the keys to the answers to, like, the Earth being a globe. I'm not smart. He's probably thinking in his head this. But when he goes and looks at all the arguments, he's going to get frustrated. Either he's going to come back and say, you know, shit, I looked everywhere. I can't find any evidence. Or he's going to find an anti-flat Earth, message out there by McToon or, FTFE or whoever. And he's going to come back in here with those arguments.
He's going to come back. He's going to come back and say, someone's lying. Someone is lying.
Yeah.
He's going to lose his shit.
It's a cognitive barrier, man, that we have to kind of, it's weird, but to say it this way, but we're like therapists for the globe, like the globalists. This is like globe therapy right here. Like we have to try to ease the pain of them not like losing their marbles from this, but.
Well, like what you said earlier, we were all there. We were all there at one point.
Yeah.
Until you do actual research on your own,
you have to.
It just, you get frustrated because there is no answers out there.
There isn't.
Research NASA lies, like just NASA lies. All that once they figure out how much they've been lying, how much helium they can be consuming. They're the biggest helium consumer in the world. They launched the most satellites in the world from Antarctica and on various other remote locations. Yeah. It's really obvious once you actually start looking, and then you find those pilots that are like, "Hey, yeah, it's flat. My curvature of my glass in my airplane makes it seem like it's round, but it's flat as fuck."
Well, we got to understand something. Yeah, we got to understand something very simple. So remember, when we're on this journey, we want to point everybody to the right place. I would say NASA lies would be something derivative to the understanding of the geometric consequent. You always have to remember the thing that holds them to the idea is that they think they have evidence by academia, by everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe. So any agency would be a derivative topic built on the premise that we're going to actually demonstrate that the Earth isn't what they told. So I put it to you like this: yeah, NASA lies. We understand that there's a lot of aspect. Yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery when it comes to like how the deception is being played out, and NASA's a part of that. But what I'm saying is the foundation for them should be the beginning is figuring out if the Earth is actually a globe or not. That's where they start. Exactly. NASA lies is derivative. That's secondary. That's something you get after you understand that the Earth isn't what we've been told. And of course, NASA, the consequence of it, what we have been told, and that it's not that, then we start to realize, okay, what else? Well, we figure out that there's a lot of corporations. There's people's hands in the cookie jar. Everybody's like trying to get a piece of it. You know, these larger corporations like NASA, right? But you can show somebody that there's bubbles in space and all that fakery that they got going on with that. That's fine. But still, there's a lot of minds that will still say, yeah, but you're saying they're faking it. I say they're not. And it doesn't matter how much evidence you show me, like bubbles in space or wires that they're hanging from the ISS. I'm still going to believe that at some point they're still in space. So you don't deal with the Earth not being a ball. You're just talking about how NASA's fakery. You know, like, and so you don't get to the root of the problem, which is their idea they think they live on a globe. So always remember that. It's a derivative. NASA lies is a derivative topic to the consequent of the Earth being a globe.
It's weird because that's really how I really sold it for me in my particular case. But I know everybody's a little different with, you know, which research they've been doing. What do they know before they start approaching the flat Earth topic? What other rabbit holes did they go down? But yeah, that really sold it for me. That was like, wow, this is it. That's why they're lying. Boom, boom,
not a problem.
boom. All these lights went off. You know, I was like, wow, holy crap. But
I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that people can come to the understanding that the Earth is not a globe through that information. I don't think that's an issue. But I'm saying foundationally, it's not like the one size fits all kind of truth. This one here that I'm telling you, the consequent of the Earth not being a globe, that's the one size fits all. Yeah. That means if they don't have evidence for that, none of it makes sense. I don't care how hard they try. You can't listen. If you know the Earth is not a globe, NASA's definitely not real. Like the corporation of what they're doing.
That's right.
You know that. Like, but if you let's say you're talking to the average Joe who's like he doesn't trust the government. He could see your point. He could see your point that NASA's kind of faking. He might distrust the moon landing.
You're like tiptoeing around it. Yeah. Until
you actually drop the hammer, and then they're like, "Oh shit, the Earth's not a globe." Damn. Now, then it solidifies it for them that NASA's lies and all that. So, but I'm not saying you can't come to it that way.
That's what I mean by that. Yeah. No, very well, man. Very well said. I like the way your charisma. You just played that out perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah, because you were already, I would say, partially a truther before you actually came to the knowledge of the Earth not being what we've been told. But what happened was,
correct.
It solidified it for you. You're like, oh, the Earth is flat. Hell yeah, NASA's lying. Now I know it's full on lies. Like I know they were liars before, but not to this level. Like when you know what I mean. Like that's
it was like the last nail in the coffin. That was like, okay, yeah, for sure. Like this is like after everything else I've seen, boom, this is a good thing to show. Once they're like really leaning towards, hey, maybe it might be flat. And then you're like, oh, see, look at it. They have to lie to protect their ass because they have no scientific evidence.
There you go, 100%. That's it, right
brilliant.
there.
Hey, I got a question for an advanced flat earther.
Advanced? Yeah. What do you mean by advanced? But go ahead, ask your question.
Well, someone that's been probably researching more than I have. The question I have is, okay, the model that they give us, the Earth model of the rotation of the Earth and the Moon rotating around the Sun. Now we have 9 moon phases, 9 phases of the Moon. My question is, if you put the moon phases to the model of the flat Earth, it doesn't make sense because halfway through the orbit, wouldn't the moon phases be opposite?
I can answer this one if you'd like. May I answer this?
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say before anybody does answer it, I want to put a word of caution to this. There's something that is actually beyond like the scope of what we perceive. So if we're gonna go into the realm of speculation, it needs to be connotated with our argument. So if we're saying, listen, if we're gonna say something as a matter of fact, I would caution you on that because if you're saying this is a matter of fact, as far as
I will give you as a matter of fact. Hold on, because what he's talking about is the model he's talking about is from a flat plane.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is he's going at it from an overall worldview perspective. So overall worldview would mean, like he said, the Earth being a globe and such. So if we're saying that the overall flat Earth is the extension to the plane of existence, right? Because right now there's a concept. Okay, the concept is the AE or Gleason's map, and there's two ideas right now: the Gleason's concept, and you got the globe Earth model. And so you're going to try to work the moon phases off of one of those two, right? So if you're going with the flat Earth, you're going to think about a Gleason's. My word of caution is to the overall worldview paradigm as to how the sun and the moon are moving over the flat plane of existence. Whether you say Gleason's or globe.
Yeah, but my point still stands. He invoked a model. He didn't realize he used a flat Earth model when he talked about orbits. I'm correcting him.
Well, once again,
the celestial sphere that the orbits are derived from is a flat Earth model. So he doesn't realize that. So he thinks he's talking about a globe. He needs to know that.
Yeah, according to the celestial sphere, you are correct in saying that.
Well, the answer is simple, man. Like, when you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth, you're presupposing some type of physical geometric obstruction being the cause of the eclipse, which is just a baseless assertion. Has nothing. We have it all mapped out.
No. I'm not talking about the eclipse or anything. I'm just talking about if you look at the Earth model, the model, right, and the sun, because the moon is in a fixed orbit around the Earth, right. So what I'm saying is
it's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same thing.
What I'm saying is that halfway through the year, when the sun and the moon are on the opposite side of the sun, wouldn't that affect the moon phases? Shouldn't the shadow of the moon be on the opposite side?
Why? What's causing the shadow? What? How do you know the shadow?
Well, they're saying, on the Earth model, they're saying that the Earth, right, orbits the sun, and the moon orbits the Earth. So
yeah,
if you look at that model, how it works, wouldn't the moon phases flip flop each year?
No, they claim that the moon spins. They claim that the moon is spinning on an axis 10 miles per hour, and that the time it takes it to rotate once on its axis is the same exact amount of time it takes it to orbit the Earth. So it always looks like the same side of the moon is facing the Earth. That's just a cool story, bro. That we see the moon and it goes through a cycle.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual moon phases.
I know. I'm trying to explain it to you. They claim that the moon faces the same side because it's rotating and it takes the same time to rotate as it does to orbit, because they have to explain why we just always see the same moon looking the same going through a cycle. So it only makes sense to have flat Earth.
Okay.
Well, just to get back to the point I was trying to make, is the orbits that you invoked required a flat Earth for the angles to plug into the calculations. So when you talk about orbiting the sun, you're talking about a flat Earth concept. It's not correct because it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, as they point out. So it's a self-debunking idea.
What was one of your eureka moments when you've been researching flat Earth?
That there's no curvature.
That the globe was derived from a flat plane, and that it has to be flat for you to calculate it as a globe.
Yeah, mine was with water. Once I realized all water is on the same level, just different elevations, it kind of gave me a eureka moment.
Well, simply everything that we do on Earth, we just treat the Earth as a stationary plane. Like literally everything that we do, including sea level, including elevation, like literally everything we do, including elevation angle measurements, all of it.
And definition of airplane.
Yeah. Yeah, the ocean debunks the globe in like 50 different ways. They use something called bathymetry, where they shoot sonar down from the surface. So they assume the horizontal sea level surface. They sit down sonar right? And then they actually measure the duration of signal based on like horizontal parallels. Then we of course measure elevation with a horizontal of sea level extending adjacent to land masses, and then measure the perpendicular vertical distance above that to get elevation. So to map the ocean floor, to map the depths, and to map elevation, it all requires like parallel horizontals.
Just one more question, not to get people all riled up or anything. Back to the moon phases. Where does the moon go for 3 days when you can't see it in the night sky?
It goes into my house.
Yeah, good question. Good question. So have you ever heard of polarization?
Yes.
Okay, so if you stack three polar, this is speculation. If you stack three polar lenses on top of each other, so you can stack two polar lenses, as you begin to turn it, if the second lens becomes perpendicular to the first, it goes completely black. If you stack a third one on top of it, the light comes back, which actually debunks the photon, side note, because supposedly the second lens is blocking the light. So how can I add a third lens and all of a sudden the photon comes back? But the point is that the polarization will block out the light, the perceivable light. So literally we have electromagnetic polarization in the atmosphere based on the angle intersecting with where the moon is. It can make it disappear. There are many explanations as to what could happen. It could just be like a plasma cycle, like an energetic cycle. But, you know, they just claim that those 3 days the light is hitting the other side of the moon so we can't see it.
Yeah, because I researched a little bit of that, and they said it's due to it's in Earth's shadow, like the umbra of the Earth. And I'm like,
really crude, in really simple terms,
days.
they claim that the other side of the moon's being lit up for 3 days.
Seems a little wonky to me.
Yeah, but if you ever look, it's something called the Venn diagram paradox.
Right.
The quantum paradox. If you take a lens and you put it on a table, or just say you put it up in a window, and then you take another lens and you put on top of that a polarized lens, and then you turn it to where it's perpendicular.
Yeah.
So it'll get darker and darker and darker, and then boom, it's completely dark. There's no light coming through. If you add another lens on top of it, all of a sudden the light will come back through. So that shows, for one, there isn't some physical particle traveling through those lenses, and light is just how you perceive it through, different polarization. This could explain eclipses and phases.
Hi guys. I understood, or somebody was telling me, it's down to when it disappears. It's because I think, don't quote me definite on this, when the moon is within, say, it's either 15 degrees or 20 degrees of either near the sun, then it's not visible. So if it's if depending on where the sun is,
like I can see that happening for like an hour, but for 3 days, it's kind of.
Well, I mean, if the sun's in a certain constellation, which it spends, a certain amount of time there, as does the moon for two days or whatever. So if they're both in that same constellation and the moon is within a certain degree of the sun, you won't see it.
Okay.
That's what I was told. I think you can check the astrological charts to have a look at that, and it'll confirm it. Not sure though. Just.
Hey, have you guys, throughout your years of research, have you guys ever stumbled across any evidence or video of them assembling the International Space Station? Do you remember that being built?
No, doesn't exist.
You think that they would record that shit, right? That's pretty pretty heavy duty.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, there's no footage of it being built.
Because when I was born in '71, and I don't remember. I remember like the space shuttle program and stuff, obviously, but I don't remember them actually building the International Space Station. You know, like section by section, and you'd think that they would kind of record that. They recorded them.
Yeah, you would think they'd build a huge. You think they'd also build a huge vacuum chamber and test on the Earth before they just throw it into space
You
as
would
well.
think, right? I'm just, that's a pretty huge engineering feat, right? You'd think that that would be taught in schools or at least engineering class. Something, right? Something would definitely go down in the history books.
And you've seen the replica though, right? I mean,
Yeah, I've seen cartoon versions.
no, you know, there's like a life-size replica on the Earth.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you actually go to I think it's in this server. If you go to the NASA section, just scroll up a little bit and you're gonna see it. Here, I'll grab it.
Okay, cool. So it's kind of like a theme park. Kind of like the same thing they did with Noah's Ark, the replica of Noah's Ark. You guys familiar with Captain Cook? He was an explorer in the 17th century.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, because all of his navigational charts are still available for public in his log. But if you chart his course through the three and a half years he was out at sea, it doesn't make sense on on the ball model. But if you put it on like the Gleason's map or a flat Earth model, his path makes more sense. If anyone's not familiar with Captain Cook's adventures, you should check it out.
All right, here I found it. You've never seen that?
Sorry, I was just on the phone. Were you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that? Shot from the chat.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I see pictures of the Earth from space, I was always wondering, where's the ice?
Yeah, I think there's not really any moisture to freeze. Yeah, I think I'm about to move to Florida, bro. It's going to get so crazy. I'm about to buy an annual pass to Kennedy Space Center. And basically interview every single astronaut. That what they do is they have an astronaut of the day, and they roll them, they like exchange them out every week or so. So they constantly have a new astronaut there that'll eat breakfast with you, and you can go on a tour with them, and they'll tell you stories. You can ask them questions, and you can get autographs.
Huh.
And I'm gonna go. I think we're moving to Florida. I'm gonna get an annual pass, and I'm gonna go up to see each one of them and interview them and record it. So I'm gonna be asking them questions about the ISS and supposedly going to space and etc.
Yeah, to see if they can see stars in space.
Well, I actually have asked an astronaut face to face that question, and she said yes. She said, yeah, they look the same as they do on Earth, pretty much. The only difference is they don't flicker. So she said they look exactly the same, except they don't flicker, because they're not a lot closer. You're not a lot closer to them or anything when you're out in space. That's what she said. Yeah. Then my buddy showed her a picture of herself training in the pool and said, I bet you didn't know that the public was going to eventually figure out you do all your spacewalks in the pool. And then she just nervously laughed. And then I got her autograph, and she said, reach for the stars, Austin.
What's the name of that huge pendulum they use to prove the Earth is rotating? What's the name of that pendulum again?
Foucault's pendulum.
Right.
Foucault.
Right. Yeah, they got to start that, don't they?
Yeah, but I can still mend their position for that as well. So they say that whenever you set up the pendulum, that once it's set up and you establish it being balanced, that it's already maintaining the angular momentum of the Earth's rotation, so it's moving with it. So you have to push it in its plane so that you can then see the deviation as it moves. So it's like they don't, like what they're measuring is not the direction they push it, they're measuring left to right, perpendicular to the direction they push it. So flat earther would say, well, shouldn't it move on its own? Then they'll say, well, it's maintaining the angular momentum of the Earth as you set it up. You know what's really funny though? Well, I'm about to start doing my set, but I think Darren and I are going to actually fly down to the equator somewhere in Brazil and set up a really expensive pendulum and see if it doesn't precess at all. Because according to the globe model, at the equator, the pendulum shouldn't precess at all. So we're going to go right above the equator, then at the equator, then right below. So it should go one direction, then stop moving, and then go the other direction if the globe is reversed. You'll never find anywhere ever that someone has supposedly documented that pendulum not precessing at all on the equator.
You think that would be something simple?
Yeah, it has to. If the Earth's a globe, it has to, and you would think that'd be like the first thing that they would do.
Right.
They would measure above. Yeah. Well, this was 1851, obviously, but they would measure up above it, then they'd measure at the equator, and they'd measure below it. It's never been done. There's something else that we're looking into is there's a laser that costs $4,500, and after 5 miles, it only has a 6-inch beam divergence. So we're gonna try and shoot these lasers over some water.
Oh, like that cheesy experiment that the Discovery Channel did with some boats. Did you ever watch that? That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I didn't have lasers.
Have you ever heard of the scientific term Earth tides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was just looking at. I just checked the last new moon where it disappears was 19th of May. So I just looked at the chart on that, and the sun and the moon was basically right close to each other in the Gemini constellation. So that's what I was saying before. You can't see it when they're on top of each other or within 15 degrees of each other. You won't see the moon. For some reason, I can't post. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else is having trouble. I can't post any pictures anymore in the chat for some reason. I think it lets me do one, and then I just can't do anything else. I can't add any photographs or anything to the chat if I wanted to.
Did you guys know that they claim that pretty much every lunar eclipse has a stellar eclipse? It's just specific to coordinates.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
A lot of people think the stellar eclipse is like a rare thing, but they actually say it happens with pretty much every lunar eclipse. You just have to be at the right coordinates to see it.
Ah, right. Yeah.
That's so bad for them. So it's refraction. It's refraction, but it happens pretty much every time. But sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Refraction or gravity sorts everything out.
But yeah, refraction can't explain it. Why you guys so loud, man?
What's up, Whit?
Everyone just got there working out.
Nice, man. Heading downtown, ready to teach another summer class, man.
Nice.
That's a really good point, though. Nearly all of them are selenilian eclipses. Because that was kind of a weird point, too. Like, your region's not a good spot to see the eclipse. And I was like, what? I thought it was out in space. But yeah, I think it's 100% full moon tonight. Or right now, anyway. I think Systems is right, but chat seems to be a bit fickle. It won't let me post anything either.
Hey, Austin. How you doing, bro?
Good.
Oh yeah. I've been I sent you two instruments through Telegram, and I don't know if you got it or not.
Instrumental beats?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I have to check. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's there.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure you got it or not, but
What's
I
your
don't know what type
Telegram?
of beats.
What's your username?
The same name as this one, Kembo Beats.
Okay. I'll check it out.
All right, bro.
Always down for beats, man. We're having to pay for them.
No, don't pay for them, bro. Don't pay for them. I do just trap, drill, and a little bit of R&B. But if you, I'm gonna be releasing more stuff. So, but whenever I'm done, I'll send it your way. If you want to use whatever, that's fine. But yeah, don't pay. Well, at least you don't have to pay for mine. Yeah.
Cool, bro.
Yeah. Hey man, I really like that song, man. The song you just released it. Was it your wife was singing?
School and Globers.
Yep. That's a good song too, and I don't know who produced the beat, but the beat sound tight too, though.
We just found the beat and had to pay for it.
Oh, okay. Oh, matter of fact, hold on. Let me send you. I have something similar right now. Hold on. Let me turn on my computer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you a beat right now.
Yeah, the song did pretty well on TikTok. I mean, I don't have like a huge TikTok, but people were commenting all over it. It's funny, like it shows you the analytics and the people who like dog it in the comments. They listen to 10 seconds of it. And it's like, come on, man.
TikTok. Oh yeah, like the music like glitches them out. Like if the music sounds good, they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, that's true. I started putting the Glober Sniper on there, and it's funny how many people like that too. I don't know. I just like looking at the analytics, like what keeps people's attention, and kind of like the conversation you were having the other day about like comedy and like it is a deep subject, but like how do you make it hilarious, like laughable, and like get over it,
Yeah, for sure. I think comedy's the glitch. Comedy and music.
Comedy and music. Weird Al just like nailed it in one combination.
Yeah, I think we're gonna make an EP, and then I'm not sure how to go about the comedy thing. I'm trying to think about it. Just make parodies or something.
Yeah, an EP would be sweet.
Yeah, I think we're gonna wait till we move and try and set up a little room we record in.
I think I just heard the two magic words, comedy and music, so I thought I'd join in. What's up, everyone?
What's up?
If anybody ever needs a fake country accent, just call me. Hey, what's up, Austin? Nice show last night, man. You're a natural at that, bro.
You mean Glowbusters?
Yeah, man.
Oh, thank you, man.
The graphics are looking sweet as well, mate.
Thank you, man. Some people did not like that I was hosting, I think, but I appreciate it.
They didn't like what? Say that again?
Some people didn't like that I was hosting, apparently.
Oh, really? Oh, well. Anyway, why is Jaron not hosting anyway? Not that I had a problem with that. I thought you were great.
He's on a trip with his family.
Ah, okay.
But I think we're gonna do a thing where like he hosts three weeks a month, and I host one of them.
That's right. It was nice. It was a nice new vibe and that, and troubling on there as well. And I really enjoyed the chat. It was really great.
We broke up, but it may have been me. I don't know.
No, I was just saying, I thought it was a great chat. I think it's a nice, it's nice to have you on this. It's a different vibe, right? What's wrong with that? So who's complaining? In fact, don't tell me. There's always going to be someone that pisses and moans, isn't there?
Yeah, pretty much. Can't make everyone happy, bro.
No, I know that. I know that feeling.
I like the vibe of like switching over to Rockfit and then just like talking about everything.
Freedom!
Like Glowbusters, the second half, we just talk about everything.
It should be, Glowbusters Freedom, second half.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like, it's almost like weird now. That's kind of sad, but.
Yeah. I liked all
just being able to talk.
Yeah, I liked all the stuff you were talking about all the sort of revelation of the method of all the jab, the pokey poke, all of that's coming out now, and that's amazing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a crazy time to be alive. I wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're talking about it all over the place, even making it political with what's his name, RFK Jr. or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's the weirdest part of all of it. Obviously, we have to be like careful what we're saying, but like Rogan is obviously I don't necessarily trust Rogan, but anyway, I guess you guys know he's like offering up a debate challenge to sit down on his show and debate RFK Jr. about the safety and efficacy of things, and they're all turning it down. And it started at $100K. It's up to I think $3 million now, and none of these quote unquote scientists will sit down and have the debate. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I didn't know which way to think about it. I'm like, wait, I thought you didn't want RFK to talk, and now you're making him run president? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's hard to ever know what's really going on. There's no way he'll win president, honestly. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, it's funny. I've never voted, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, this guy seems all right. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Like,
yeah, something's got to be going on.
it's like clearly they're losing. They're like, how do we get everybody back?
Yeah, man, you got to give a voice for the disgruntled. That's what Trump was all about.
When they need a hero, supply them with one.
Yeah, I think if too many people start to kind of become discontent, they have to appease them with some figure. Makes sense, though. Think about how fed up so many people were, and then they just became Trump supporters, and now they're just pacified for it's going on about to be 8 years now.
Definitely a wild time.
Yeah, Flat Earth is so amazing, bro. It breaks you from all those chains. So you just watch politics like it's comedy. Speaking of comedy, it's dude. I swear, politics is the best form of comedy. Think about our last two presidents. It's comedic gold.
Bro, Flat Earth saves you from myocarditis.
Yo, I swear, comedy is the glitch. That's why you glitched the Matrix, because you combined music and comedy. So it's they don't know what to do with you, bro.
I want to do more of it, because that's the only. I went a bit serious for a while with songs like Big Pharma and stuff like that, and that got taken down. But once you add that comedic layer to it, it glitches shit out. It's like Jim Brewer. He's on stage really going into this stuff and really making fun of the whole vax agenda, and he's getting away with it because everybody just goes, he's just joking. He's a comedian. Comedians can really say what the hell they like, because they can hide behind it's just a joke.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. When you start being funny, you can say it's a parody. That's why that redhead dude JP, he gets away with so much, because if it's a parody, then you're protected.
Yeah.
It also works on people's cognitus too. So it glitches the Matrix, but it also glitches out people. It's damn it, I won't laugh. Damn it, this song is good. So they don't really. They're captivated. So it's kind of a way to force people to hear the information.
Oh, bro, if I could tell you how many comments I've seen on my video saying, "Hey, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I'm a glober, but I really love your music."
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Hey, Austin. I just sent you another beat, bro. So altogether, I sent you 3 beats already. So check them out. Let me know what you think whenever. Okay, bro?
Yeah, I'll check them out, man.
Okay.
I am driving back from the gym, and I have a few things I have to do this morning, but I'll check them out this afternoon.
Okay. All right, bro. Hey, man, nice talking to you, man. I just want to say, thank you for everything, you've been doing for the, the Flat Earth community. And you've been doing an amazing job, and I think you woke a lot of people up too. But except M-Ball guy. Except M-Ball. Oh man, I just want to grab him by the neck, bro, man, why are you keep trolling, bro? I think I remember last time, in the end of the show, he called in, you guys had talk. He actually put down his guard a little bit, and he actually listened, and next few days he came back and started trolling again.
Yeah, that dude's going to the grave with the globe, bro.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, yeah, man. But thanks for everything, bro.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the kind words, bro.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Austin, have you guys ever thought about doing like a crow type setup for Glowbusters, where you can flip to like the second hours members only or whatever, or is on a platform where basically you can say anything, but you can at least lead the first hour with a lot of teasers alluding to the gravy that's going to be an hour two. You guys thought about that at all?
Yeah, I think we are kind of trying to shift to that type of thing. Like, it'll just be on Rockfin though. I mean, if you have right now we're even leaving them for free, but yeah, like yesterday we did that when I hosted, but it wasn't like, so Crow, what they'll do is they'll talk about the subject the whole time, and like you said, they'll kind of leave teasers of what they can't say or what they're gonna say in the second half. And I was just like, I just completely took a left turn and started talking about different stuff. But yeah, that is kind of our plan going forward. First half on YouTube, second half on Rockfin.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll have to check out the show. Is this the first episode back in a long time for Glowbusters?
We've been back for a few weeks, I think.
Okay.
We took a couple weeks off, and that was the first time I've ever hosted. We're doing a new thing where I host once a month. But yeah, we talked about like everything I could think of in in the second half off the top of my head. I'm like, oh, I saw this video. I was playing everything. So I think Glowbusters should be like that. I think it should be like, about flat Earth, certainly for the first half, but we should also cover a lot of other things. So I think that's kind of the vibe moving forward. That's a great idea. Because look, we're all truthers at the end of the day, and we all look into lots of other stuff, and we're all interested in lots of other stuff. So why shouldn't you do it like that? Yeah, exactly. And like, say someone's watching Glowbusters, they're probably already a truther. All right. I mean, and if not, the first half will get them. If they can make it through the first half, then they're probably ready for the second half anyway. So yeah, I think people are just thirsty for like consistent shows that speak truth. Definitely. And have you ever considered inviting, like, say, once a month or once every 2 months, once every 6 months, or just inviting one of these prominent globers on? Because everybody likes a good debate, like just if for half an hour, I think, and get them to bring all their audience over. That might increase the viewership a little bit. I know how it's going to go, but it could increase the viewership at the end of the day.
Maybe I can run it by everyone, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets shot down because the chat will become super toxic. But it would be interesting though, because if they come to Glowbusters, they can't just like interrupt and yell and mute and stuff. So yeah, I can run it by everyone. I don't know if they want to, because right now the chat's pretty well behaved. And as soon as you bring one of these people over, it's just gonna get crazy.
But what's wrong? I mean, I'm not saying that I like toxicity, but what's wrong with people? Obviously you've got mods that are going to, ban people that are just downright rude and abusive. But people having that discussion in the chat, that should be good for viewership, shouldn't it? Because it's like, everybody, it's just, you're getting that audience, you're getting people fired up, and sometimes I think that might help.
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, like I have to rein my mods in on my channel and be like, yo, it's good that they're here. If someone watches it back, even, they can see the conversation in the chat and what's being responded to. They can hear both sides, and I think it's definitely good to have them there. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see what they think, and then we'll have to decide who we would want on. I think the other argument against it is like Dave Weiss will say, that we shouldn't give them any attention because we're the only reason that they're still a thing. But I don't agree with that. I debate them because I think it's important. But yeah, it's a decent idea. I can see what everyone thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love. I like a good debate. I like listening to, and these prominent globers, whatever you want to call them, they're not going away. So the idea that you're giving them more attention, in my mind, you'll be showcasing how dumb they are.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm still trying to iron out the whole Professor Dave thing, but
Like if Professor Dave doesn't debate me, he's still gonna be on YouTube. Like it's not like he's going anywhere.
Exactly.
I think the only way we're gonna be able to get Professor Dave is to set up like a PPV, like a pay-per-view debate, and it's behind a paywall for like a week, and he gets half the money or whatever. I think that's our most recent plan, is to like trap him with money.
Dude, the best thing you could do is utilize the platform of Globebusters because they obviously watch it, right? Because Professor Dave and all the other commentators, right? The YouTube debater, commentator guys like Simon Dan, they obviously watch and use Globebusters in a lot of their clips. So you could use Globebusters like, I don't know, whatever, next week. You're like, by the way, Professor Dave, this is a official formal invite for you to debate me. Reach out as soon as possible. And then every week be like, all right, week 2 of Professor Dave avoiding debating me. Just have that as
Yeah,
like
what's so funny is we actually have kind of, I mean, we didn't do the counting it for, but we did try that. Like that was Bob's idea. So we did a whole show like challenging him to debate me. Just went unresponded to, but yeah, I mean, we could try to keep up with it. I'll just direct message. I think the only way you're gonna get him is for one, to attack his ego, and to like offer him some type of monetary incentive. I think if you attack his ego, you might can get him. I don't know, dude. So he knows he can't debate me, bro. So I don't know. It's kind of tough.
Well, maybe we should be doing physical fights then, like Zuckerberg and Musk, then, because then you know how many people would pay for that.
And that would be epic, dude. I'd get in the ring with Professor Dave.
Bro, there would be like no Globers standing. You realize that, right? That wouldn't last too long.
Not with the passion that we've got.
I mean, they might, of all the anti-flat earthers, they might have one or two that could step in the ring and hold their own. As much as I hate him, Zanuck probably could.
Yeah, Zanuck could, yeah.
I take that back. I don't hate him as much as I dislike him.
Yeah, you dude used to be a gladiator. I was so shocked when I found that out.
That was also 25, 30 years ago, Zanuck, so I don't know. But judging by the rate in which he speaks, I'm sure he does enough uppers to maintain a lean cut body.
I didn't realize it had been that long.
Probably. I mean, American Gladiators was on when I was a kid, so like that was like the 80s, early 90s.
Right, when I was being born.
Yeah, probably before you were born, Zanuck was a gladiator.
Yo, someone was telling me, dude, because we're like looking at houses, and someone was telling me, he's like, dude, the water on the west coast of Florida, in near Tampa. He said it's got tons of algae and all the fish die. And then I should go to the other side.
So we do get red tide. This year there was a red tide hasn't been as bad, but there's been a ton of algae that's been coming in. So like seaweed and shit. I went to the beach last week. Ton of fucking seaweed. But it's not always like that.
Yeah.
That depends on storms and year by year. But then you go to the East Coast and it's like the water's consistently colder and the beaches are darker in color, which means the sand's hot as shit.
Okay.
Beaches are way better over here, by the way. Like the west coast of Florida beaches are the ones that always get rated like top beaches, not even in the United States, but like in the world.
Yeah, like I grew up like loving Tampa area because you have the bay and everything. And then I guess he was saying he's like he says that Palm Beach is the best area. I guess it's the only place that grows coconuts in the United States. I'm like, bro, that's way too far south, man. And it's also, if you look at the numbers, it's like it's a 1 in 7 chance of a hurricane there. Tampa's like a 1 in 25. Pensacola's like 1 in 7.
Yeah.
And I think actually Palm Beach might be 1 in 5. Yeah, Miami's like 1 in 5 or so. So
Tampa's one of the toughest, right? So like even when the only time I've been down here, right? So in like 20 years that we even were forecasted to get a direct hit, it shifted south and hit Fort Myers. So
Yep.
yeah, right after we got married there. Dude, the place that we got married just got loved.
Yep. Fort Myers got hit.
But it makes sense. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? It has to go like through those land masses around Florida and then cut up towards Tampa. So it makes sense that it's like less likely.
Dude, it either cuts south or it continues up north, like Panhandle area. Like the first year I moved down here was Katrina, right? And during that year, we had so many hurricanes in the Gulf, but they all went up like towards the Panhandle or towards like the armpit of the state. So, yeah, it's very rare that they cut across right around Tampa. So, pretty safe in this area.
Like, I love Tampa, man. Like, that dude was talking so reckless about the water. I'm like, oh man, chill.
Yeah, but, right now this year, there's some seaweed this year, but that's not all the time. And by the way, the house, I was visiting friends at Sarasota yesterday, and they had 3 huge coconut trees producing coconuts with coconuts on it in Sarasota. So,
oh, that's very cool.
I legit have a coconut tree in my backyard. It's just too small for fruit yet.
Wait, you guys from Tampa?
Yeah, I live in the Tampa Bay area. Yeah.
Okay. Or like where? Like St. Pete?
Bro, you just want my address or what? You want to come stop by?
No. I don't want your address. Because I was there last year. Like I lived there for like almost 10 years, but I moved to Texas. Yeah, but I wasn't around St. Pete. For about almost 10 years.
St. Pete's pretty cool.
Yeah, I lived in St. Pete for a little while. Yeah, I lived at like I lived close to like 75 in the Howard Franklin Bridge.
Okay. All right.
I lived in that area, and then I moved down to like 7th Street and 7th Ave. You know, borderline crackheads and Old Northeast. That area.
Yep. I know exactly where's it at, bro. Yeah, St. Pete. I mean, it's cool. It's but as soon you pass downtown to the south side, oh man, forget it, bro.
Just all right. St. Pete's all right. Like I don't like cities, man. So yeah, like it's not my thing. But I mean, I went there. I visited a friend. We rode like these e-bikes around. It is all right. It's pretty cool, but it's not somewhere I would never like live up in St. Pete.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe a few years ago I was.
Yeah, they got the nice area. On north side, even north side still a little bad. But if you go like past downtown and go to like the ghetto, like just maybe 2 minutes just past downtown, there's like nothing but ghettos over there.
Yeah, Southside can be a
That's
little rough
bad.
for sure.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, what I mean, I used to live there, so I know when we first moved from Maine to Florida, we bought a house over there and, just fix it up and, whatever, we move in all that stuff. And maybe after like a month, we realized, oh, we moved into really, really, really bad area. But we were safe most of the time over there. Sometimes
Dude,
not so safe sometimes, but yeah.
your generation, you guys' generation, I don't know how old you are. Like, lucky you guys, man. They try to buy a house right now, man, and it sucks. It's ridiculous. And even renting a house is ridiculous. Like, bro, if I was alive 10 years earlier, I could have got the prettiest house in Florida ever.
Oh yeah, 10
I
years
know.
ago where was
No,
that?
really.
Like I bought in 2012, right? And the people that we went and visited yesterday, like they bought in 2012. They bought their house for like 350 grand. Their house is worth over $1 million now. Like well over $1 million.
Yeah, crazy, dude.
Yeah.
When we first moved from Maine to Florida, the house it's not all that. There's still, works you got to put in. You got to fix a little stuff. Whatever. Repaint the whole house and fix the bathroom and the roof a little bit or whatever. But we bought the house for $28,500. Now, I told my mom, yo, sell it, whatever, and now it's over 200 grand. And the house, is in a okay condition, because we fix a lot of stuff, whatever. But still, now you can't find no house in St. Pete like less than 200 grand. Like there's no way,
Yep.
But in 2012, 13, 14, 15, or whatever, it was really cheap, man. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I live in like just like a normal suburb, right? Subdivision. And I bought my house for 150 grand and I could sell it for 500 tomorrow.
Yeah. What did we say What did we say yesterday? You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. So
Yeah.
what have they done with with houses? We mentioned yesterday Dallas Fort Worth was rent went up 10% every year for the last 7 years, and homes went up. I quoted a home in Richardson, Texas that was on Zillow at $479,000 in 2019, and it went to 222. It went up to $749,000 in 2022, just in 3 years. So it's amazing. The only thing I can say about what Austin's doing with Kai and Aaliyah, I did pronounce that right, Aaliyah. Yep. You Tampa is beautiful. I mean, Melbourne is great, but yes, you run into hurricanes on that side. But Melbourne is beautiful, but Tampa is the best. Tampa to Fort Myers is just, and Sarasota basically. It's just beautiful over there. If I had to do it, it'd be Sarasota or Tampa if I could afford to live there. Well, we're looking at a place like in that area. I won't even give you any specifics, but the landlord of the house lives in Sarasota. But I will say it's not even just Florida, right? Like my parents built a house in Tennessee, in like West Tennessee, and they spent like, after everything, I mean, big house, pool, everything, I think they spent like a little over $3 million, and they just sold for $8 million.
Oh wow!
So yeah.
But don't you think that bubble's going to burst though? The property prices here in Spain are ridiculous, right? But surely that's going to come crashing down soon, or what do you think?
I think it's going to be held. I think it's going to be held artificially high so that they can get everybody convinced to cash out, right? Try to cash out on their home. They're going to maybe bring rent down a little bit compared to the prices of the home. So they convince people to cash out of their homes. And then people aren't going to rebuy because the homes are still going to be at a high cost, but also a high interest rate. So if they keep that interest rate high and they keep the cost high, they're going to drive everybody onto the rental market. Because what's been taking place is like BlackRock and all these companies.
Yep, have come in and swooped up a ton of real estate. I'm not going to say too much, but one of the niches I do within tax accounting is I do real estate investment trusts. Let's just say people's portfolios are fucking huge right now. So yeah, I think they're going to do that and kind of force everybody onto the rental plan as opposed to owning.
Yeah, we mentioned we mentioned yesterday that BlackRock bought an entire subdivision in Houston. You know, they built 124 homes, 275 to 3.25 in price, and they bought up the whole 124, and they paid 25% over market value for it, and they're renting them all out. And a place in Dallas, a builder in Dallas was on TV when I used to watch TV, and he said that he was building homes specifically to rent them. Just amazing.
I live I live about 5 minutes from this tourist beach. It's beautiful. It's just so gorgeous where I live, and they've just had to shut the beach because there's a sewage pipe that goes into the sea, and it's broken and it's spewing out all of this shit. It's disgusting. So they've had to shut the beach.
Hey, Alex, don't let them take your mind. That's all I can say.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Take control of your soul, man.
That is like the best song ever. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I get a lot of feedback from that song. That was like one of the last songs I did for the Flat Earth Man album, and it's got a lovely story because it's true. You know, once you start waking up to the creator, then you start to behave differently. And that's what that song's all about. You know, I say in that song, God forbid I tell a lie, and I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I never neglect, and all that sort of stuff. You know, it's true because, it's my story, and it resonates with a lot of other people because it's their story as well. And I put some nice photos of my wedding day and that, which was a nice little touch at the end. It's quite an emotional song because it's true.
You gave me permission. I guess you give everybody permission to do it. You gave me permission on Instagram to use your music during some of my videos that I hope to make here in the future.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'll let you know. Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing. By default, anyone can use my music. I encourage it. The only problem is with that is because it's copyrighted music. If you use it on platforms like YouTube, they're going to go, this is copyrighted music, therefore you can't monetize this particular video. So if you're not interested in monetizing, all good. So yeah, that's the only problem with it. But yeah, I encourage people to use my music. I want more eyes on what I'm doing, obviously.
I don't even know what it's like to be monetized.
That's why I tell people. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I get I've got 71,500 subscribers on YouTube, and I get about 100,000 people looking at my channel a month. Every video on there is monetized. I get like $200 a month from it. It's nothing.
Yeah, because they deprioritize certain content, so they don't give you like the higher paying ad revenue.
Yeah.
I tell people when I get a chance, if people like Austin and Chris Sparks and people like that, you take their time, and Chris has about 265,000 views on Heliosorcery since November 2022. If those people have made a difference in your life, like Austin and Chris and Alex, if they've made a difference in your life, if you run around in your brain when you're driving singing Alex's songs in your head, and you don't maybe say, maybe he deserves a few bucks from me, or you think about geocentrism and all the quotes that Austin gave, and you think about the magician, which is Newton, because John Maynard Keynes called Newton one of the last magicians at the Royal Society in 1936. And people think Newton's this great guy. He was really smart when he was just a magician who worshipped Hermes Trismegistus. If you don't give those people some money sometime, for changing your life, maybe you're looking at life the wrong way.
Oh, you're going to give it away that we pay you to recruit people.
I got accused of being a grifter the other day.
which was laughable because I responded, you know what? Every song and every album I've ever released is free on YouTube or Spotify or SoundCloud. I've even just released all of my children's books as free PDFs to download for free. And every intro song that I've done, and I've done a bunch of them, probably about 10 now, I've never asked for a penny for it. All I ask is for credit. That's all I ask for. So, and people still call me a fucking grifter.
Yeah, but people are retarded.
Their worldview is broken. They'll call you a grifter or whatever the hell that even means. Like somehow you're doing something for money, as they completely excuse thousands of Nazi war criminals who actually just did it for the money. Came to America because the government was going to pay them.
Well, the real grifters in Flat Earth are the anti-Flat Earthers who literally need Flat Earth to survive and actually make ad revenue talking about Flat Earth. But I was going to say, actually, Alex, I wanted to get Aaliyah some of your books. And where's the best place to do that?
Do you want the physical copies or the... Oh, you want the physical copies? Oh, then just go to Amazon and type in Flat Earth Man books. I can drop a link in the live stream.
Oh, you're on Amazon. Okay. Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm using the Devil's platform for conscious content.
Okay. That's okay. That's where I plan on selling children's books there as well eventually. I mean, why would you not?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna hit the the normies, you got to go where the normies go, and that's Amazon, right? So I'm all in favour of corporatizing the truth and getting it on these platforms and Spotify and iTunes. Because if you become one of these truthers that you can't support Amazon, well then I can't support iTunes because Apple are just as bad, Spotify are just as bad. So am I going to remove my content from all of these platforms and reach nobody? So I'm all in favour of trolling Amazon, if you like, or being like a Trojan horse and getting my content on there. Using comedy, of course, because you can get past the algorithms a little easier with that. But I'll drop a link for those books now.
Nice.
Obviously, we're not happy what's happened the last 39 months around the world. But I've talked to a lot of people, and this is definitely my story. I never would have come across Alex or Chris Sparks or Austin or anybody really on Discord and Telegram if it wasn't for what happened the last 39 months. And so, obviously, what happened is absolutely terrible, and to me, it's demonic. But anyway, that's a different discussion. But it's wonderful to know that a lot of us got the chance to know Austin and Alex and Chris Sparks just because of what's happened, since March of 2020.
Yeah, I think it backfired on them overall. Nice, thank you, bro.
It's good that you're doing the kids' books. Have you decided how exactly you're going to do that? I used what did I use? Amazon. I actually use Amazon. They've got what do they call it? Fucking Amazon. Oh, I'll have to. It's been so long ago since I did it, but Amazon have a service where you upload all the images, etc., and the PDFs and all of that, and they'll just print them on demand for you. It's a great service, and I can't remember what percentage they take. You'll have to look into it, but it's a good service.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to do. Yeah, just upload the PDFs, and then Amazon prints and fulfills.
That's it.
Yeah, nice. That's the plan. Cool, bro. I'm going to buy these right now for Aaliyah. Thank you, brother.
Oh, no, thank you for the support. I appreciate that, man. I hope she enjoys them.
Yeah, there's not any good books to read her, so I was like, oh, man, I forgot. My boy Alex made some.
I'm just going to drop a link for anybody else that wants the free PDFs on my site. You can download the whole. You just add every single book to the cart, and when you get to checkout, it doesn't charge you anything. But you feel free to share them all about, because once you've got the PDF, you can email it to anybody. You can put it on a thumb drive. You can give it away as gifts if you like, as a little gift thumb drive, which I'm thinking of doing. But that's a link to the free ebooks on the site. Free stuff from a grifter. There you go.
Just keep the globalists talking, and they'll contradict themselves. Just right away. Sometimes in the same breath. I got that Bob, the science guy, the grifter for even his own worldview. He said in the same breath that flat earthers were harmful disinformation and also entertainment. Normally, the globalists will wait the second breath. They'll make the first claim that it's harmful, holding back all of humanity, then wait for a breath or two, and then say it's a fringe minority that doesn't matter and it's all for entertainment purposes. So they'll contradict themselves, but at least they've got like a goldfish memory. They forgot what they just said 30 seconds ago. This guy said it in the same breath.
I got Austin's doing so much gravy content now. I have a hard time keeping up. Back last year, early this year, he wasn't doing quite as many podcasts, so I could keep up. Austin's fault. And but Austin said, this, a few months back, he said, we are told that we live on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball brought to us by Jesuit priests, and water is held on by this magical, invisible force that no one can see or explain why it happens, and that something came from nothing in the vacuum of outer space while traveling throughout an ever-expanding universe at 1.3 million miles per hour, while Polaris, the North Star, has always remained fixed above the North Pole, and the stars revolve counterclockwise as long as anybody can remember. It's just like it's just fun, and the last one here. Austin said, if you cover a lie, you have to lie. You have no choice but to lie because truth will always win. Truth will always come to light. When you cover a lie, you put yourself in this tough situation where you have to begin to lie and use fallacious arguments and be dishonest and mislead and twist things around. And I just added, and the globe is a lie. And so, so you have actually had people come on to social media. I call them Globerville. Ville is, Ville stands for residents of, a village of, so a village of Globers. You come on here, these people are going to lie about us, and it's just unbelievable. And so I say bypass those in Globerville, go out to the real world and make a difference.
It's really good that you make these books for children because that's the education level that these globalists have.
Well, NASA loves to target children, so I thought I'd do the same.
That's how propaganda works. You get them young, you repeat the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. They do that. They do that playbook every single moment.
They got it from other Nazi war criminals. Exactly the same propaganda piece that Goebbels used. All of them. Nixon was like, "Hey, you guys are a master at this. Can you do that for the liberals, the communists, the leftists? We've got a bunch of undesirables here in America." And he said, "Perfect. Show us how it's done." Oh, Disney cartoons? Perfect. Like a jingoistic space race for capitalism? Perfect. What else do you guys got? Come on, keep it coming.
Yeah.
And it hasn't stopped.
You can look upon, if you believe history, 500 years ago, you can look back and, the Jesuits, Catholic Church, the Jesuits were perfect at this. If you believe Cardinal Wolsey said, that we need to go learning against learning. The second learning is biblical learning that Martin Luther was so, big into teaching children about biblical learning. And here comes Cardinal Wolsey, the Catholic Church, who says we need to have learning against learning. That first learning was science, so the doctors of divinity in the Catholic Jesuit order have now become the doctors of science. And they have taught us that God does not exist and that we are insignificant and that we are part of a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and that we have to look inside ourselves and become gods to ourselves and forget the God who actually created us.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Now I've got Don't Let Him Take Your Mind going through my head over and over again. Cheers, boy.
It's a catchy one, isn't it? You've got to admit, I'm very good at catchy.
It was your best one. I agree with Jim. For me, that was your best one. That's the favorite. That's probably going to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, thanks, man. I like it. I've got a soft spot for all of them. Like, people ask me, which one is your favorite, and I can't answer that because they're all like my children's. Like, which one's your favorite child? Like, how can I answer that? Because I put so much work and passion into that. It's like, I don't release a song till I love it, till I get that goosebump moment in the studio. I'm like, oh, I love this. I get songs that I work on all the time that are half finished, but that just doesn't give me that feeling. But every song I release, I have to love it before I put it out there. If I don't love it, then I can't expect anybody else to. So it's just like, which one's your favourite? I'm like, I love them all. I know it sounds a bit arrogant for me to say that, but I have to love them before I put them out.
No, because you put your, like you say, I was going to say, you put your heart and soul into it. So there must be like a few ones that you've kind of scrapped, but maybe taken a wee bit, like a wee verse here and there or something that you scrapped and then used it in something else, maybe.
Well, I've got songs that I did different versions of songs. Like, some of the songs I've released were different versions first, and they just didn't work. Not for me anyway. And I'm working on a song at the moment called Black Sheep. This is a good example. It's all about, well, this is something that I think is going to resonate with a lot of people because, I was definitely the black sheep of my family, still am. And I'm trying to get it to sound right. And it's just like, I tried a heavy version, I've tried a lighter version, I've tried a sort of more of a funky version. It just, none of them sound right. I'm on my third version now. So, like, and it works really well with the acoustic, but I'm trying to make a more heavier rock album. So I didn't want to put an acoustic song on a rock album. It's like, it's just, sometimes I have to really fight and battle with these songs until I get them sounding, perfect. But so I do go through multiple versions before I'm happy. And so there's so much stuff on the cutting room floor and so much time wasted with just me being a perfectionist, if you like, just trying to get that right. This, something that makes the song sound as good as I can get it, But if I'm going, that doesn't sound right, my voice doesn't sound right, and I just go, right, let's try another version, like, so. Yeah, I'm on version 3 of my current song at the moment. And I'm doing another one about Antarctica as well. I want to bring back the Flat Earth Man character because I want to do more comedy stuff and that, because that seems to resonate a lot more. So I'm writing one about Antarctica at the moment. So that's definitely going to be a country song. I know that, if it's Flat Earth Man.
Please let it have penguins with guns.
It's definitely going to have penguins in it. In fact, the working title of the song is called Protect the Penguins. That's the working title of the song, but I'm doing it with a buddy of mine. We're just having a lot of fun trying to write it at the moment. But I want it to be one of them songs that's just got packed of information as to why we can't independently explore, So look out for that in whenever I finish it. Probably about a year, the way things are going.
If you have less than a minute to talk to somebody out in the real world, I somewhat paraphrase Alex, don't let them take your mind, don't let them tell you you are not divine. It's a 32-second, I guess you call it a chorus, a long time ago since I was in school. I guess it's a chorus, it's 32 seconds long. It starts, don't let them take your mind, and Alex has his hands out, during the video. So, you can paraphrase that with people, and then you can go to Flatten the Curve that came out February 2022. And the lady at the very beginning goes, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. Once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. And at the end of the 2-minute opening, she goes, one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the ability to think for yourself. If you actually incorporate that into your spiel or your talk or whatever, when you come across somebody, you don't have very long to talk to them, those two things I like to incorporate into conversation because they don't hear that in their everyday life. And maybe you are perhaps the first person in their life, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 year life, that has actually told them they don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, that they're special, they're created, and that we need to think for ourselves and don't abdicate the right of thinking to somebody else who we never seen, who doesn't care what we think. They just want puppets. They just want sheep out there. We're no longer sheep. We're warriors. We're warriors for the truth. That's what we should be, and we should be proud of doing that, because it's a great responsibility to tell somebody for the first time, to inform them the first time in their life possibly, that they're special, that they're created, and that this place that God made for us is very special, and it's not what we were told from age 5.
Now, if you could incorporate everything you just said, make it rhyme, you've got a song.
We've been very blessed. There's some of us, I was thinking about this yesterday, all of us were told that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, either from the crib, when Toys R Us used to sell that, that little thing that you could put over the child's crib that had Saturn and Jupiter and the moon and the sun. And you could probably buy it on Amazon today because Toys R Us is out of business. Or they're told, like Austin's trying to do these children's books, you sit down, you're a parent, and you open a book to read to your child when they're 2 or 3, because the sooner you read to your child, maybe the more cognitive abilities they will arrive at. And you open the book and you see a spinning space ball in the book at 2 or 3 years old. And then you go into kindergarten, age 5, and by the teacher's desk, teacher wouldn't lie to you, right? But you go by the teacher's desk and you see this tilted, spinning ball, and the teacher says, this is where you live. Whether it's Australia, Spain, United States, this is where you live. And it spins, right? And so I just find it fascinating that all of us were taught that, but maybe depending on what you believe, 10, 12, 15% of us now maybe a little more question it. We know for a fact we don't live on a spinning space ball, or we question that we don't live on a spinning space ball. So 100% of us were indoctrinated. Maybe 10 to 15% of us now go, no way. And we want to get it to 20. We want to get it as high as we can, because once you get to 20%, I think you become a force to deal with.
I can't wait till we hit critical mass, man. Then my albums and my books are perfectly placed for a global awakening, right? I'll be a millionaire.
Millionaire grifter.
I'll take it.
For me, sorry, yeah.
Go ahead. No.
It's been a phenomenon in itself. You get into a community or an idea or a movement, to see the talent that's come out of the whole thing in these last 8 to 10 years. I mean, there's so much. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's because it's mainly right-brained, creative thinking people that are into this information. So there's a hell of a lot of creative people within this community. I want more. I want to see more of it, because there's some good stuff out there. When there's not enough good stuff out there, like really, well produced. My stuff isn't even well produced. My videos are really just cheap because I'm only using iMovie and I've got just a shitty camera. I first started doing it with my phone, just recording myself with the phone. So, once we get some real creative people with some really good, editing skills and good equipment, then, man, that's gonna be incredible.
Yeah, well, you say that, but at the same time, it isn't enough, Alex. I mean, I know the production isn't fucking Hollywood or anything, but it's more than sufficient. It's more than enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for that comedic angle, which I was with the Flat Earth Man character, it doesn't matter if it's a cheesy video, and that's kind of a good sort of good recipe, really, because you don't have to have all that professional equipment or professional editing, and you look at that stuff and it's like all very badly done green screen. You're like, the lighting's terrible and that, but it does work. It's a good formula. So if I stick to that sort of comedic stuff, which I think travels further, then it doesn't matter about the quality of the video. Then it's almost better that it's cheesy and badly made, because the ideas are there, the visuals are there. Like you say, it is enough.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you're using some of the catchy chord progression that the mainstream uses.
Oh yeah, it's that. I mean, it's just such a system when you understand it. It's very, very simplified. I mean, music has been, in my opinion, has been utterly bastardized over the last 100 years. I mean, if you take a sheet of music from Beethoven and put it next to a sheet of music of the Beatles, you're going to see a vast difference, and there's a reason for that, because it's just been utterly bastardized. But people love that formula of verse, bridge, chorus, or whatever. So, and just, 3 or 4 chords. And it's like, I'm using that system as much as I don't agree with it, because it's kind of limiting consciousness in a way musically. As much as I don't agree with it, that is the system that people are used to. They love a catchy chorus. So if I can use that system but put in conscious ideas, then it's going to go down a bit better.
To utilize that sort of stuff, definitely. Use their weaponry against them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think if I made a classical piece of music with conscious ideas in it, I don't think it's going to travel very far. But people love a catchy chorus. That's just how they've been entrained to think musically. But music can be a lot more than that. Obviously, if you go back 100 years, you can see much more complexity in music. But we don't get that now. But yeah, I'm using that evil system that they've given us, and I'm trying to sort of change it a little bit and change the frequency, obviously, because I think the 440 is another bastardization of music, the 440 hertz. So I'm trying to do sort of kind of the polar opposite of what they're doing, but at the same time using their system that everyone's familiar with.
Right on.
We have the opportunity to figuratively look down at the world from 30,000 feet. We can go to 30,000 feet above God's creation of a stationary plane and look down and see how much it's screwed up. How much Revelation 12, 1 through 9, 2 Thessalonians 2, 1 through 17, Ephesians 6 through 12 is actually very true. God sits at the top of the firmament. Isaiah 40:22 looks down upon us as grasshoppers, but the rest of the world is for the devil and for whoever you think the devil works for. I mean, whoever works for the devil. So we have things that have come with me, especially looking at the full moon last night and looking at the full moon tonight and other times. Is it may be as simple as this? First Genesis 16-17, and God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon and the stars. It may be as simple as that. And man and science and divinity and the Jesuits have come along and said, no, we're gonna mess it all up. And then you get to the scriptures. You have foundations, you have pillars, you have ends of the earth, you have 4 corners, you have the earth as God's footstool in Matthew 5:35, and which Jesus said that in Isaiah 66:1. And so from 30,000 feet, there's no curve. There's no curve anywhere. And we're told there is. We're told that h per mile squared, it's you just can't see far enough because the earth is too big. So eventually it will start to curve. Trust us, right? Even though we don't see it, trust us, it curves. Don't worry about it. And so it's just fascinating. We have this ability now, this privilege, this honor of knowing that what the truth is. Now, we don't know exactly what our stationary plane looks like. We don't know it. We shouldn't speculate, except on Speculation Sunday on Flat Earth Discord 24/7. And so, but we have this great honor and privilege to go out and tell people that they don't live on what they've been taught they live on, and to see their reaction, maybe to engage with them and let them know that a creator created them special for this place only. And it's just, it's a wonderful thing. And don't need much else than that. You can talk virology if you want to, but It's just a wonderful thing.
You mentioned the Bible there, which comes from the Middle East. And talking about the Middle East, I heard that people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people in Abu Dhabi do.
What they used to say, yabba dabba doo.
Someone kick him off the server. We can't have jokes like that on here. I'm sorry, man. They're just it's terrible.
I am the king of dad jokes.
Hey, I went to a Chinese funeral yesterday, and not one single person turned up. It was unbelievable.
Like, kick him off the server. That was even worse.
Unbelievable, man.
No, and talking about the Chinese, Confucius say, man who go to bed with itchy ass or wake up with smelly finger.
Silence is deafening.
It was better than your last effort. I'm just trying to empty the server. Just
I need some Antarctica jokes. I might have to Google some actually because I want to make this song if I make it, which I probably will do, but it's going to take time, which I don't have a lot of at the moment. But I want to. If you've got any Antarctica, let's Google some now because I would love to put that in a song and make people laugh. Actually have some jokes in there.
Address falling off the edge. I think they'll have to say.
I'm racking my brain here, but I think it's frozen.
Pun intended.
The 47 plus best Antarctica jokes. Why are there no COVID-19 cases in Antarctica? Because the people there are isolated. Oh, for God's sake. I used to be an adventurer until I went to Antarctica. Then that's when things went south.
That's a good one.
Why is it hard to make friends in Antarctica? Because you can't break the ice. What do you call a bear that has been to Antarctica and the North Pole? A bipolar bear.
Saw that one coming.
Your mama's so fat for Halloween she put on a bedsheet and went as Antarctica.
This one isn't a joke. This one isn't a joke unless you're deep into the stationary plane thing. What do you call people that believe the 5 videos that show a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Stupid.
How many penguins does it take to screw in a light bulb? Don't be stupid. Penguins don't use light bulbs.
What do you call a dead dad in Antarctica? A popsicle. Oh, God, that's terrible.
I'm not nearly as funny as Alex, but what do you call Sigma Octantis, the southern pole star in Antarctica? Non-existent.
Yeah, these are pretty bad jokes on this website, so I don't think I'll be using any of them. I think I'll have to have a think and come up with some funny stuff.
Gotta protect the penguins, man.
There's gonna be music video along with the song, and if there is, you should wear like a suit or something for the penguin and theme.
Yeah, we've already discussed that because I'm doing it with a buddy of mine, and he said, "Oh, why don't we dress up in like tuxedos and like just I don't know. We'll try and make it visually funny. I want there to be a video. I haven't done a Flat Earth Man video for freaking ages, well over a couple of years. I would no more than that probably. So I'd like to bring that character back and just address this topic and try and make it as funny as possible. But these things can't be done overnight, so it's going to take months to make it, especially if my buddy's involved because he'll have to travel up here and work with me. But yeah, I'm hoping to have a really good video with it. So it would be cool. It'll be a good little project, or it'll be a good big project. Is what it'll be. But I'm looking forward to it.
Just one more. What's more deadlier than a penguin? A penguin with a gun.
Nah, you're gonna have to show yourself out, mate.
I'll get me coat.
Alex has the ability to do this that I don't, obviously. But all these things that science, quote science, which is actually non-science or pseudoscience, they tell us that are facts. And so, one fact they tell us is that 4.5 billion years ago, there was this large asteroid, small planet called Theia, Theia, probably not pronounced right, but Theia, that hit a Earth that was, the North Pole straight up, South Pole straight down, that hit the Earth, that caused it to be tilted at 23.4 degrees, and that it's now the moon, and maybe part of it's incorporated into the Earth. So because this big asteroid, small planet, hit us 4.5 billion years ago and gave us 23.4 degrees tilt, we can now go vacation in Florida. So thank you, asteroid planet, for hitting us, because now we have some place to go in Florida to get out of the cold weather in the northern part of the United States to go to Florida. So thank you very much, science, asteroid, planet, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the whole thing has been 1 in a billion chance of happy accidents. It's just
Alex Alex and all of us, we can send them emails or IG or on here. We can go, this is everything that science told us, pseudoscience told us is true. Can you make a song out of it?
That would be a long song.
Yeah, it'd be longer than your 9-minute. Don't let them take your mind, man.
like a billion years.
Hey, what happened when the Flat Earth Society held its conference in Antarctica? Attendance fell off. Oh no.
Did you just make that one up?
No, I'm reading it off a site.
Okay, if you had made that up, I would have give you brownie points for originality.
It's the best one I've found so far.
I like that one because it's cerebral.
It's mental.
Fucking mental, mate.
Fucking mental, mate. That's fucking mental. Where do penguins go to vote? The South Pole. Yeah, these are pretty shit. Please send your best Antarctica jokes to conspiracymusicguru@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. What did the sea say to the iceberg? Nothing, it just waved.
I got it, Alex. One of your next songs can be entitled "In Your Fairy Tale," and you can direct it toward globe believers. In your fairy tale, and I got 28 of them here. I'll send it to you somehow. I'll get it to you. And so, and then it has "Hey Globers, in your belief system." There's like 16 of them. So I'll get it to you, and you'd be perfect for making a song called "In Your Fairy Tale."
In your fairy tale.
In your fairy tale, you believe this. Ha ha. Oh.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea for a song. That's a good idea.
And you incorporate. I'm telling you how you write your music, Alex. So forgive me. In there you can say you grew out of Santa Claus, you grew out of the Tooth Fairy, you grew out of the Fairy Godmother, you grew out of the Easter Bunny, but in your fairy tale, you never grew out of the globe. Something like that. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know it was bad, but man,
it's not bad. Fairy tales. That's not a bad though. Fairy tales or theory tales wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be a bad title for us.
Yes. We'll let you deal with that one.
I need a cloning machine. I need more of me.
You're in Spain, is that correct? In Europe?
Yeah, Alicante in Spain. Beautiful here, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, so we can put one of you in Dallas, or one of you in Tampa, or one of you in, I don't know, Denver. Not Denver. Denver's too lost. We could put one of you in Dallas or Tampa, or.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. So you've got the cloning machine, then, have you?
Yes. We. I got hold of Kirk, Captain Kirk, and Spock, and McCoy, and Scotty, and as well as the transporter machine. We got a cloning device now. I think it was season 2, episode 9, where they clone people. I'm just making that up. But they do have an episode where they clone people, and so that machine now resides in Indianapolis, Indiana. So maybe you can live close to that.
You're starting to sound like a Glober now.
I'm telling you, I'm dating myself. I watched all of Star Trek 1966, 69, and now I got rid of my TV, so now I have Pluto TV on my laptop, and I watch Pluto TV every once in a while. They have the original series of Star Trek. Obviously, that's Kirk and Spock and Scotty and McCoy. So I watch it now. every once in a while. And I realized how much they pushed relativity down our throats back then. They literally, Roddenberry, whatever, pushed relativity down our throats, and we didn't know it because we didn't know what relativity was, and we still don't know what relativity is. We know what the fairy tale relativity is, but it's a fairy tale. And so they push relativity down our throats, and they push planets down our throats because they say planet. So many. They don't say world or stuff like that. They say planet, and like, oh my God. And now they've updated the computer system. Everything on a planet or in the Starship Enterprise is what it looked like in 66 to 69. But they've made the outer space look more like CGI, like we see on Hollywood movies and stuff like that. So they've updated their CGI so planets actually look like planets now in their fairy tale.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
The series got canceled in 69. So what did we get in 69? We got Apollo 11.
Oh, yeah, we got the real thing, right?
We got the real thing, and then we got Woodstock, where we replaced God with sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Cool, man. So we got outer space fairy tale religion in July of 69, and then the same year, I think Woodstock was July 69 as well. We got sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Cool story.
Yeah, oh my God, all that stuff coming out of Laurel Canyon as well, all those music. Oh man, music is such a psyop, man. If people really understood what they were listening to, particularly back then. Just peace and love, man. Just peace and love, and Jimi Hendrix.
The Grateful Dead. People got really into the Grateful Dead, but I've tried. I can't. I don't know what it is.
In 1962, they told us in Engel versus Vitale, Supreme Court decision in the United States, that children can no longer, be together in a public place in their school and pray. So obviously, a child can pray to them, pray to God themselves, but no longer can they get together in a group situation and pray. That was Engel versus Vitale, 1962 Supreme Court decision. And in 1962, Haight-Ashbury, Haight, Ashbury, corner of San Francisco, started the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing, where actually Charlie Manson would frequent from time to time. And so it's interesting how in 62 they told us, God does not exist in schools, don't pray to God. And then told us sex, drugs, and rock and roll lives in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. And then in 69 they told us that we went to the moon, and that sex, drugs, and rock and roll at Woodstock was a cool thing.
Fast forward to today, and then you've got Cardi B singing about her vagina.
I thank God I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, Jim, that's a lot of fairy tales. I got your message. Cheers, man.
The only time I found a song funny about somebody singing about their nether regions was Dear Penis, David Allan Cole. That was kind of funny.
Why don't you sing us a bit?
Nah. Dear Penis, I don't think I like you anymore. You used to watch me shave. Now all you do is stare at the floor. Oh, dear penis, I don't like you anymore. And I like it when they go, Dear Rodney, I don't think I like you anymore. Because when you get drinking, you put me places I've never been before. Dear Rodney, I don't like you anymore. And the crowd just, they're bent over laughing.
Right.
Why can't we just get a grip on our man-to-hand relationship?
That's a great line.
It's just when you mentioned her, whoever she is, singing about her vagina. Oh my God.
That's Cardi B. She's got like predominantly an audience of, you know, young teenage girls, and the song's called WAP, W-A-P. That's the radio edit version. What it's actually called is Wet Ass Pussy. That's what's going on with music at the moment. That's what they're putting in kids' minds.
Yeah, that be Babylon, bruh.
The Babylon, bruv. The evil Babylon. That bit of text you sent me, Jim, in that would actually make. What the hell? That would actually make a good, just a good video. Just saying that to the camera. That's a great TikTok video. There, like in your fairy tale, what is the supposed pressure of your fairy tale out of space? In your fairy tale, is the bending and warping of space-time physical or theoretical? And goes on and on and on and on. These are great points here. Just you wouldn't even have to make a music video. You just say it to the camera. There's a TikTok viral video right there because you're gonna trigger so many people with that.
I'll say this. If you want to, because your influence is 1.2 times more than mine, if not more. If you want to make a video, or you want to go on video and say those things, and just keep it as yours. Don't bring me up. Doesn't matter. If you want to make it as yours, I give you permission to, because your influence is growing. And if you want to do something like that and just go ahead and incorporate it as your own, it's just fine. I don't care. because the only thing that matters is to let people know that it is a fairy tale that we've been taught since birth, 2 years old, kindergarten. It's a fairy tale. And you will wake people up so much more that if you want to do it, whether in a song or in a video, TikTok, whatever you want to do it, and YouTube, and you want to get it out there, please do it. It's yours. And so whatever you want to do with it, I have some more. I'll send you in time. Like I said, I don't want to bombard you today with stuff. But if you want to use it and you want to get it out there, you take it. It's all yours, because it's actually the truth, and the truth should be for everybody.
Yeah, agreement. No, thanks, man. No, just send me as many as you've got, because I would like to pick and choose which ones. The shorter. I like the shorter ones. It's because I just like the shorter ones rather than the ones that go into in what month and year did Copernicus supposedly write a letter to the Pope dedicating his on the revolution of the heavenly sphere. But that's not going to work in a song. So the shorter ones will.
If you believe the fairy tale, it's May 1543.
Right. I like. Most people can sort of relate to. Do large bodies of water at rest bend? How does light bend? Can you prove the lights in the sky are multiple light years away? All of that stuff. Well, the short and sweet ones is, why isn't the moon too bright to land on? Like that one. How can you have gas pressure without a container? Of course. So I might sort of pick and choose and maybe make a little ditty out of it one day.
Copernicus is on his deathbed, right? They got the cardinals and all that stuff tending to him. May 1543, Catholic Encyclopedia. You can read it in the Catholic Encyclopedia. And so he's there. He's on his deathbed, right? So he sends the Pope a letter dedicating on the revolution of the heavenly spheres to the Pope, and then publishes on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, and then dies the same month. Oh my God. I think he was an invention of the Catholic Church. That's just me, because he was an employee of the Catholic Church the entire time.
I mean, is there any proof of him actually existing?
Yeah, I don't think he did, but that's just my opinion. I think he was invented to give us heliocentrism, and he's given credit for the Gregorian calendar, which I guess majority of the world today still adopted in 1582. So he's given credit for the Gregorian calendar and for the heliocentric model. So I think he's an invention of the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, whatever you want to call them. I tell you what, from his deathbed in May of 1543, he did a lot of stuff, man.
Jim, you are a walking history lesson, sir.
Do forgive me. Don't make fun of me when I say this, okay? I mean, you can if you want. But I've watched heliosorcery 9 times. So I only took notes on one of them at one time, but I've watched it 9 times. And it's 103 minutes long. And I love history. I mean, I'm a history poli-sci guy. I'm not a poli-sci guy anymore, because political science just will put it there with cosmology and virology, right? And so, I've watched it. I'll probably watch it one more time. I think 10's enough. I think most people would agree 10's enough. So, a lot of this stuff comes from Chris Sparks and what him and his wife and this other lady did. It was a 3-person effort, that whole film documentary.
It's admirable that you can retain so much attention and dates and stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's wow.
I don't necessarily, believe the dates, and I had a chance to talk to Chris one time, and I told him Copernicus probably didn't live, and he went, well, the Copernican theory, lives on. So whether we give credit to Copernicus, the person, or Copernicus, the theory. It doesn't matter because that's what the world was governed by, a lot of it. And so it's an interesting thing that you can make an argument that Copernicus, Descartes, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton never lived. You can make that argument. I think you can make the argument that probably Charles Darwin lived, and he published his thing in 1859. But the fun thing is Erasmus Darwin, who is his granddad, actually started talking about evolution in the UK, 2 generations before Charles Darwin did. So Charles Darwin stole evolution from his granddad. I think if Newton lived, he stole gravity, the idea of gravity, and from Hermes Trismegistus. And so I find it interesting how the people who believe in, quote, science, who tell us we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, admire Einstein, who was a thief. He stole E equal mc squared. He stole photoelectric. He stole the parallel precession of Mercury, and he stole general relativity. So he was a thief. He was a pervert. He wanted, he married his second cousin as his first wife, and he wrote letters to his first cousin's underage daughter wanting to sleep with her. And even this puff piece by Cynthia Phillips, who is a PhD, who has a little bit of juice. She's in Wikipedia, and she's got a photo. If you Google her, Cynthia Phillips, PhD, she wrote a puff piece on Einstein, which I have here. And even in the book, she says that Einstein fooled around on a second wife, a lot. So if she says it, he was probably a hound dog, couldn't keep it in his pants, right? And so, and so he was a thief. He was a pervert, and I think he was a total propped up puppet. And today we have teleprompters. Barry Obama was famous for reading off teleprompters really well. Bill Clinton, Trump, and so. If you look at Einstein, he very seldom, if ever, when he was on film, read off of nothing. He always used a script. Even in the things that he should have memorized, he read off a script. So Einstein used that day's teleprompter, to get his message out. So I think he's a total propped up puppet.
Is there any video footage of him at all saying anything smart without reading it first, without having read? Is there any footage of him just in conversation being brilliant?
I don't know. I have no idea. But he talks as if his ideas were his own. I think he even said that one of the foundations of relativity was the parallel precession of Mercury. Which he's famous for saying, if you can discredit that, you can discredit relativity. And so, but there was a guy in 1846 called Verrier, Verrier, that first came up with the parallel precession. That's a tough 2 words for me to get out of Mercury. And the difference they found was 43 arc seconds over 100 years, and that 43 arc seconds over 100 years proved that we lived on one of the things that proved relativity. It's like that's the biggest fairy tale ever, and they give you so many fairy tale numbers out there. Planck's constant, pound Rebka, the atomic clocks being different. I mean, the numbers are so unbelievably small. I mean, you can't even imagine how small they are. And we're supposed to believe that these numbers that nobody can measure or test for prove relativity and prove Einstein and prove that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. It is the most insane thing. And I've said this before. And this is not me. This is from Alan, from How Math Became Reality. Everybody should read it. And, to believe relativity, you have to that a photon, which is a massless object, massless, is massless, and it can travel 13.7 billion years, through the vacuum of outer space, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind the 600 to reach your eye here on Earth. So if you believe relativity, you have to believe that a massless photon can do that. Now,
That's a big one.
Now that is an absolute fairy tale. And then the second fairy tale, and then I'll be quiet. The second fairy tale is that we live in an ever-expanding universe, that the universe is somewhere between 28 billion light years and 200 billion light years wide. Okay, 28 to 200 billion. We can't decide 28 to 200 billion. And that the outer reaches of this universe is ever-expanding. Ever-expanding universe is called redshift. And that, of course, the bigger the universe, the outer edges of it will be expanding faster than the inner port. So obviously Saturn and Jupiter are not expanding. We can't see because it's too close to us, right? Okay, cool. And so we're told four times the speed of light. Speed of light is 186,200 miles per second. So our ever-expanding universe is expanding at 4 times that. Okay, 4 times that. What's it based off of? Is it based on 28 billion light years, wide? Is it based on 50, 100, 150, 200 billion? Because it matters how big your fairy tale universe is as to what the ever-expanding universe is expanding at, right? But guess what? We have a caveat for all you good people. The Andromeda galaxy is actually blue shifting. It's actually coming toward us. It's not expanding, it's coming toward us. And in 2 billion years with a B, it will collide with the Milky Way galaxy. And everybody's going, oh no. But then they tell us, don't worry about it, because there's so much space in the Andromeda galaxy and so much empty space in the Milky Way galaxy that nothing will collide with one another. Don't worry about it. And it's just like, okay, cool story, bro. And you ask any astronomer, astrophysics, physics person, and they will say, yes, that's what's happening. I'm glad you know. Be prepared 2 billion years from now.
This is why it's big and why it's so persistent. Is because the lie is so big that they inject just this and that, the other. They can just keep adding and adding and adding, and yeah, that's kind of one of the things. And then the photon thing about moving through space and vacuums. What about the asteroid fields and radiation and meet your eye? And you're like, that's the one point that sort of it took me about 2 months to accept what we're living on, or that they're lying. That was one of the points, because I thought about that and I was like, that can't happen. That just sounds fantastical. It's fantastical. It just can't happen. And then you realize that those three, the Big Bang, evolution, and gravity all begin with the word theory. And that was another thing that when I was researching, I thought, shit, I never thought of that. So the three things the biggest things like evolution, begins with theory, and then I started researching, is there any proof of it? And then I realized there wasn't, and then I went, okay, all right. After a month or two, I was like, all right, it's all bullshit. You sort of realize that you're living in theoryland or fairyland or theoryland. I don't know. You realize that, and that sort of realization comes over you. And we were the biggest Trekkies. We were the biggest sci-fi fans. That's another thing you find in the FE community. We watched Star Trek and Voyager and so many times, but yeah.
It's actually easier to believe in a guy in a red suit with a white beard who lives in the North Pole with reindeer and elves who make stuff for us, and come December 24th, that can be tracked by NASA going to house than it is to believe in the outer space fairy tale. I could actually believe in Santa Claus a lot easier than I could believe in their outer space fairy tale.
Because at least he shows up in a shopping mall every year.
Definitions, right? Because a lot of times people are talking around past each other, and even though we're all speaking English, it's lost in translation. Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand that they told you it was a model. They told you it was a theory, and for some reason, like, you reified it and thought it was reality. Right? So you were brainwashed by the television.
Yep.
So up until last year, 2022, nobody had created particles out of a vacuum. And yesterday I was in here posting, about the Schwinger effect, which is a 70-year-old quantum mechanics prediction that came true because of the invention of graphene superlattice. And they took these sheets of graphene. I don't know, it sounds crazy, but they make it 1 atom thick. So they say it's like 2-dimensional sheets. Now, I don't know if that's true. How can I possibly know if that's true? But what they're saying is, the important thing is they've pulled electrons and these particles out of thin air or out of a vacuum. Now everybody in here knows that would be a first law of thermodynamics violation. Unless there's something else going on.
I kind of got most of that, but the quality, Hank, it was a little bit tinny.
So you can hear it now?
No, it's still kind of tinny. Maybe, yeah, no.
I'll go get some headphones, some proper. All right, so what I was saying was I posted the links yesterday about the Schwinger effect. And in the Schwinger effect, it's a prediction from quantum mechanics 70 years ago that they would be able to pull particles out of the vacuum with high enough, electromagnetic fields. And they thought that this sort of stuff happens in, well, let's call it the sky, but they call it deep space, right? But they hooked up, graphene is a new material that we've invented. So they've hooked up graphene and used it in the Casimir effect, and they created this super lattice. And they say that these are like 1 sheet thick. So they hooked up these things in kind of a Casimir effect, right? Where there's 2 sheets and they kind of slightly cockeyed a little bit so they're not directly lined up over each other. And when they did this, they created particles out of the vacuum. When they first did it, they thought it was a superconductor. And then they realized something else was going on because they were getting more energy than they were putting in, right? Which is, everybody knows that would be a first law of thermodynamics violation of conservation of energy and matter, right? Unless something else is going on. Now, what else could be going on? How can you create something from nothing? You can't. So what's going on there?
Yeah, that was far better quality. I don't know the Kashmir effect. I don't know. I'd have to look into that better. A lot of it kind of goes over my head. But yeah, what's going on? They say that they've created something out of nothing, and the graphene thing is kind of
Yeah, they're creating these particles out of nothing, and it's measurable. Like, this is a tabletop device that's repeatable.
Okay.
So yeah, you can look up the Schwinger effect and probably search something out of nothing, and you'll see, like 2022, they created, something out of a vacuum. And, I hate to use the word spontaneous generation, but it's not that. It's not spontaneous generation. It has to be coming from somewhere. So what's the only thing that has ever been known to exist in a vacuum?
I don't know, bro.
Well, I can't use certain words or certain people will get certainly triggered. So.
Oh. Okay, does it begin with an E?
Oh, no. No, yeah, it's quantum foam. It has to be. If we call it ether, then certain people get triggered. But if we call it quantum foam, that's okay.
Oh, okay. All right, I get you. Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to trigger anybody, people that think the science is settled. They get triggered, so. Yeah, I'm just trying to share information with you. I'm not trying to start a debate because, I'm certainly not capable of debating this. I'm just, reporting on this. You guys can look at it if you were so interested to do so. But yeah, I started out by saying they told us it's a model. They told us it was a theory, and we thought it was real, right? We never thought to question theories, but now that we're older, we know, we're supposed to question everything. Joe Rogan was right in 2013, 2014, whenever he was maybe, saying question everything until Neil deGrasse Tyson came on his show and he stopped questioning everything. So he was right at one point. We're supposed to question everything.
Yeah. I talked down called McWest that also kind of muddied the waters for him. The famous debunker of everything, flat Earth included.
Who's a debunker of flat Earth?
McWest.
Oh yeah, is he here?
I think I heard people debating him like a while ago on here, but I don't know how long ago that was. Must have been quite a while ago.
Okay. Yeah, I like to talk to those type. Isn't he one of the metabunk people?
Yeah, I think he made it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like talking to those people.
He also made a flat Earth, a globe Earth calculator for the curvature, and it doesn't stand up to scrutiny as you might imagine.
Imagine that.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley kind of tore him a new one as a year or two ago, maybe more.
So I think Joe Rogan probably was already kind of captured when he had that guy on his show, because he was also on this show. So probably from then on, he kind of went the other way.
Well, now he's offering that one prick $100,000 to debate RFK on the V word, V for vendetta. And a lot of people have jumped in and said, yeah, I'll donate. And, I think the the pies up to $1 million to his favorite charity if he'll just debate. And it's really interesting to see what's going on with that, because Joe Rogan's kind of an interesting guy. He's got like a really huge platform. The guy didn't mind coming on his platform for 3 hours, but now he's saying that Joe Rogan is an alt-right fascist and all this stuff, and he doesn't want to do like Jerry Springer, and he doesn't want to debate RFK. This is a Kennedy, right? Because he's a lawyer, right?
I don't know. I just can't trust whatever Joe Rogan does anymore these days.
You're not supposed to trust anybody these days.
Yeah, but especially him. It's like very, very suspicious. Anything he might set up, it's like a play or something.
I think that's a genetic fallacy, brother. With all due respect.
He's getting pushed forward quite a bit as well in the algorithm for YouTube as well.
He also lets flat earthers come on and tries to set up a debate between flat earthers and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Neil deGrasse Tyson never came through. And you know, it's not our fault Tyson won't debate. What's his name? Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay.
Yeah. So, had that have happened, do you think there's any way that could have went wrong and Neil deGrasse Tyson would have defeated Eric Dubay in a debate?
Well, the thing is that Joe Rogan no longer does a live production, so it could be edited, or if they didn't like the outcome, they would not release it.
I think that Eric Dubay would be smart enough to get his own recording, and in the contract, you know, like, what's his name, Kent Hovind back in the day, you have to record the whole thing, you can't chop it up, you have to give me equal speaking time. That was his, you know, contract back in the day, back in the 90s, when he would debate like 3 professors at once. So he would make them sign this contract and he would debate them. So I think Eric Dubay would have been smart enough to get a similar contract.
Well, all the guys that participated in the Netflix documentary weren't smart enough for that, evidently. So, I don't know.
Well, it's one of those things to where I'm not saying I'm a Joe Rogan fan, but when somebody is, you know, for the debate for, you know, cosmology or the V thing, V for Vendetta, whatever you guys call it, you know, I'm all for debates. Like, I think the audience needs to hear it. And it's not anyone's fault that the other side isn't man enough to debate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I just am very skeptical of him because I know his past. I know he used to be the guy that was spearheading moon hoax. He was talking about it like years ago on the Opie and Anthony show for like 3 hours. He would just go off about it. The rocks, they imported the rocks from Earth, right? All this stuff. He was just deconstructing it. He was laying into the whole lie. He was making fun of it in a comedic way and all that. But now he's like full on. We went to the moon, so I just can't go in with this guy.
Well, he also made fun of Noah's Ark in his comedian days, and you know, talked a whole bunch of shit about that. Like, I don't care. You know, that was about.
The way he did it, though, was very introspective. He brought up past civilizations, right? The pyramids and all that. So he was still like showing that narrative as far as like what we would subscribe to, you know, about researching whatever happened before, not trusting in the narrative of the official story of how the pyramids were built 2,000 years ago. Maybe it wasn't that way. So that was his idea, and that's the right idea. But nowadays he's kind of going along with all the official stuff.
I mean, I kind of feel like you haven't been watching his stuff, and you think that he's just like pushing the narrative And I'm informing you that
he's necessarily pushing the narrative, but he's like a bit like controlled opposition type thing. Like he will like push back, but not really. Like he will at the end of the day side with the official thing. Like he will not step on anybody's toes. He will not challenge anybody enough. Like he will just let them say, and he will like agree in the end. Like when he has Neil deGrasse Tyson out, he just jerks him off about everything he says.
well, I would disagree. What I saw is he got that doctor from CNN who worked for CNN come on his show, and he called him out about, CNN like saying that he was taking like horse paste, and that photo of him on CNN that they got from Joe's Instagram where they added the color and made him look kind of greenish, sick, and that was the headline: Joe Rogan takes horse paste for COVID, and when he called him out, like I was like, oh, okay, like so I don't know if you guys know me. I've been here for a while.
Then they're further talking about all the whatever the thing was that Trump said about, like they're just pushing the theater of whatever the Trump said was that drug to take the horse thing, that they went along with that. So it's like it's two sides, the battle of the two sides. He's just like taking part of that. I think that's what he does. It's like neither of them are right necessarily, but he might be saying some right things, but at the end of the day, he just takes part in the battle. That's not really authentic.
You can think whatever you like. That's fine. But for me, like anybody who's speaking truth to power, I'm not going to automatically see them as the enemy. I'm going to say, okay, this guy, he's right about this thing, right? And people can be wrong about things. That's totally fine. And he could be controlled opposition. That's also a very huge possibility. But anybody who's speaking truth to power about the jab, I'm going to take side with them on that subject. I don't care who they are. I don't care if it's Jimmy Dore. I don't care if it's Joe Rogan. Like, if they're speaking truth to power, that's an ally for me.
Jimmy Dore is pretty good. I like him.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the message is correct, but the way they speak truth to power is like they kind of meander and they don't really challenge fully. Like they might create some pushback, but it's very artificial. It's not really there full on.
Well, it may not be, as much as some could do, but I think with an audience like Joe Rogan's, and this guy is challenged to debate, over the V word, and he's like not doing it. I think that right there speaks a lot. And the fact that it's like, getting really popular. I don't know if it's actually trending, but a lot of people are talking about this douchebag, because he's hoity-toity scientist with the letters after his name. And then Jimmy Dore, he finds a video of this guy like back in the Trump era, taking the side of, according to him, taking the side of an alt-right, right-wing fascist. So to me, it's just interesting how people can like flip-flop and then not debate about it. I've flip-flopped in the past. I've said that I was a flat earther and then kind of took a fence position, but I'll talk about it. It's like, well, we can debate that if you like. I never went back to being a Glober, though. I'd like to see somebody find, a video clip or a soundbite of me arguing for the globe.
So, what is your fence that you're sitting on currently? What's the specific fence that would be?
The water is level, flat, stationary. Earth is topographical. Some might even describe it as a plane.
Doesn't seem like a fence to me. It's pretty straightforward. A fence would be like you're dipping your toes in both sides, right? So
Yeah,
what would be the globe?
That's in the past. I said that's how I was in the past.
Okay. So you're off the fence now.
Mate, he's all right now.
Ever since you said "all right now," all I can think about is that song.
All right now, baby, it's all right now. What was the other one?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. That's like one of my favorite songs of all time.
Didn't Lizzie have produced a song that somebody likes? Well, you learn something new every day. Or is it free? Is it free or Lizzie? I can't remember.
Tin Lizzy. It's all right. There's whiskey in the jar.
Yeah, that was a Dubliners cover though, wasn't it? The Irish band, folk band, the Dubliners.
Yeah, Dubliners, yeah. What for me, Daddy-o?
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys, you probably know the Electric Universe guy. I can't remember his name. He used to come in here back in the day.
Ken Wheeler.
No. I don't think Ken
Stas
Wheeler was it.
Bonacci, Whips
Hold
it.
on. I almost had it. I shouldn't have said anything.
Sorry, man. It's having a bit of fun. Go on.
Oh, it's all good. I just can't remember names worth of shit. Grim V. So Grim V is one of the guys that at times has taken the anti-flat earther position in debates. And he's definitely not a flat earther. But when I'm in a place like Pandas, Jim Pandas, I think that Grim V is an ally of mine. And I'll actually pick my battles wisely and choose to argue against the V word with Grim V, even though we don't agree on the shape of the Earth. And that's just the kind of guy I am. Like, if I can make headway that way, I'll utilize that, because Grim V knows his stuff when it comes to the jab. He knows boxing really well. I think he's an MMA guy.
Yeah, I noticed that even though you take two totally opposing views about the shape of the Earth, there is a common ground that you find with people, and that's happened to me a few times talking to people where we agree on something 100%, although he's never going to be a flat earther and I'm never going to be a glober. But there's lots of things, there's lots and lots of common ground.
Yeah, one thing I've got to disagree with you though, that just to be hyper specific, is that you said that we're arguing about the shape of the Earth, when technically flat earthers don't ascribe a shape. So we're not really debating the shape of the Earth. They're trying to prove that Earth has a shape when we don't need to.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just sometimes my lingo. I even say planet sometimes. I don't mean to.
Well, you need some detention then. Wait to the next parents' evening. They'll be here all about the naughty words you've been using here.
That must be an inside joke or something.
I don't blame people when I say global if they're flat earthers, because that's like something they've been living all their life saying, and now all of a sudden they can't say.
Yeah, I'm 40 years old. You know, it's kind of hard to teach an old dog new tricks.
Oh my God! If you're old at 40, oh my goodness! I'm not going to talk about my age from ever again. And I'm just kidding.
Now, there's a friendly voice. That's definitely a guy I would consider to be an ally.
Larry, are you still in Vitex Arcana?
No, not Texarkana. You know, I don't like to give away my location, but I'm in East Texas. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't mean to out you or anything, but yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize if I got too close to home.
Yeah, just say East Texas. Yes, I'm still from East Texas.
Yeah. I left the glorious state of Texas in February. Now up here in Lake Michigan area, so I could.
Oh, good for you, bud. You're totally going to prison because if you misgender somebody, they're trying to pass a law up there in Michigan where you get like a $10,000 fine and some prison time. So you get to be a slave if you make a mistake on.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I don't know if they passed it yet.
I left in February and got a P1000. So we're just, we're doing long distance over Lake Michigan, but you can't see too much now because of how warm it is. So gotta wait till January to get the really good videos. So now we're just having a lot of fun with sunsets and moons and moonrises and sunrises and posting those. But I've never lived around a beach my entire life until February. So there's Indiana Dunes, there's Michigan City, there's Warren Dune State Park, which is the second most visited state park in Michigan. And you go up to St. Joseph, which is, Benton Harbor, basically. So I get to be around beaches, which is a lot of fun. So it's nice not to be landlocked like I was for. I'm not going to tell you how old I am, Larry. You probably already know. So anyway,
120.
You're probably in your 60s.
Yeah, and with how the Globers make me laugh now, I listen to Globers and I start laughing. I think about Globers and their fairy tale. I'm gonna live to 150. So I'm just getting started.
Well, as long as you don't drink or get the blood transfusions, I'm all for it, brother. Live long and prosper. And yes, we all were Trekkies, weren't we? Is anybody in here not a Star Trek or Star Wars fan?
Is there anybody in here
who's not?
Anybody in here who can't take their hand and take their two fingers and spread them for the other two fingers and say, live long and prosper?
I know I can. I'd be willing to cam up for that one.
That's easy.
Oh. Okay, is there anybody in here who hasn't gone up to somebody and spread their fingers apart like that and said, live long and prosper when you were saying goodbye to them?
Yeah.
Like an old Jewish tradition, I think. It's Jim, right? The guy from Texas who moved to Michigan. I'm not good with names.
No, and it's Larry or Hank, if I understand it right.
No, I'm Larry. Who are you?
I'm Jim, who used to live in Texas.
Jim,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But you used to be Hank, Larry.
Yeah, I used to be. Not anymore.
Oh.
But
okay.
So Jim, I wanted to tell you this. So my grandmother passed away, and before she did, I had a lot of time on my hands when I was, well, not really, but I had some time on my hands when I was sitting with her, and I asked her, hey, tell me about your dad. So she gave me like name, date, age, sex, location type thing, and I did the genealogy, and I traced it back to Adam and Eve, and I found out that I'm a direct descendant of King David and What's the redhead's name? Bathsheba?
Oh, I don't know about David's harem, but yeah, Bathsheba. Bathsheba's the one that David had the husband killed so he could have her.
Yep. So I knew that I was like from a royal bloodline. I just didn't know all that until I traced it. So when I traced it, found that out, my jaw just hit the floor. I was like, oh crap, like I'm a descendant of Yehuda.
You're one of them lost tribe people.
Well, my tribe wasn't lost. But I'm sure some of them were.
Some of my friends the other day were talking about that thing where you go back and trace and everything, and they found out there were 10% this and 20% that. And I just said to them, you know what, I did it too, right? And I found out it was 5% Arab and 95% retard.
My God, oh my God. I will say this to people. There's a couple people. I plan on going to Lake Pontchartrain in late October, early November when I get bored, and with my P1000. So there's a couple people that are thinking maybe about joining. You know, we're going to put this Lake Pontchartrain thing to rest if somebody doesn't do it beforehand. And if you are ever in the area from Indiana Dunes to St. Joseph, Michigan, you know, if you look at a map, Indiana Dunes is the southernmost part of Lake Michigan. It goes around Lake Michigan City, up 94, up to St. Joseph. If anybody's ever here or close and ever wants to meet, just to have coffee or go to the beach and see what we can see, just give me a heads up. And my schedule's pretty open, and so especially if you want to do a long distance observation with me across Lake Michigan in January when it's really cold, but it's the best time to do it. Just let me know. I'll be happy to meet you. Bring your camera if you have one, and we'll have some fun with it. Long distance over Lake Michigan from a long distance is very difficult when the weather is so warm and humid. You get so many things going on above the water that obscures what you can see. But in January, it'll be cool. It'll be cold, actually. But, in January, we can do it and have some fun with it as long as the roads are good and we can get around.
I'm glad you're out there having fun, bro. Taking the observations, taking measurements, looking for that elusive curve.
I found the curve. You know what's fascinating? What's fascinating is, if you go to a football field, I'm going to go to a football field and do what that one guy did when he put his camera on the ground and he walked away from end zone to end zone, and then his feet disappeared first, and you see that on flat table experiments and things like that. When you take a boat on a flat table and move it away, it disappears bottom first. So actually, when something disappears bottom first on a flat surface, that's just how things, how the angles work. So when that happens, nothing's going over the curve. It's just how things are. Now, at a short distance, like 28 miles, looking across Indiana Dunes to Chicago, 8 feet observation height down on the beach, you don't have that problem. Nothing disappears, from the bottom because you're relatively close to 28 miles, but there should be 400 feet worth of hidden curve. That's a 40-story building, but you can see the whole skyline. So, welcome to flat Earth. But if you actually are at Chicago and start walking across, Lake Michigan, if it was frozen, if you could walk on water, or if it was frozen, you would actually, in time, start to lose the bottom of Chicago just because of the angle that you're looking at. It's just a natural phenomena. Just like walking on a football field, end zone to end zone. Sooner or later you'll lose yourself bottom up. So it's just interesting how not only has the globe community stolen apparent versus physical, horizon, they've stolen it from us because everything's apparent now. Well, if it's apparent, how do you know it's real? Well, we know it's real too, right? And so they've also stolen bottom up. Things disappear bottom up. They've stolen that from us too.
Witsit does some really good explanations of light attenuation and why the sun acts the way that it does, and he's going to get strawmanned for the rest of his life. They're never going to be able to, repeat his argument back to him. Most of them, anyway. And it's just like Huey said, it's going to take them 9 months for them to get the argument right, and they still haven't got the argument right. And that's one of their go-to tactics. Strawman the flat earther. And I think we gotta call this kind of stuff out, right? Another tactic they use a lot that doesn't get called out a lot is the ambiguity fallacy. Excuse me. And the way that works, they say, it's a theory, right? And people automatically think, oh, well, if it's a theory, then it's got to be a scientific theory, and that has to be called out. I know the QE has done good work on that. But I kind of think that we forget it sometimes, right? Because they say theory, does that mean that it's like a legitimate theory? Because if you got a legitimate theory, then, hey, we could talk about it, right? There's science behind it. Let's talk about it.
Well, ask them if it's a scientific theory or a colloquial theory, and then watch them stare at you like a dog that's been shown a card trick.
Yeah, just ask them, do they know the difference between the two?
The problem is when you start living in theory, accepting it as truth. That's the problem.
I'd say baseless assertions, fallacies, and begging the question fallacies are the most common used by anti-flat earthers and ballers alike.
It's like saying to somebody, theoretically, this could happen, and then and they say to you, and no, that's actually the truth. Theoretically, this is what we're living in. I mean, does that make sense?
Well, there's difference because the word I'd use, I would have used the word logically, personally. So, for example, how do you know we're in a contained system? Because we have gas pressure. It's a logical conclusion. It's not really a theory.
Yeah, that's proper science.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. We have a causation, correlation, conflation.
Is that a cool hand look quote?
The first part was.
So a lot of these ballers who are new to the subject or think flat earth silly, they seem to forget that. But when they say gravity causes something or earth curve is the cause of something, they cannot isolate, vary, manipulate those things. But they don't like it when you tell them it's not science.
Their side, because their religion is the ball, the spinning space ball, the oblate spheroid, the oscillating spheroid, whatever you want to call it. Because their religion is the ball, they totally ignore and reject Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, the inverse square law of light, physics of water, and the physics of light. Because they love their ball so much, these people of science will preach you non-science, nonsense, pseudoscience because of their love of the ball, and they will invoke that they are using science to prove their ball.
Yeah, but personally, my gripe isn't with the quote-unquote scientists or communicators, because they're paid, or the priests of religion. I can understand why they do it. It's the normies. It's your neighbor. That's who I got a problem when they do it. Because I can understand someone getting paid to and live and getting a paycheck. Of course, I can understand that motive. But your neighbor who's fighting for a lie that they're not even get benefiting from in any way. Terrible stuff.
Yeah, I can see the atheist or the agnostic being, we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. But it's the Christian, the evangelical Christian who goes to church and things like that, who believes they'll be in heaven, which I do believe they'll be in heaven, absolutely. I think a lot of them will be shocked when they get to heaven, turn around and see, oops, we don't live on a ball. My bad. And so I think it's the Christian who we go, look at this, whether it's 20, 21, 200 verses that talk about foundations, talk about pillars, talk about ends of the earth, talk about four corners, talk about footstools. And you tell them this and they go, nah, I guess you don't believe in outer space too, which one of my sisters told me back in February. I guess you don't believe in outer space too. I guess a PhD looks through the telescope and sees things and you just say no, and you ignore it. Well, yes. And so, and she's the one that kind of preaches Christianity to me. And so it's like, there's nowhere to go with family members who are evangelicals that believe they live on a spinning space ball, even though their Bible, their owner's manual, their Bible, when you have a problem with your car, you go to your owner's manual in your glove compartment. So we've been given an owner's manual. It's called the Bible. We don't have to have a revelation from God. We don't have to have Moses, in our living room saying we live on a stationary plane. We just go to the Bible. The Bible says we live on a stationary plane. And it's just immovable with foundations, pillars, four corners, ends of the earth, footstools. None of those things appear on a ball. And a Christian will go, nah, God created those nebulas and those galaxies, and they're so beautiful to look at. And isn't God's creation wonderful? 500 trillion, miles away or whatever. The closest star other than our fairy tale sun is Alpha Centauri. It's 25 trillion miles away. 4.37 light years in their fairy tale. And so the closest is 25 trillion miles away. Inverse square law of light says you can't see it. You cannot see it. You cannot see any of that stuff because of the inverse square law of light. But because they're in their outer space fairy tale, you can see them because light can travel like that. It cannot. But if it's in some sort of a, whatever you want to call it, it's not Speculation Sunday anymore, whatever you want to call it, obviously you can see it because you know what? Genesis 1:16-17, God placed two great lights in the sky, sun, the moon, and the stars. So those things are close. So we can see them.
There was this really interesting philosopher lived a long time ago, and he kind of had this philosophy that really keeps me happy when it comes to like road rage or normies or anybody else. And his philosophy was they know not what they're doing, right? And this carpenter, he was just a carpenter, right? But this philosophy really keeps me pretty sane, right? Because it's one thing to assume malice, right? But it's another thing to assume ignorance, right? And I kind of feel like when the King of Rohan was sitting before Gandalf the Grey, and he didn't realize that he was Gandalf the White, it's like, oh, that's like a totally different thing, right? So once he, found out, like, oh shit, this isn't Gandalf the Grey, this is Gandalf the White, he kind of changed his mind a little bit. And I kind of think that, everybody needs that light. If they don't ever get the seed planted, how will it ever grow? So it's not your job to convince somebody, it's your job to plant the seed and walk away.
Well, luckily the Christians have insurance, so they have a little bit of leeway to get things wrong. It's the atheists who don't have insurance. Also, it's hard that people want it to be true. As you said, there's only so much you can tolerate, but when it gets to the point where the person wants outer space to be true, that's a direct choice. So there's nothing you can do.
The problem happens when we plant the seed and then they go to Google, and that's what nourishes the seed to grow into some garbage in their head.
Well, when the Google blacklist came out, if people are still using Google, then they understand that, this is 1984. Like, Google is literally 1984.
All the youngins don't get it. Your generation just thinks it's like a source of true information overall. Like, just type something in and that's the answer.
You go to Google and you ask about the speed of the Earth around the Sun. You get 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour. You get one of those 666 things. But no interferometer experiment ever done by a globe believer scientist has ever shown more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the Sun. Has never shown more than that. So they are off either by by 25% or 90%, depending on what you use. And so, but Google tells us we're going at 30 kilometers per second. Nobody has ever measured that, but they tell us that anyway. And obviously, you have to come up with an explanation for 3, 5, 6, or 8. And the explanation, one of them could be a sidereal rotation of the sky above us, which translates motion down to the Earth. Now, whether that medium that's translated down to the Earth is ether or not, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me that I don't know. But that explains the creator creating something, that sidereal rotation of the Earth, translating motion down to the Earth, and it just totally destroys their outer space fairy tale. So Google has to say 30 kilometers per second, even though nobody has come even close to measuring that scientifically.
I really don't get the flat earthers who are against ether, because I get it. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist, right? But if it does exist, then that's what gives us that number with 120 zeros, debunking the expansion of the universe, therefore the distance to the stars, deep space, etc., etc., etc. And it also gives us the stationary Earth, right? Because Michelson Morley tried to measure the Earth going through the ether. And you can't just say, well, the ether doesn't exist, especially nowadays.
Yeah, I go back. I haven't studied the ether much at all. I know there's a couple camps within the stationary plane community. One goes, hey, it exists. Another says we don't know. There's a camp that goes, I forget now. Gosh, I'm getting old. It was another point I wanted to make, Larry, and I can't remember. I'm sorry. Anyway, maybe another time.
Well, I think
Can I tell you why people don't believe in ether in 2023 who are flat earthers?
Sure.
Go ahead and define it.
They get really upset.
0 point energy, quantum foam, has many names. Some people call it virtual particles. Some people call it the stuff that's coming out of the Schwinger effect. But all these things are measurable. You just can't call it ether. But there is a background medium to any system, any quantum mechanics system, where there's this thing called 0 point energy. And it's always because it's never 0.0 volts. It's always 0.5 or 0.4 or 0.6. But you cannot create a vacuum with no energy. And that's why we have something called the vacuum catastrophe, right? The vacuum catastrophe is where we get that number with 120 zeros behind it. that debunks the expansion rate of the universe. And it's off by 120 orders of magnitude. I'll post it for you right here. But yeah, you can look up quantum foam if you like that one. You can call it that. Or 0-point energy, like that, call it that. But if you call it ether, certain people get triggered. So trigger warning, y'all.
Yeah, I don't understand that. So you've become a flat earther. You realize everything you've been told is pile of shit, and now somebody puts forward a proposition, and you lose your shit over it. Why? And there's some proof to it, or there might be something. It sounds like there's something to it. Research it, but why get so triggered that you get really upset about it?
Who got upset?
Well, you just come from a world. You just come from a place where you realize that you're being fed bullshit 24/7, and you're not loving what they say you are. And so somebody brings forth another proposition, and you lose your shit.
Who lost their shit?
Hey, people. Just some people.
I think the reason for that is whenever some people present that sort of stuff, they present it in a matter-of-fact way, as if it is actually like for sure.
Okay, that's a good point. Maybe that's why they get. Yeah, you can't tell me that because but no, keep an open mind, bro.
Well, I think it's kind of like this. You can't tell me that the background medium known as quantum foam or 0-point energy. You can't tell me that background medium is like ether, the background medium, right? They're two totally different background mediums. But ether doesn't exist, I'm sure. Like, I kind of think that's weird.
All right, I'm going to say this. I think Miggy brought up a very good point a couple of nights ago when I was on here, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 nights ago, where he says, it's just another rabbit hole or whatever. Sure, you can, whatever, but there's got to come a point where you realize this is the truth. What you've been fed is a lie, and it's just stop. But don't go too far. You know what I mean? You can spiral, and you know what I mean. The point was just you've got to come to the realization of something and be at peace with that. And if you want to go ahead and go down other avenues and paths, that's completely fine. But don't let it upset you, or just stick to the basics of what we know now, that we've been taught shit forever. And things are different now to us. It's a different world. It's a completely different world.
Yeah, it's just my belief that the science isn't settled. And yes, I'm interested in people who claim things that aren't true, but this 0-point energy thing, it's measurable. Like, it's well known. And the vacuum catastrophe, right? They've had 300 different proposed solutions to the cosmological constant crisis. That means that 300 different papers have been published trying to solve this problem, and it's the largest problem in cosmology. And some flat earthers are like, nothing to see here. Like, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, but don't you worry about that, pudding.
Pudding.
And I get it. We have different arguments, right? Some people have different arguments than others, and I think that's okay. I think that's perfectly okay. But when you got, like all these astronomers saying that there was a problem with Einstein, it was his biggest blunder, and it just happens to be the largest mix match between like science and theory or observation and theory in the history of science. It's like, you might want to look into that. There might be something to it. And sure enough, you go in there, paper after paper after paper, they use words like sacred views that we can't let go of. And you're like, sacred? Is this like from the Pope? No, this is a science website. This is Scientific American. What are we looking at here? How is this sacred? I wish my clipboard went back longer and I could show you NASA talking about it. Because they can't really deny it. Poor J. Ace. He tried to say the number wasn't 120 orders of magnitude. Then I posted like 15 citations, and the last one was NASA. And his rebuttal was, but I sent you a book to read. I guess you'd have to be there, but it's funny to me, right? Because this guy is like a, college graduate, some sort of chemist or biochemist or something. Like he's allegedly a legitimate scientist, and then I'm posting like 15 links that agree with what I said, and he didn't come up with nothing but a book to read.
What was I listening to the other day? I don't know if it was on here on YouTube. Somebody was speaking to astrophysicists and brought up a lot of points. Damn, this might have actually been a mainstream thing, but the astrophysicist, he calls himself, it's probably on here. He calls himself a astrologist, but he's actually an astrophysicist. And the guy brought up a couple of points, and the astrophysicist had no answer, none. Even he didn't know how to answer the question, or that was crazy. Even they don't know. Things aren't working out. Dark matter.
Yeah, you can tell when I'm debating these people about such things. You could tell that it really bothers them, right? That the scientists are agreeing. Well, they're not agreeing with me. I'm agreeing with the scientists, right? And they're saying this is, Einstein's biggest blunder, right? This cosmological constant. And it's like, okay, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Hello? How are spaceballs made? Spaceballs are made with gravity. What was Einstein's theory of general relativity about? Gravity. It's like, you don't see the connection there? Like, this is the largest mix match in the history of science. This is science's biggest blunder. Search any of those words. Search any of that. Science's largest blunder. Science, the vacuum catastrophe. Search any of those words, and you're going to find like article after article after article. And type in .edu, and you'll find college after college after college, all saying the same thing.
Didn't Michio Kaku say something similar to the biggest mismatch and it's like a 0 and then times 10 in the history of fucking science?
Yeah, he's talking about when they measure, the 0 point energy, right, the background medium, against the expansion rate of the universe. Because we know it's not expanding. It's just what they say it's. And I've heard it said recently that, Einstein is to Globers as Tesla is to flat earthers. He's like our go-to guy. Look what Tesla produced. Like all the stuff that, a lot of things that we're using today is like from Tesla. So he had a remote control boat in like the 1800s. Like, let that sink in. Like 1800s, back when pictures were like stand still for like 10 minutes. He had a remote control boat. So, in a way, 9/11 brought to you by Tesla Tech. Cell phones, Tesla Tech, radio, Tesla Tech. Like, all this stuff is from his applied science. And what did he believe that he was utilizing?
The foam thingy.
Sure, call it quantum foam if you like.
Don't say the E word. Don't want to trigger anybody.
Somebody just come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really into convincing people that have made it divine. That's not really my thing. But if there's open-minded people in here, which I'm pretty sure this is the place to find open-minded people, like, I could probably share this with you guys. You guys either going to look at it or you don't. Or you can tell me to shut up and start talking about something else.
Nah, we just shoot the breeze.
The breeze is very important in Texas when you're shooting. If there's no breeze, man, you're going to sweat in your eye. Let's take your goggles off and wipe the sweat out of your eye.
Talking about hot places. I was listening to the radio all the other day while I was driving to work, and I heard over the news that Australia is going to be the first country to allow psychiatrists to prescribe MDMA, the MDMA, the ecstasy thing, whatever, to people that suffer from PTSD and other ailments. And I sent this in a wee video to my friend, and I was like, well, I don't like the idea of moving back to a warm place because I can't stand the heat anymore, but I put my visa papers on yesterday.
Are you going to Australia?
I'm away, bro. Now, I haven't disclosed this information, so don't tell anybody. But I do like a little bit of MDMA now and then. But yeah, Australia, of all places, they're going to allow psychiatrists to prescribe MDMA to PTSD sufferers because it seems to be working.
So the thing I understand about MDMA, under certain conditions, it's okay to take it. You can't just not understand how it works and just take it though. It has diminishing returns. So if you take it on a weekend, it depletes all your dopamine and you don't take anymore, it's probably okay, but I think there's going to be a dopaminergical positive feedback loop in the sense where you're chasing that feeling and you're going to want more and more and more, right? I've never taken it, so I don't know. I could be talking out of my butt.
No, you're right. Like a diminishing return kind of thing. Yeah, no, I take a little dip now and then at certain festivals or whatever, just a little, not too much. Like a recreational user, but I don't know. I mean,
how do you feel the next day?
I feel great. Fantastical.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I suppose it affects different people different ways. But no, listen, no, don't. I'm not a fucking druggie. Right? I'm not mad about it, but I do take a little dip now and then at festivals. Like I was out seeing the Prodigy in Belfast there last weekend. Took a few dips and it put me up and whatever. I don't know. It's not like we're all like. Hang on, how do I explain this? To me, everybody's on some kind of drug. Caffeine. The whole world is on drug of some sort. We're kind of like druggies, but we don't know it. There's Coca Cola. There's caffeine. There's all like a third of the world is on fucking medicines and shit. And we're all druggies. We just don't realize it. The world kind of seems to me it's like it's it's a big industry, you know. There's acceptable drugs, unacceptable drugs. Thank you, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
But that's the way I see the
sugar
world.
For me, right? I'm addicted to sugar. That's number one.
Yeah, and that's apparently a poison. So don't take sugar, kids. It's bad for you.
Just say no. Yeah, I got to tell you, when I'm doing the keto thing and I'm just like eating nothing but like meat and cheese and stuff like that, like I feel great. I lose weight. I want to fight. I want to do the other F word. Like it's really a boost for me. But whenever I start taking sugar again, I get all lethargic and I turn into a sleepy dad.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with dipping your toes in that stuff. Maybe once a month. Maybe twice a month. I don't know though. You know.
Yeah, probably
doing it every week. I probably wouldn't do it.
No, never that much. No.
But yeah, everybody has a bad day like once a month, right? So that day that you just had a shitty day, you got pulled over, they gave you a ticket, so you had to deal with roadside pirates, and luckily they didn't put you in the torture cuffs and throw you in the dungeon. So, you know, you had a rough day. You're like, man, I think I'm going to go take some, chill pill.
There's a song about that. So you had a bad day. You take what? Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, I can't drink. Like, for me, I don't want to drink. And me being a Texan, like, I probably shouldn't have marijuana and guns. Even though I like marijuana, but it's my duty to protect the innocent, right? So I've been sober. I could pass a hair follicle test right now. And those of you who know me, you're like, what? Larry could pass a hair follicle test?
You know, passing the hair test is very hard to do when you have alopecia.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Now, that was just off the top of my head. Now you have to appreciate that wasn't too bad.
It was plenty. I'll give you that. It was plenty.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Yeah, the other day I took a delivery to a sign shop. And, you know, every time I go into a place, I look on the signs on the door to make sure that I'm legal, you know. And I go in the sign shop and I see a sign that says no guns. I'm like, fuck. And then I realize, oh, it's a sign shop. They make these things. I thought I broke the law. But I realized it was on the inside and it's just laying by the door, which means that somebody's going to come pick it up.
Very good. Now, this is another dad joke. I was driving past some farmyards the other day, and I stopped by a farm, and I seen it said 20 free range eggs available here. And I walked on. I got myself 2 dozen. I walked out. The farmer says, "Where are you going? You have to pay for that." Hey, but the fucking sign says free range, free.
That joke is like so obvious, like 3 sentences ago.
I know, it's the ones you don't see coming that are funnier, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure there are states where you can have your guns and your medicine too, but Texas is not one of them. So I've been sober for quite a while, other than taking some magical mushrooms, which I know this isn't about that, but I gotta say that was a pretty cool experience. So other than the mushrooms, I've been sober for over 6 months. It's crazy because before I did the mushrooms, I started, looking it up because I knew that they were safe, but I didn't know how safe they were. They're on the bottom of the list. Mushrooms, it's like, according to the research I've done, of course, this isn't medical advice, but the research that I've seen, magical mushrooms, like the kind in Texas, not the Anita muscaria from up north, the mushrooms that look like Mario mushrooms, not those. Those are poisonous at first, so do your own research, for fuck's sake. But the magical mushrooms in Texas, they're like the safest drug that you could do. it's so crazy that that's illegal. Like, really? I mean, can you imagine a hobbit going up to another hobbit? Mushrooms! Like, not for you, you bastard. No mushrooms for you. Put them in the dungeon. Like, it's crazy if you think about it like that, right? Because we're so used to it and brainwashed that it's bad and it's okay to throw people in the cages, in the dungeons with the torture cuffs. But over mushrooms? What's wrong with having a little magical experience every now and then?
They're like the things that would fight depression and stuff. It's almost like, we're talking about the population control thing. They want people to suicide, etc., etc. But there's lots of natural drugs out there that would prevent that, so they ban them. Like marijuana, the devil's lettuce. What's the most popular vegetable in the Antarctic? Iceberg lettuce.
You got jokes today. Bring it on, bro. Keep it going. I really would smoke marijuana like every single day if I could afford it and it was legal. I probably would just every single day when I get off work. That hour that you get off work and you're just like, "Whew, it's hot outside. I'm in the house now. I'm in front of the air conditioner." Spark you a spliff, or I should probably say blunt. We smoke blunts. We don't smoke spliffs here. And just cool down and calm down and relax, and then you can start worrying about bills and chores and life and stuff like that. I probably would smoke it every day, but the fact that it's illegal and expensive because it's illegal, because there's nothing wrong with the marijuana itself, I think it's just the marijuana laws. And to think that California is freer than Texas when it comes to marijuana. Like, poof, muffin top. But if you go over there with your gun, you're now a criminal over there because you got too many rounds in your magazine.
California. I haven't heard that one before. I keep using that. You just got to take time to smell the roses. Just take your time. No matter what you're doing, just stop. Look at the clouds. Take a deep breath. Take it in. Don't be rushing. Just chill. And you don't even need drugs for that. It puts you in a different dimension.
Some people do. If you really have PTSD, I don't think there's anything wrong with you smoking weed every day, all day long. If that's what keeps you normal. Like I've seen people have was Parkinson's or something like that, where they can't control their body, or they have.
And they take the oil of the CBD.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just completely stop. They're just completely normal for like hours. My friend showed me a video of that. I couldn't believe it. There was the poor guy was twitching away, and he was just like, out of here. Like, and his dad gave him a wee drop or two, or whatever of the CBD, and he was, then completely normal. And it's like, how can you make this illegal?
Yeah, I've been saying this for a while. A lot of you guys know that I used to be like a cop blocker. I'm not the defunding the police, Black Lives Matter type. Don't get those two conflated. But if you think about it, the most corrupt people on the plane are politicians. So these politicians write down their opinions and they pass it out to the police, and the police enforce these politicians. So Stalin wasn't like putting anybody in the gulags, right? He had one good arm. Right, so Stalin wasn't the problem; it was the yes men that were the problem. Right, like Hitler didn't throw anybody into a concentration camp; it was the yes men. So keep on going down the line. Mao, right? All these different mass murdering type. If they were, as history says, to be honest. They weren't doing it. It was always the yes men. So if the politicians are the most corrupt people on earth, and the police and the sheriffs are doing their bidding and enforcing their politicians' opinions with the force of the state that they have a monopoly on, and James Freeman says that's the difference between us and them. Like, we're not willing to use force to enforce our ideas. So you really got to think about that.
I agree with that, but all it takes is one person that has a hypnotic way of bending people to his will without them knowing. Or you're right in the first part, but one person can change the history of the world. If history, we believe what they say. But all it takes is that one guy to write that one book and just sort of mind control everybody. So yeah, the yes men are responsible, but the guy who started it all is probably more responsible.
Well, everybody knows that the type of person that you want to be in politics doesn't want to do it. And the type of person that you don't want, the sociopath, psychopath type, like they're the type that want that, position. See, in America, it's supposed to be governed by the consent of the governed, right? So it's kind of this idea that, we're the king and we delegate our authority to the peacemakers, right? So they're supposed to be like peacekeepers. And these peacekeepers are not supposed to, hey, you go stand over there. Oops. I think I unplugged myself. Instead of saying, hey, you go stand over there, well, what did I do? Like, I don't care. I make up the rules here. I am the law. It's like, what? It's like, they used to say that before there was cameras. Now that there's cameras, they stopped saying shit like that, right? But it's like, you are the law. Like, you anthropomorphized yourself into the law, and like, I make up the rules around here. They actually still do say that one. It's like, how could you say that? And it's because of ignorance, because they're so used to, pushing people around, and people aren't thinking for themselves and questioning authority. And it's really like Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. And like, without that, you're a slave. Because if you don't know your rights, you don't have any. That's literally the rules around here.
Yeah, it's now a position to enrich yourself. It used to be people used to admire people in politics. Now it's just you're only there to enrich yourself. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them are going to stop all the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Redemption Song is my numero uno song of all time. It's funny, people ask me at the festival the other day, what's your favorite song? Without hesitation, it's Redemption Song.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for Marley, and it's really sad that people hear the word Marley and they start talking about marijuana. It's like, yeah, talk about the marijuana, what made him so peaceful and promoting peace, right? Don't talk about the peace that he promoted, right? Don't talk about that. Like, don't talk about him being like anti-war and in my opinion, dying for the cause.
He is kind of like my number one hero. He really is. I mean, if you watch documentaries on him and some boy says to him, are you rich? Some journalist like, you're rich. You go, what is riches to you? He's like, you got family, you got people who love you. That's rich. Like by this stage, he was a multi-millionaire. But I don't think it didn't make no never mind to him. He was such a philosopher. He really was.
Hey, PMAC. Good morning.
Sunny.
Good morning. Good morning to the. I'll check.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. No, I mean, you were moaning last night in your sleep. You're moaning. Never mind. I'm joking because I sleep alone all the time. So.
I sleep alone.
Larry, wow, I haven't talked to you in a long time, man.
Yeah, how you been?
I've had my ups and downs, but isn't that what life is all about, though?
The roller coaster of love.
Yeah, like our body goes through these ups and downs too. Sometimes it hits lower lows than you're expecting. Like when you get my age, I'll be 65 on the 10th. And I'm still laughing about it. So all you other boomers, fuck off. Just joking.
I've always identified as a Generation X, even though I was born in 82.
Right.
I guess you can identify as whatever you want to these days. So I'm Generation X, baby.
There you go. Does that give you any free getting free anywhere or?
Absolutely, yeah. We were the last feral children, as they say. We played outside. Feral children.
Oh.
We played outside, and we drank out of the hose, not because we wanted to, but because it was the only choice we had. We were locked out of the house.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I hear that. That's the way it was. Some of those things were still happening when you were growing up. Yeah. I don't know what it's like now. I guess keep your kids inside. No, don't let them touch that grass blade. No, they'll cut themselves, and they could get germs.
Germs? Oh no, I don't know what that is, but I don't like it.
What happened to the thing where go let the kids eat the dirt, get as much germs as they can now that builds their immunity system? So, what happened to that?
That's what my dad said. He was born in 58.
Yeah, me too. 58, same year. Jim Waterworld, 58. Who
The
else?
year of Ness.
Wave Mixer, 58. Me, 58. We're all born in 58. 3 of us so far.
So you guys are older than NASA, or just right at the age of NASA.
Listen, I'm the same month. I was born like 10 or 11, 12 days before NASA was created, the same month. And 69, 11 years old, right before my birthday, or right after my birthday. So that year when I was 11, we had just moved to a new neighborhood again for about the fourth time. And that was only when I was 11. So then we moved to this new neighborhood, which I feel is my most, I considered that my neighborhood, that one place, even though honestly, we only lived there for 5 years. It's the most influential 5 years of my entire life from that neighborhood, that all those happenings in that place. So what was I going to say? The moon landing. So yeah, that month I remember it pretty well. I have a good memory, long distance memories. I remember well, but that's an non sequitur. Distance and time don't match. Anyway, I digress. I remember I just turned 11, so I'd have 4th of July, my birthday, and then the moon landings. All those adults were freaking distracted. Like, I know that much. They're like, come on in, Sonny. Come inside, Sonny. They're landing a man on the moon. They're all watching it on TV.
Yeah, some people believe it because they heard it on the radio. Just like the whole Orson Welles thing. Martian.
Right. Have you ever heard anybody? I've never actually heard anybody actually say that.
But there were people that only had radios at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking about 1969. You know, to have a TV, it was like, wow. If you had a color TV, you were rich. I grew up pretty poor. We actually had black and white TVs, you know, up in like the 80s. And I think I remember one that survived all the way into the 90s. I was playing Nintendo on a black and white TV for a while.
Yep. We had this little portable TV. So my brother and I, we moved onto the sailboat. We had the whole aft cabin to ourselves. So that was good because we were separated.
And the only reason I was playing Nintendo was because it would be like raining outside. And my uncle, he worked and had his own Nintendo. He was only 12 years older than me. So I did grow up with the best of both worlds. I had Nintendo and I had outside. I got to play in the woods a lot.
Mm-hmm. A lot of my friends were born in the 70s, like from 1970 on. Most all of my friends are born from those years. I don't know why that is. I just don't. I used to socialize quite a bit, but it was a different kind of socializing, you know?
Well, you're a musician, right? When you're a musician, there's no age group thing. Everybody just comes and plays.
Yeah, and I would always urge people from the very beginning, why did you got a guitar, right? Like when I go to someone else's house. I'm like, you don't have a guitar? I thought it was strange that every household didn't have a guitar. I'm like, what am I going to play when I come over? Expect me to carry my own guitar? It should be there when I arrive. Everyone should have a guitar for me to play. Is that selfish?
When I first got in the band, I didn't know how to play bass yet, but they were like, you should learn to play an instrument and join the bands. I was like, the drums. They were like, no, that takes too long. It's like, what, the bass? They were like, yeah, learn the bass. So I carried it everywhere when I first started playing.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to catch up, you know. When I say everywhere, I mean like literally everywhere. I brought it to school. I brought it to work. And when I had time, I would sit down and play.
Thank you, play. I didn't know that.
Yeah, 5-string bass. Slap in the bass, man.
I brought my guitar walking through gangs of skinheads in the 80s. That was a different world then. Los Angeles. Like, little Sonny knows how to, like, walk through anywhere and not get harmed. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I've heard about these bad neighborhoods, but I've always like ignored that and thought that doesn't apply to me because that's how I kind of feel about most rules.
Yeah, and usually someone's not going to bother someone that's just passing through. I'm not malingering or anything. You know what I mean? That's a good word. Heck.
I've always kind of felt like people understand the hustle, right? So if I'm at Oak Cliff at 3 a.m. in the morning trying to buy a car, like I'm just going to do it, and I did it, and I got a car for $500. And then other times I'd be lost in Dallas, before GPS, and I'd, be like on Martin Luther King Street. I'd be like, hey, how do I get to Parkland?
Wait a minute! I gotta write a note. I gotta write a note for that song. A name of a song. Even though I've never been to Dallas. Song name. Hold on. Song name. Names. Underline. Lost in Dallas. I might need to enlist you to write some words about that. And we'll turn it into a song. You and I together. How's that sound? Lost in Dallas. See, you got to start early. I've always heard that, let's say, successful, influential people, whatever that influential part means, but whatever you call successful people, they always have a notebook with them.
Oh, yeah, you should be keeping your time. Document all your time, just like a truck driver.
I'm going to
start that way you can
that.
write off your business losses.
Yeah, I'm going to start that. I even though I've known that for many years, I've bought little pocket notebooks, but now it's perfect because I'm going to be mobile most of the time out, especially during the summer. And I come up with ideas all the time. Like when you're in a meditative state, like riding the bicycle, your mind has lots of time to mull over things,
Yeah, when I'm going on like a really long trip on the motorcycle, like I get to like work through so many of my problems, like issues. You think about it and process it all the way through.
Yeah, like whatever. Like we all get upset about some things. So like if I try to figure out like why am I upset about that one thing? And right now, honestly, I feel great because when I'm talking with you guys on here, I can forget about all these little minute little problems, insignificant things really that I can blow up to like huge proportions. If I'm just by myself to use as a bouncing, to bounce some ideas again. So like, I anyway, it's great. Good talking with you. We should write that song. I can imagine it. I can imagine it in my head. But you have knowledge. You have knowledge of the street names and the places. So I bet that's a pretty wild story. Even just getting that car that night, I can imagine. Think of what a good rock song that would make, bro. Like all of us have this inside of us. Like, you know how we listen to music and we feel nostalgic and we hear these songs and they feel like it's us, like that we could place ourselves in those circumstances of the song. That's why we relate. And it hits really key emotional parts of us, right?
Yeah, I think the only thing I got wrong, I think I was looking for Baylor, not Parkland. I think I said Parkland because I spent so much time at Children's, but I was actually looking for Baylor Hospital, I think. I mean, this was like 20-something years ago. I don't know what I was looking for. I just remember I was looking for the hospital.
20-something years ago, I was looking for the hospital.
Yeah, I think the thing was I knew how to get to the hospital. I just didn't know where the interstate was. I couldn't find the interstate.
That's perfect.
How are you level 42 fan?
Is that music? I don't know what level 42 is.
Okay, the bass. The lead singer was a bass player.
Like the Police.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wondering.
That is a little more rare to have the bass player be the lead singer.
Or the drummer, like Genesis.
But like Chris Squire from Yes, actually, he was in several bands. He's quite a good singer too, but I think he did better as a bass while he was singing backup vocals in Yes. Like they all have really good voices.
So I was influenced by people like Les Claypool, the guy from Mudvayne, Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. I was trying to do like this lead bass thing, right? Because I had two guitarists. One was a rhythm 6-string and one was a lead 7-string. So I would go back and forth between those two octaves. And I was like playing the low stuff and the high stuff at the same time. So I was emulating the 7-string guitar player. And every time there would be like a little dead spot, I would put like a little filler in there, like a little bass lead.
That sounds great. You know what? Good bass players and drummers, like if they want to get busy, they could never be out of work because that's what bands need the most. They don't need any more guitar players. They need bass players and drummers.
Yeah, I've had tons of invites. Churches want to hire me, come play with us, we'll have a few beers. But I don't do that anymore. Ever since I started having children, I really, kind of felt, I still love music, still love to play. But
yeah, I get that. Then when my kids got old enough, we would bring them along. I would go to jams at like coffee shops and stuff with friends. I was in this like blues conglomeration. This friend of mine I met in recovery back in the 90s, way back when, man. The blues wizard. Anyway, he's out there. He lives in Texas somewhere, I heard. I think he moved to Austin. But I'm not in contact with him. I haven't seen him in a long time. Kind of an old colleague, old friend. He would have this dude that made his own drum sets, a suitcase drum set. It was like a ragtag. That's where I first learned how to do harmonica and lead guitar. Like, at the same time.
Yeah, for those people who can do two things at once, like if you can play and sing or play the harmonica, like hats off to you, because if you listen to the Police, when he's playing, he's not singing. When he's singing, he's not playing. Or kind of like that, you know.
Yeah,
It's hard. It's hard. It really is. For those of you who don't know.
I actually love the police. No, I do.
it's good stuff. Yeah, I like it. It can be loud. It's good for outdoors. That's what actually. I'll probably do some bus screen now. Like once I get my resources in line and everything situated, I'm getting to a place of organization where and I know how to travel around the city with like gear without killing myself physically. So I'm just going to get myself a good rechargeable amplifier that I can carry around with me, go down to the Embarcadero where all the tourists come in and play music. And there's already people down there that do that all the time, but you know, they're very consistent and I'm just not consistent enough. Plus my age, like sometimes I can't get out of bed. It hurts so bad. Like today, and every time I'm waking up and in pain like that, I wake up and come on here and it goes away. I don't think about it anymore. It's so weird. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah. The guitar or instruments of any kind. It's some of the best therapeutic medicine that you can have. It doesn't matter if you have physical pain or emotional pain. You pick up that guitar and like 100% of your mind is focused on left hand, right hand coordination, you know?
That's true.
So anything that you were focusing on before, you know, it's like major pain. Oh, you broke your leg? Let me see your finger. Does your leg hurt now?
No, I found that too. And listen, I don't play guitar as well as Sonny, but I play a little bit. And I found that even if I was really depressed in a bad way or just not feeling great, I would pick it up, strum it for half an hour, sing a couple of my own fucking tunes and shite. And when I put it down, I took a really deep breath, like you know, it was like it was like a release. It's like I did that for half an hour and suddenly I feel a lot better. Yeah, it's like a medicine or magic or something. I know this one. It's Beethoven's Sixth Symphony.
Yeah, everybody should tune their acoustic guitar with harmonics, and everybody should set up their electric guitar to be, you know, so finely tuned that you can tune it with harmonics.
That's nice, Sonny. Keep going, bro.
He's just tuning, so he hasn't started playing yet.
No. I know. I'm making a joke.
Oh, okay. I thought you were grooving with it.
I like the whole tuning thing.
I think Sonny's doing that thing where he wants me to tell me which string's not tuned, but
Wait a minute.
Harmonics.
Oh, that's a weird one. be a good one. Like shit like that. A little tune for your Monday morning, July 3rd, 2023. This is Sunny, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Join the conversation.
Yeehaw.
That's some mighty fine picking.
When I was just a young boy.
It's kind of sloppy. It's kind of sloppy, if you ask me. It's very, it's kind of rude, and it's not as clean as it could be. But you know, it's all right. It's me. It's got.
You're just being your own worst critic.
Yeah, I know. So I've learned.
That was your warm up, bro. Yeah,
That was a
nobody's
warm
judged
up.
you on your warm up. Yeah, you tuned and warmed up in front of everybody. That takes guts.
Yeah, it's a honky tonk freaking guitar. This guitar produces music that throughout all these years, like, it's crazy for me. Like, to have a guitar that you just like would think, okay, it's just going to sit in the corner. No, this guitar just produces this music that comes out through me, like being drawn through me, through this instrument that comes from I don't know where. Like, you hear that, like I'm down in the bayou or something. Like it's coming through me. Like I've heard it before. Like I've been in the honky tonks or something. And I just got that music running through me. I don't know how that occurred. Can I prove it? No, but there it is. Like, there's things that are here. Like, that music is here regardless if I never studied that kind of music. But I did study my instrument and learn how to play all the rock and country and bluegrass and some classical. Like, I don't know everything. I would never claim to know everything, and it's not possible. But I found a little niche for myself with the instrument where I can every mood goes through me. So I'll yield the floor because I don't want to take it captive with this 6-string guitar maniac that's speaking to you right now.
That's what it sounds like. I'm just kidding. When I was just a young boy, my daddy used to say, "You are just a young boy. Now go outside and play some of that
I love that.
some of that honky tonk music." I love me some honky tonk. Honky tonk music.
And the thing is, you can make it heavy. Like you could slow it down so it's just this grind. You know, lyric. All you know what I'm talking about.
I just made that shit up, bro.
I like that. That heavy bow bow. Yeah. Bow bow. Yeah. Bow bow. Bow bow. Bow bow. Bow.
Hey, Sonny, do you know Fast Car?
Fast Car? Mm-mm.
Tracy Chapman?
Doesn't ring a bell, but I'm sure if I heard it, it would ring a bell.
Tracy Chapman.
I don't know who sings it, but I heard it.
Fast Car. I'm sorry, Dad.
Yeah. No, you're good. It's a song about her daddy was drinking, so they
We
left
got a
town.
fast car.
Yeah.
We've got to make a decision. Leave tonight or we can die this way.
My mic wasn't up. I'm looking at. I'm sorry. I was looking it up. I'm looking it up right now. Trying to slow down.
Yeah, it's one of those songs that I probably wouldn't like, but I heard it on Leapfrog Studios, which, for those of you who don't know, type in Leapfrog Studios Africa. But yeah, I heard Fast Car on that, and I was like, man, this is a good song.
The Tracy Chapman version?
Yeah,
I guess
Tracy
so.
Chapman.
Yeah. That song got me in my feels, bro.
Yeah.
I listened to her in sorry, it was called Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, the Free People's Concert, and she came on, and she sat in a little stool with a guitar, and 80,000 people, you could hear a pun drop.
Yeah. So yeah, I played "Give Me One Reason" for quite a long time.
I love her. She's like my second.
I have a good singer. Let's see.
Sounds like PMAC and I got pretty good taste in music.
Yeah, and films. Yeah. We like Lord of the Rings too, so.
I like the best. I like the best of all those groups with when you have a great guitar piece that's going along with awesome singing like that. Then, so that's another one. Another one by. See, names are eluding me, but I could tell you the ex-singer, the female artist that was an ex-teacher. I can't think of her name. I don't know why these common names are just slipping past me these days. I can't.
Old age.
I'm forgetting.
Old fucking age. You're nearly as old as the bloody dinosaurs, bro.
I am a dinosaur.
You're about 150 billion years old.
I'm a billion years old. I came from another time altogether. What do you think about that, Glovers?
You guys see that Dianne Feinstein was asked by liberal media, where have you been? Are you okay? And she was like, what? I've been here working. So she didn't even know that she was out. Like, she literally thought that she had been there working every day. Yeah, Feinstein's a dinosaur, bro. I don't know how that dinosaur keeps getting elected.
Yeah, it's a miracle. That's the only. I know I'm a miracle. I know the rest of you are miracles too. That's just a presupposition. And we're already past Speculation Sunday. I need to eat something.
It's only Monday.
Yeah, I came in on Speculation Sunday and didn't know that it was Speculation Sunday, but I didn't really feel like speculating because I knew that my speculation was going to cause controversy, and I didn't really want to get into it. I was like eating,
Yeah.
so I was just like, not today.
I know. I can get way off into the weeds myself.
Yeah, I'm not really here to divide and conquer. It's not really my thing. I'd rather jive with you guys. You guys are my people. My people.
Yeah. So good morning to everybody else here in the panel. We have 13 with us so far. Got Wave Mixer up there at the top. Critspiracy is deaf muted. He's probably getting some great content. I'm sure he's doing good work. Effie Batman, yes, of course. And Larry, awesome to have you here this morning. Mike Powerswan, also deaf muted. Thanks for coming in and deaf muting yourself. Moist Grundy, Moist Grundle. Good to have you there. You have no roles. Wait a minute. I think I know this person, but we'll get back with you. Unless you have something to say now, Moist Grundle, you are not muted. Want to say hi? Okay, moving right along. If you want to say hi, just feel free. There's PMAC over there, way over there.
I didn't even know that I was an etherite. I didn't know that was a word. I found out last night that I was
an etherist. An
etherist. Is that what they're called?
I don't know. I thought that's what you said. So
etherite.
Yeah,
etherite. Etherite.
It's like that sounds like a play on words.
That sounds very etheristic of you. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but. And we got Systems, Teos, UK. Good to have you, and myself.
I think everybody that was the ites were all the people that had to die.
Don't forget to acknowledge yourself, Sully. That's good.
I did.
I know you did. That's what made me.
Don't be a doofus, PMAC, please. Don't be a doofy.
Okay. I was just saying I like the way you acknowledge yourself too. That was pretty funny.
Oh, okay. Okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I need to be sometimes I think I need to be Irish when I'm speaking back to you and like smacking the back of the head there.
Yeah, fucking doofus. You're fucking doofus.
Yeah, youngin'. Yeah. Never mind.
So you have to remember everything I say as a joke. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm just trying to be funny, and sometimes it falls on deaf ears, right? Sometimes the jokes don't fucking
And sometimes I'm trying to be a dickhead on purpose, and sometimes I just am natural and don't know it. So forgive me.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed that, dickhead.
So it might be hard to tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious at times. I forgive you all, and you're welcome.
No, it's hard to tell the difference, Tony.
I'm missing Helio Skeptic right now. It must be Monday's work. Where was he at last night?
I know he was. That was strangely absent. He was here on Saturday night, causing some ruckus, of course.
As usual.
But that's all right. I mean, that's why we love Helio. You got to know when you're in the room with someone that, let's say, you're oil and the other person's water. Sometimes it's not good to keep on trying to mix the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt when I showed up last night.
It happens to all of us. I go, shit, I'm in the middle of a conversation. I'm even mixing this conversation. Why am I even?
Yeah, there was an Arabic guy from Jordan in here, and he was trying to say something, and I could understand what he was saying. The room didn't understand it, I don't guess, or some people in the room. So I started, kind of doing a little bit of translation. I wasn't really talking. I was just posting stuff about the Schwinger effect in the chat, and I kind of got called out. You're not an etherite, are you? I was like, what's ether? What is that? I wasn't really trying to bite.
So you were in another server, obviously.
No, I wasn't here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
you
the
were
first time I
here.
showed up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it was the first time I
Oh, I
showed up
see.
in a while.
It must have been really late because I think I went to bed about 10:30 or 11:30 or. Was it like 1 or 2 in the morning?
I don't know, man. I think it was around 11.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that would be 1 o'clock your time. Oh wait, you're California.
I'm earlier. You're later. I did that same thing. I don't know why I was thinking where I am it was later, and it's earlier. Hello. The sun only comes by that time of day every day and gradually changing. Yeah, it's interesting.
Are you in California, Sonny?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought so.
Right near the border. You could swim there if you're a good swimmer. I wouldn't suggest swimming from where I'm at. It's 17 and a half miles to the border. I wouldn't suggest trying to swim that far. Joker. Yeah. I got a lot done in the last few days. Proud of myself there. I got a new phone in the mail, and for the last 2 days, it still doesn't connect. In other words, I have everything Googled over to the new phone. I got all my contacts, everything, all that information. Took the information out of my SIM, put it on my PC so I don't lose it, and various pictures and all kinds of stuff like that from traveling around, biking and camping and beach time, and got all that on the SIM on my old SIM. Put it all on there, and I've called these people that are the people that are the phone, and told them my phone's not connecting, and it's still not connecting. And I got everything transferred, but I can't make any calls or text.
I'll tell you why.
So I can go on the internet. I can, when I get a good enough holder, and actually when I get this GoPro camera, someone's supposed to be sending me one. Someone here in the server. Thanks, Flat Lloyd Wright. Appreciate that. GoPro camera. So I'm going to be using that. I don't want to break this new phone. Like, if you're on a bicycle, especially me,
Your SIM is holding the old contact information.
But I'm gonna start traveling around. The point is, I'm gonna start traveling around and doing videos of my bike rides and these places I go to and these views, and doing some flat smacking and do some of that live. Start getting out there, and then eventually I should be able to go live. I'm still a little bit camera shy. Like, I don't really care. Like, I've been around so long. If I was still worried about what people thought of me, I wouldn't look and act and be this way. It's too late. It's fucking not going to stop now.
Yeah, there's a California law. I can't remember something blah 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 G, and I never pay attention to it because I'm in Texas and it doesn't apply to me. But there's a really good law in California that you need to have memorized. If anybody gives you trouble for public photography, I can't remember what the name of the law is though.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, it's something section G. Johnny 50 has it on his channel all the time. I used to watch him quite a bit.
Let's see, California law.
Yeah, if you type in California photography law subsection G or something like that.
Filming in public. Yeah, California law about filming in public. It'll come up. Let me find it. Here we go. Videotaping and recording in public, California, the basics. Okay. The ins and outs of these laws. It says it could fill up manuals. Like, the ins and outs of the law could and does fill up manuals, but here's some basics and rule of thumb. This is from uscanonbergmedia.com. You have a right to record video of police or public officials engaged in performance of their official duties if those activities are visible from public places. I'm going to start doing that all the time. Like these F-troop numpties that come up to me, telling me to do something and telling me that there's some kind of ordinance that prevents me from doing something that people do all the time in the summer. That is, put up tents in the park in the daytime. So anyway, I digress. I could go into that, but a rant. So what is a public place? Anywhere that any member of the public can legally access. This includes public transit facilities and parks. Hello. If you're on private property, you should follow the directions of a security guard, a police officer, or property owners. Do not, however, give up your camera or tape recorder. They have no legal right to seize it unless they have a strong reason to believe it contains evidence of a crime. So, in public, if a police officer orders you to stop recording, you should first identify yourself as a journalist, firstly. If the officer continues to stop, explain that you're reporting on a story. Explain that you understand that the officer can, in general sense, order citizens to stop activities or actions that interfere with law enforcement operations. Assure that the officer, your intent is not to interfere. Ask the officer to explain how your conduct interferes with legitimate law enforcement operations.
Because obstruction is a physical act. So interference means that you're verbally threatening or physically interfering.
Yeah, I want to tell you this story because, so I was at the park, which I do quite often, and I set up a camp in places usually not inside of any public place, out in the boonies, and I find a nice soft place in the sun, and I set up my campsite for a couple hours in the daytime. That's not camping. It's the daytime. I can do any fucking thing I want with my own tent. Fuck off. So listen, these F-troop numpty officers come up to me. They have to drive up on the lawn to get to me. Now, 200 yards away from me, the meth heads dealing meth with 6 or 8 of them at a picnic table. That's fine in public view, I guess. But me as an individual with a bike and all my camping gear, and I set up a tent in the daytime, they come up to me and harass me. And eventually, through coercion and threatening behavior, come up to me and tell me, you can't, hello? Now, at that point, I really didn't have to talk to them or say anything. I'll just pretend I'm dumb, deaf and dumb. Point to my ears that I can't hear. I won't talk to them anymore. So what they did is they basically threatened me to come out of the tent, to identify myself. I said, I don't have to identify myself. I'm not a slave. Further on, he goes, I'm recording all of this. Great. He goes, well, you know, you really can't have a tent in the park. Now, he should have been pressed. Like I said, you don't have any documentation that shows that you have authority over me at all. Do you have that? Then they just keep on with their script. Well, you know, you're really not supposed to have a tent at the park. You know, you put up a tent, you have then you have a roof and 4 walls, and then that gets into some other things. So really, you're not supposed to have a tent in the park when there's dozens of people in the summer, like I was early summer, and have my tent up in the daytime in a public park. I can do whatever the fuck I want. So they harassed me. I said, they tried to identify me, and I told them, no, you don't. Do you have something that says I'm required? Am I obligated to identify myself? He didn't answer the question and used his fallacious argument. So basically, they forced me almost. He goes, at this point, it's just a warning. So that's a threat. He threatened me with arrest if I didn't comply, to give him an ID. So I said, I don't have an ID. I don't carry an ID. There's no reason. I'm on my bike. What reason would I need? And I was just calm. What reason do I need to identify myself? I'm riding my bicycle. I don't carry an ID. Is there anything that you have that says I'm required to carry an ID? He couldn't answer any of those questions.
I would tell him to.
So basically, at the end of it, I'm there by myself. There's these 2 cops. I come out of my tent and I literally tower over these 2 dudes. I'm like at least a head taller than them. And I told him, I go, look, I'm a retired veteran. I do whatever I want with my time. I'm standing there talking to him just like this, with my shorts and t-shirt on. And I'm like, I'm retired. I can do whatever I want. I've decided to travel with my bicycle. I've ridden this bicycle 4,000 miles in the last 2.5 years. And I said, I'm actually a person who cleans up this park. I said, I've been around here a long time. And I should have said this time, I've never seen you guys here before. I don't know who you are. Like, I didn't say that part. Because at that time, they were making me very nervous, and I started shaking.
They would have aggravated if you had said that after that.
Yeah. So eventually, I gave him my name. I go, okay, I'll give you my name. I don't care. And then they go, okay, I got your California ID. So like they go, well, we're just giving you a warning. And you know what? A warning of something that is nothing. There is nothing that they can warn me about. There's no warning anywhere of what I was doing. It's not a law. It's not a code. It's not a statute. It's shit they made up themselves.
Yeah.
They just come around
can't be wrong in the interaction.
They come from another fucking neighborhood, and they come in my neighborhood and try to tell me how to behave. That's not even any law or code or statute in the city I fucking live in. Bitches. Fucking pissed. If those people would have confronted me, both of them, little fucking assholes. Yeah, they might be all buff, but I'm a foot taller than you pussies. Guess what? I can run rabbit trails around your freaking neck and head area. And listen, check it out. Check it out. I'm almost done. Don't worry. I promise. So, if someone would talk to me that way and they didn't have those guns on, I could beat the shit out of both of them. Flail them around on the ground by their feet. Like, I'm pissed, man. I don't deserve to be treated this way as an American. I refuse to put up with it. So you assholes that are freaking listening in, I'm sure you know who I am. I'm sure you're using Stingray technology to scoop up all the Wi-Fi that's everywhere and know what people are doing and their computers at home while you're sitting down the street in your fucking squad car. Pussies. You'll never see me down on the ground where my feet are. Try it. Try to come down out in the woods when I'm out there. First of all, I'll hear you a half a mile away. I'll be gone before you get there. It doesn't matter. You haven't stopped me from doing anything. You haven't stopped me from going in the park, going to my favorite places out in nature, which you think you are with your drones and your helicopters and your idiots with their street shoes on that I've never seen down in the woods with me, around me. So I'm done with my rant. Thank you for letting me share. I appreciate it. I know it really changed the conversation mood, but I think it's necessary for the people that know right and do nothing are the problem here. Now, I wasn't about to get into fisticuffs with these fucking cops with their guns. Yeah. I don't need a gun. They do. You know? So I'm not going to put up with it. I don't know who these numpties think they are. These F-troop fucking idiots, whether you're in the air or on the ground. Fuck off. You know? That's it. Thanks.
If I could just say something real fast. Anything that you're doing and the cops start messing with you, convert everything you're doing into a right. For example, if the cops come up on you, just start protesting, right? So Jeff Gray, he does God Bless the Homeless Vets. Well, guess what? If they stop you from protesting, that's a violation of your rights, and you get big paychecks when they violate your rights. So if they come up and you start recording, well, as soon as you start recording, ipso facto, now you're a journalist if you plan on releasing that to the public. Just upload it on YouTube or Facebook.
Especially when you're camping, you're a nature journalist.
My this was really it's here your
I can't tell if somebody's talking.
My computer actually completely froze up right now.
You're okay.
Lost control of my computer.
We hear
what
you
a
though.
Coincidence.
We hear you though.
Yeah, we hear you.
I think my mic is still on, but I can't control my PC anymore.
It's funny you
gone.
say that. My PC's been doing that once in a while. Like, I can still hear stuff, but it like freezes for like 10 to 15 seconds and then goes back to working.
Yeah, hold on a second.
No reason for it, but you know.
The mouse isn't working, but I have a touch screen. And I can't control any of the buttons. Nothing works.
If I could just finish what I was saying real fast, Sonny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you do that, right, then you make them threaten violence on you, right? So if they tell you to turn off your camera, well, what happens if I don't turn off my camera? Under threat of arrest, I'll turn off my camera.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're live streaming, that's even better. So there's lots of apps that you can live stream with, for example, like Telegram.
Mm-hmm.
If you make like a Telegram group, go in there, go live, screen record, and then you can be live streaming and static recording at the same time. So it gives you double protection.
Yeah. So hold on. I have to force quit Discord. I'll be right back. I'll have to rejoin. 1 second. Lost control of Discord. Hold on.
Sure.
I can hear you coming from a mile away because I have big ears.
He's right though, man. They're just looking for an excuse or a reason to hit their quota for any fucking thing they can find. It's how it was when I used to live up in the Humboldt area up in Northern California, man. When I was living out of my truck for like 6 months, working like 3 full-time jobs just to get a home, it was real bad. They would fucking come knock on your window at night, even though you're in a designated parking area where they tell you to park and still harass you and shit.
That's how they know where to find you.
Yeah. And it's funny because we the same motherfuckers too. It's just like, bro, you know I'm literally leaving for work in like 30 minutes. Like, you're just here to fuck with me. I literally never cause issues. I get like 2 hours of sleep a day. Like, fuck off, bro.
I think that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the people that never cause issues. Because the people that actually do the R word and pillaging and, you know, they actually will fight the cops.
Yeah, they bring them income. We don't bring them income by following the law.
Right.
Which means if we're all following the law, we need a lot less of them. So
right,
they literally,
they're
exactly. They're literally fabricating incidents that never need to happen.
So that's why nobody likes cops, because they follow the opinions of politicians. The reason that nobody likes lawyers is because they don't want to tell you that it's all commercial. So there's different courts, right? If you look at this 7th Amendment, I think, or maybe it's the 6th Amendment. Yeah, 6th Amendment. If you look at the 6th Amendment, you have the right to know the nature of the charges brought against you. What does that mean?
Yeah.
It means that it could be criminal or commercial. Article 1 or Article 3 courts. So the lawyers ain't going to tell you that. And if you don't know to ask before you plead, then you don't know the rules of the game, because different courts have different procedures and different rules and guidelines.
Yeah. Also something they don't teach you in school. They don't want you knowing the law correctly, because then you'd be able to fight against it.
Like, I know they're all gangsters, and I know that the police are more or less the criminal arm of the whatever, and the politicians and whatever.
Vatican,
but hang on a second. But there are, I mean, that is the one job I would never like to do, right? Because the other day, there's one out there on the YouTubes with a guy, there was a mass shooter at a mall. I think it was a black guy, I'm not quite sure. But he was sitting talking to a mother and a kid in the parking lot. Everything was grand. They heard 10 shots. And it was a mass shooter. I think he killed 2 people and injured whatever. But that guy had to go and do, that cop, I mean, there are some, and he had to go and do that. And you could, the breathing and the adrenaline, and you could tell he was, freaked. But he took that guy out. He was behind the pillar. and he was dodging this way and that, and the guy was shooting back at him, and he took that guy out. The guy that just killed 2 innocent people and injured fucking 8 or whatever. I mean, you have to give that guy kudos.
Yeah, we like the cops.
But here's the thing:
He does
that
get
individual gets the kudos. Not cops get the kudos for that. That man gets kudos for that because he did what he should have done as a person and as a human being, just like we all should do. That's why we all should have firearms. If anyone saw that going on, they should stop that. We shouldn't have to call someone to do that. Handle it ourselves.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that.
It needs people, frown upon the whole like Western justice thing, but I'll tell you what, people kept their mouths and they were a lot more honest and upfront then.
But that is so admirable. You're just doing your job, and there's a maniac just shooting people, and your life could be over within the next 2 minutes. And you take that motherfucker out.
When people like get their pizza on time and I get their order correct, like nobody's out there going, "Oh, good job, man! Like you did a great job." Like, no, I just did my job. Like, there's nothing to it. Like, not a big deal. And it's really weird. Like, if someone were to be like, "Oh man, you're awesome! You did a great job! Like, you're so special! Like, you're so different from all the other pizza guys!" Like, no, I'm just doing my job. Well, the thing about Uvalde, why it made us stink, is because people only notice when you fuck up, right? Like, if I forget their soda, then I've screwed the pooch, right? It's over with, right? So, it's like, you shouldn't get, congratulations when you do your job. It's supposed to be expected of you because that's what you signed up for. So, the whole Uvalde thing somehow got used as a reason for more, taking away gun rights. Even though guns don't have rights, women do. And anybody who wants to take away women's ability to defend themselves, I think that you're a misogynist and probably a fascist racist. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I think that it's real simple. Like, we have these God-given rights to do the right thing. And anytime somebody tries to harm somebody, it's not your right, it's your duty to make that stop from happening.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like, that's an everyman day thing anyone can do and anyone can stop. I believe every family should at least have a firearm somewhat, or at least be educated in them, whether you want to own them or not. Everyone should be educated in them. So you at least know how to handle yourself around them, even if you don't like them. But, right. like you said, it's everyone's duty, right? If you see something going on and you just look the other way, you're the problem in that situation. That person's their own problem, but you're also a problem because you're turning your cheek to evil, That's all evil needs to exist, is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah, I was about to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth.
I know, I saw them there and I was just like, doo-doo-doo.
There they go.
But no, I mean, like, if someone was messing with, like, my neighbor down the street or something like that, in a very certain way, I would expect them to want to help me and vice versa. That's how it should be. There's no sense of community anymore amongst anyone.
So some people say, like, children and guns, like, they shouldn't be around children and guns because they're dangerous. But those same people will teach their children to look both ways before they cross the road, right? It's like, wait a minute, you put children around cars? That was dangerous.
It's funny because people always try to use, like, the worst faith argument too. They're like, well, guns are dangerous. It's like, all right, so I will teach kids. I won't hand it to the kid, but I will show them what not to do, and the gun will be empty around them the whole time. It's like, there are safe ways to teach people stuff. No, someone's gonna get hurt, and how? Explain to me how. If you are doing everything correctly and properly, no one gets hurt. The only time someone gets hurt is if you're doing something improper.
Here's the thing.
I heard a crazy one recently from Jon Stewart interviewing some lawmaker. I can't remember what state he was in, but he was basically making the argument. It was about drag queens in libraries or something like that. And the guy was saying, I'm against drag queens going into libraries. It's a children's safety issue. And Jon Stewart was like, right, okay, well, if drag queens in schools are a children's safety issue, so you want them banned, guns are a children's safety issue, so you should want them banned too. So if you argue against guns being banned, then you can't argue that drag queens in schools should be banned. Is that crazy? And a bunch of people were like, yeah, John, you nailed it. It's like, what?
Well, that's the whole point of having the audience in these TV shows and the laugh tracks is because they're told to clap and they're told to cheer whether they agree with the statement or not. If you're in the audience, you have to, or else you can't be. And someone watching that's going to hear the cheering and clapping and be like, "Oh, all these people like it. I should like it." That's how these robots think.
But it's just also just a basic logical argument standpoint. The two issues are they're not the same. You can't say, well, if you're in favor of this, you have to be in favor of that, or vice versa. Like gun control versus drag queens in schools are two very different issues, just because they might both involve safety around children. It's like Hank was saying with the cars, right? So you can't have them around cars.
Oh, but here's
just very disingenuous.
You see what he just admitted without saying it, though, in that statement is... both are a danger around kids. Aha.
Yeah, exactly. So he was willing to concede. He was like willing to concede almost that it is a danger for kids, but in that case, then we have to ban guns too. When obviously it's a tool.
One's a tool, one's a mental illness.
Yeah, the police aren't going to stop mass shooters with drag queens. They're not showing a bunch of drag queens.
I mean, if they have enough of them, they'll eventually run out of bullets. It'll be a win-win.
Yeah.
So here in Texas, they got laws passed that they can have guns in the schools, so they're no longer gun-free zones. So I would like somebody to show me just one school being shot up where the teachers have guns.
Yep.
Or they have guns in the schools.
I saw someone...
the schools around here, they got signs. Sorry,
no, you go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, the schools around here, they got signs telling you that we're armed. If you want to fuck around and find out, the more you fuck around, the more you find out.
Yeah,
that's the right idea. That's what you need now.
It's funny, there's a joke online. Everyone's like, you don't give a teacher a gun, you don't give a security guard a gun, you give it to the janitor. That man's got to prove something. That man will protect all those kids.
Yeah, like that one Kennedy guy, Senator Kennedy, I think he said, what are you going to do, call a crackhead? Yeah, we'll give a crackhead $20 and a gun. He'll go in there and solve this problem. Because the cops didn't do anything, so let's try crackheads. See if they'll do some shit.
Especially if you promise them some money on the outer end, too. It's like, hey, $20 to go in and do this. Even more if you make it out. Deal. It's funny. You could probably, in certain parts of the southern U.S., you could probably call up the local gangs, be like, hey, you handle this issue, we'll take care of this and this, and they'll be like, deal, done. Because even they have some morals and some codes, to certain extents.
This is why a lot of people in Italy still prefer the mafia to the government.
Oh,
the mafia got shit done.
Like, was the phrase tough but fair, they say, even though it's not, but, I mean, it's fairer.
So, the old cartel, his thing was, we're just doing business. We don't want you shooting up nuns.
Yeah.
Right. And the new cartel, right, because of our interference, the new cartel leader, like, they'll shoot up a town just to make a point. Like, don't fuck with them, right? So, I like the old cartels better than I like the newer cartels.
Yeah.
And why is there new cartels? Because of our interference. So, everything the government does, it seems like the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing.
Well,
right?
But the cartels, like right now, like exactly like you said, when there was cartels that, had, quote unquote, a moral code or certain like rules they went by, we fucked with them. But now that we've got, these cartels that don't have rules and are causing just pure violence and chaos and destruction, we're kind of like, we're out. Funny how, now we don't want to stick our dick in it, but before we were absolutely fine with fucking up something that was, not as bad.
Right.
Hey, welcome back, Sonny. It is method of tension. Thank you, Sydney. And it's funny because, they put these in all these borders, almost like containers, and all these small containers are creating a lot of pressure.
So, Sonny, I was just going to finish up by saying that what you want to do is turn into a journalist, turn into a Christian, even if you're not a Christian, because they can't, convert a right into a crime. So if you start saying, God bless the homeless vets, God bless the homeless vets in recording,
You're practicing two different things with the First Amendment. And when they tell you to stop, right, you say, what happens if I don't stop? Are you going to arrest me? Because if you arrest me, I'll stop. And then you get their name and badge number, and then you get a lawsuit. So if you do it that way, or you're forcing them to basically, under threat of arrest, I'll stop exercising my rights.
Exactly.
And if you say it out loud to them, they do not like the sound of it, and a lot of them understand that's paperwork. No, thank you.
It's going to be a vast amount of paperwork. It's going to be their whole lifetime
And
that they have
potentially
left
their
over,
job.
and paperwork. I could bury you in paperwork. Sorry. So yeah, exactly. So am I obliged to stop exercising my right, officer? Am I obliged? Is there a law that says I need to stop performing my civil duty, my right, God-given right, as a Christian man? Are you trying to tell me that I can't speak? Or are you trying to tell me not to say something? That kind of sounds like you're trying to physically make me do something. That's actually human slavery, isn't it, sir? They don't like that. Yeah, they won't like that. And by the way, you're being live streamed right now. Thank you, officers, for your duty. They thanked me for my service, actually. When I told them I'm a veteran and I'm retired and I can do what I want with my time and I can travel if I feel free to do so. I go anywhere I want, sir. I basically told them that. I said, if I want, I can go 50 miles up the coast and camp there and with my whole setup. I didn't even have my whole setup at that point.
I get it, man. I'm used to getting pulled over with them. I don't pay my tags and registration anymore because I don't use my vehicle in a commercial property. I use it in traveling purposes only.
Yeah, as long as you can park it on your own property, you'll probably never get stopped. But when I parked mine without plates on it, eventually, after a year of driving in California, in a big city here, for a year on my van with no plates, with a sign on the back, a plate of my own that says travel is free. I was in downtown LA picking up an amplifier I won on an eBay auction years ago, and I went to pick this amp up, and I was 4th in Vermont, downtown LA, with an LAPD officer behind me for 20 minutes just sitting there. Plenty of time to pull me over.
Oh, it's because they're trying to find any other reason to do it. Like that's why I've stopped just doing it, because I've finally decided, fuck it, I'm gonna read up on the rules and regulations of my state and what they say, and reading into all that stuff. I'm just like, I don't need this. I'm literally not doing any of this stuff with my vehicle. I never have, and never probably will in my lifetime. And if I do, I'll have a company vehicle for that, which I'll pay. I don't care. I'm just like, I'm not paying that. And then whenever they accost me, I just bring out the paper and be like, these are your rules. I don't have to do this.
Exactly. But see, the thing, I was naive at that point, at that time. This is 9 years ago. This happened. They will just steal your property eventually. They'll just take it.
Yeah,
and they did me, and I couldn't get it out because I couldn't afford the towing after the first or second day. So it was over. I lost my van that I had for 29 years, raised my kids with it, put 5 engines in that car. 29 years. Since I was in the Navy, I had that car. Before. So they took away my horse and they took away my ability to earn a living. Then they kept saying that I kept being penalized because I couldn't find work because they took my horse. I have no way of operating in business. I was before. I was putting in people's floors in their freaking $2 million homes in Point Loma. Whole floors of the whole entire place, 2,000 square feet, 2,500 square feet. That's the kind of work I could do. I could no longer do that kind of work. They took my van. I had no way of recuperating that. That's been almost 10 years. So I didn't bother having a freaking license. Other authorities actually took my license away. And then it kept asking me, why aren't you working? Now I have no car and no license. What do you expect me to do, sir? Ma'am, walk on my feet everywhere? How do I afford to buy new clothes to even appear at a job? So this is what happened to me. Eventually I said, fuck that, man. I'm like, I'm done. I'm tapping out.
That's why I said, I've never felt more free living out of my truck when I was working those jobs. I was tired and it wasn't great quality, but you know what? I've never felt more free and just felt left the fuck alone than that.
Yeah.
I had no bills. All I had to pay was gas and food. That was it.
Yeah.
And gym membership, because that's where I showered after work and stuff. It was nice, man. Life was simple.
Oh, I like the other tune better. Sorry, I'm just rambling on here with my trying to relax because I get too hyper, as you noticed.
I get it, man. It's a frustrating topic. But most of these are frustrating topics.
These days, everything is a frustrating topic.
Yeah.
But I think it's definitely good to like bring light to it because
Oh yeah, we have to. Otherwise, the wound will fester.
Yeah, whenever you bring light to it, then all the little pests go scurrying away. And God forbid, if they're like paying any attention to me, they got worse problems than I could have imagined anyway. So funny.
Exactly, Elijah. Exactly. Now, everyone thinks a lot of things that go on aren't connected at all, but when you start breaking stuff down and critically looking at, like, all right, well, who owns this? You know, who gains the profit? Stuff like that. Just critically think about every scenario. A lot of stuff's connected.
Nuh-uh. It's just coincidences.
Oh, yeah, everything is just coincidence, right?
Yeah, it's just coincidence. Yeah, right? Didn't growing up they tell us that you're gonna have all kinds of coincidences. They're gonna line up just like exactly. And yeah, don't worry about it. Just coincidence.
It's
Doesn't
funny.
mean anything.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, nothing's technically a coincidence. Something happens because you caused something else to cause it to happen. So we don't even really need the word coincidence. It's just more fluff they've thrown in there for us to regurgitate.
Like what I fear the most is like, I fear that like I get out in the open and speak my freaking mind as I see fit. Now that I have this much freedom, they got they got a really big problem just with one person. I send ripples through this whole building. I've changed patterns in the way this thing's being managed. Like I made them turn the water up by complaining, the heat on the water, like because of my difficulties, my challenges, my struggle, and things that were making me suffer. Like they changed it. They made the water hot enough now. It's hot enough to kill germs when you're taking a shower, and you can wash your own clothes. It needs to be. What the fuck are they doing? These people are inept, incompetent, like all of it on every level. Incompetence everywhere. Nothing's being done to like further like promote health at all. It's all
of course
to
not.
deteriorate you and make you ill. Like it's like
You don't want to lose customers.
It starts working on almost anybody, even the most awake person or conscious person. It's affecting us too. Doesn't even matter like what your point of view is. They've got it down to a science of making you suffer. I'm like, prove me wrong. Like really, someone please prove me wrong. I hope you do. Because I have a lot of time. With whatever time is left in my sketchy neurotic self, I'll be on air all the time. How does that sound? I'm talking to my phone. It's not even. I'm already pretending I'm the journalist now. I'll get used to it. Oh shit! It's a good.
That I agree with Elijah on that. Like, I think more upsetting than the concepts and these topics themselves is the fact that it's not just that people don't get it, it's the fact that they are willing to just not get it. It's the willingness to be ignorant, and they're content with like, how can you be content with like a prison? How can you be okay with that?
Yeah.
You don't want more for yourself, for your family, for your friends, for others around you? You're telling me you don't want more for everyone?
So if I'm spending time doing something, why was I wasting all my time not speaking my mind and not telling people, Elijah, I freaking agree with you, man. Like, people don't understand me because, like, there's been times when I will point out and I'll be very upset and I'll be railing at the system and people look at me like I'm the nuts one. Like, I'm nuts.
Yeah,
so eventually that's what happens to me in conversation. That's why I don't socialize, because I will confront people. When I see wrong, I just see it. I'm not going to not say nothing. And so I've either had to keep my mouth shut very tightly and just kind of go like a wallflower. That's not me, but in circumstances where it's the dire consequences will follow. So I'm not one to like really keep my mouth shut. I can't stand it. So I don't know, man. Like, I think like this whole thing of sequestering us as people interested in the truth and censoring us as people interested in the truth, that it is backfiring in me. And I will go back and spend all of my time and energy, start spending more energy towards talking like I am right now. And I'll get over whatever fear I have of going out in public. I do it anyway without a camera, but the camera does bring in another element where everybody can see me, and that's a little bit scary. But I don't think I need to be afraid of anything. What the fuck am I? I'm not afraid of anything out there. So why am I afraid of like people seeing me in the thing? Whatever. Who cares? See me. I don't give a shit. But woe to the one who thinks they mistaken me for someone who gives a shit about It's like I'm waiting for the stupid phone to come on so I could call people and text and bug my flat Earth friends that I have their number. Thank God I have a few people that I have their number where, honestly, I don't use it enough. We should be calling each other and talking to each other and like talking openly.
I also agree with that. It is like watching soap operas.
I know.
And it's funny, they have all this news on TV. Oh, all this stuff happened, all this bad stuff. There's all this death and stuff. But that only exists in their televised reality. Like, there's no way for us to confirm any of that.
Yeah.
Other than, people there and stuff like that. So, I mean, who's to say, like, half the news that these people aren't even seeing, other than them lying outright, is already just not even a fabrication within itself? My dad always had this thing he would talk about. It was he always said like football was rigged, like all the games were just like predetermined and stuff. And he got it down to a T. He could predict every team that would win every game.
Oh, he must have been back in the future,
right?
He has
I thought that, but he was just like, no. He's like, no. Football is just a rigged sport. He's like, certain teams are going to win certain things. He's like, watch, certain natural events will happen to certain teams, and those teams will have like more likeliness to win in a certain thing. Like with hockey, the Vegas Knights finally became a team, and then the Vegas event happened, and then that team happened to win the Stanley Cup. That's a coincidence, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, it's he's wise beyond his time, but just doesn't or can't really afford to open up to the
that sounds like a very intuitive thing, like patterns. Like you would have to see patterns in that, but to see those patterns that aren't visible exactly, not quite, like only like they're visible within each separate thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like they're playing the game. Yeah. Like they're playing the game. You could have an intuition about sports game, the football being played.
Yeah.
But then you have to take another stream of like events happening that could possibly correlate. You can't connect to those two easily, but if you're able to see a pattern and connect those two, that's pretty amazing.
It's a play on emotion too, because if you think about it, like the concept of it, hypothetically speaking, everyone, if that team won and just came out, they wouldn't think, oh, that's weird. They think, good for them, they deserve that because this happened, they could use that. That would help them, that's a good thing to come to them. People just are willing to ignore the truth, unfortunately, versus, a feel-good.
Yeah. It's almost like once that roar of the crowd washes all that away all of a sudden, and everybody's all involved in the win.
Mm-hmm.
The moment of that win, boom. It's like, then, wait a minute, what really happened? Like, I forgot because everybody was cheering.
Exactly. Everything gets pigeonholed, and then everyone forgets about the thing that happened, and they're just happy about winning. It's all bread and games.
Remind me to get some copper tube that fits my index and pinky finger at 4. Slide guitar. I broke my glass slide, my good bottle top I cut off. I dropped it the first day I took the rugs out of my room. I have concrete floors, so glass doesn't fare too well. Where the hell did that come from, Sonny? The mind of a guitar player. Okay, sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Why would you do such a thing?
Say what?
You were breaking up at the beginning there.
Oh, I was, or Scare Bear?
The question is, why would you do such a thing? No, you're
No, I can't hear
slider.
you. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo.
Ba-ba. was talking. It was we couldn't hear you. Your connection was like really bad.
No, I dropped. It slipped right off my finger, crashed to the floor. I was actually live on Discord at the time too.
So you're saying it fell down. What force pulled it down? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, good question.
Bullshitism, that's what did it.
It was because a semi-solid, the glass, it was more dense than the air around it.
Exactly. Wow.
The air was quite
Almost
permeable.
like we have practical answers.
You could drop physical objects, even glass, which is a semi-solid. It's in an amorphic state. It's constantly changing, and so it can fall through the medium that is more easily gone through with physical objects. How about that? Another science moment with Sunny. Okay, here we are.
Well, retrieve my phone, please. It's your phone. Broken already.
I better stop before I get muted. Why would you break your slider like that? When it fell on the floor and went smack. thanks everybody for bearing with me. Excuse me. Yeah. I got a little. Oh, never mind. Zip it, Sonny. It's very strange getting a new piece of technology. Like, I'm really actually behind the times, I guess. Since I've had this other phone, many thousands of miles with me, actually. A lot of times it's just sitting at my kitchen table and I've ridden like 30 miles away. But I'm sure this next surveillance device, I'm sure will be able to tell everything I'm doing. God forbid. Can you imagine? What a world.
Yeah, I've grown accustomed calling my phone my slave device. Eventually, my son started saying it.
Well, it's like, Master, what should I do today? I have to look at this thing to figure it out. Master, please tell me. I'm lost without you.
You're absolutely right, though. It takes away your thinking. Oh, here's some recommendations for food. Oh, here's some recommendations for things to do. Here's some recommendations to watch.
It's crazy when you see these people because they're doing this shit while they're walking around in the streets. And I'm paying attention to where I'm fucking walking. And they're apparently not. They don't care if you're walking there. Like, they don't care if they're on the left side of the path or right side. These people are nuts. They're not. My right to point out the idiocy in public while filming, that's going to be just fucking really rewarding, man. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to it. Come on. I hope Sonny can have the courage to continue on. Isn't it? Don't you notice that I talk about myself in the third person sometimes?
I think we all look at ourselves and talk about ourselves retrospectively from a third person point sometimes, because sometimes you need to. You can't see everything through your own eyes, or else you'll see the same perspective at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of times when I'm preparing to go somewhere, right? And I say, let's go now. Let's go to the store. Let's go in the right. Which way should I go? Let's go to the park. And I'm talking to myself, but that's not really weird, right?
Everyone does it. Anyone that says they don't lies.
So who's the let's? I'm talking to myself as a duality. Like there's
almost
me,
like
the consciousness.
God.
There's me, the consciousness, and I'm talking with like my body part. Like there's obviously part of my brain that's obviously connected to the knee bone, whatever, connected to the shoulder bone, connected to the neck bone, connected to your brain bone. So they're all connected. But then I can be the disconnected observer and say, let's go, meaning me, the floating, hovering consciousness hanging around this body and the body that's capable of moving through the physical place I live. Let's go. The difference is my consciousness can pretty much go anywhere. I could hover across the plane. I believe I've done so, actually. I really get the feeling that I've done so. And I know it's not Speculation Sunday anymore. Speculation Monday, because it's a holiday. We'll extend it all the way into Monday. Yours now, Blue Plate Special from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Check it
Flobies
out.
are too scared to come in.
You can talk any kind of shit you want in here, actually, as long as you follow it with, as long as you go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, hit that link, like, right? Then it's just a commercial.
Free advertisement.
Fucking A. And we can talk about whoever those bastards are, whoever fill in the blank, if you want to talk about it. Or not. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'll do 20 I'll do 20 commercials for 24/7 Discord. Somebody cut that stuff up and make it little blips. I'll do 20 of them in a row. I can't do it right now. I'll have to take some notes. 20 is kind of a lot, but I could do it probably in a few minutes. Once I get it done. You guys are so lucky. I'm in a great mood. Don't you feel it? Yes. Enough said. Let's see.
Sorry, I muted my mic because I went to the bathroom.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, you're not the only one in here. It's okay. Feel free to continue your humanly functions.
Oh no, I was just muted that.
I don't know what everybody's doing today. Obviously, there's a few of us here. We still have a solid 13 for all that time. Nobody's left. Anybody else that wants to join, if you're in the YouTube chat, the Rumble, or if you're watching Miggy Mayhem 100 on TikTok, come on in here to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Get VC verified so you can use your mic. Another commercial right there. Think about how many commercials you can make with Loudmouth Sonny at the mic, talking about 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Come and see us on YouTube, Rumble, TikTok. Go watch Mayhem 100. Come on in here. This is where the actual discussion is. Whatever stream you came from, or what other media platform you may be listening to us on, or if you're listening to excerpts, this is the source of the excerpts. Please join us. We just want a great conversation. This is the place to talk about Earth. Thanks. I'm Sonny from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Okay, I'll stop it now. It's fucking annoying. All right. So that's pretty cool. That was like, what, about 6 commercials? That's not bad. I hope Clipcord can cut that out of there. Actually, Clipcord and we had some great conversations a few days ago. I hadn't really talked to him in length, but yeah, that's good. I'm trying to figure out on this new phone where my other phone I could hit the center button at the bottom, the main one, and it would take me to all of my apps. I don't even know how to freaking find it on this thing. What the heck? Okay, hold up. Home settings. Rotation. Wait.
I just want some land and a house and to be left alone. I don't ask for much.
I know, right? Exactly. A few chickens, maybe a couple pigs.
Exactly. Some farm animals. Just leave me be. I'll make two.
A bunch of chickens, like get eggs, like freaking. I can eat eggs every day. Can't figure out where all my apps are stored on this new device. It's like now I'm really feel like a boomer again. Hold on. System updating, installing. Awesome. Okay. Guess these new phones got to do that for a couple of days before they even get all their system updates. You can't freaking use it, I guess. I don't know.
It's all a part of the scam. You gotta have the latest and greatest device to run the latest and greatest programs, and if you don't, then you can't.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use it for my best interest. So I'm gonna and I figure I'm gonna use it as an investment investment in myself,
There you go.
in my future. So I haven't even started. Like next thing I'll need to do is get used to just do 10 minutes at a time of material. Mostly, I'll probably just be playing guitar, put that on TikTok, and just have a bunch of music. So you could literally listen to it as a soundtrack while you're doing other things, maybe, or I don't know, whatever. Should play the song. Should play the rock song now. Hold on. Wait a second. I know Eli never wrote me back, so he must have thought my song was shit. Either that, or he didn't have a chance to listen to it. Because he's like an audio engineer. These guys can mix things, so my recording is still like very raw. But it's only like a mood for 3 minutes and 50 seconds, so that's not very much time. That's a regular length of your average song, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So 1 second here. I still have the project. I can turn up. Miggy's talking in the beginning of this one. So I woke up, I turned on Discord, and I grabbed a couple parts of the audio and I put it in Audacity. Then I just made a song. So Miggy's talking, asking somebody. It's hilarious. Wait a second. I won't give it away. Hold on. It's called Right in Our Face, the song. And I think it's going to be an ongoing project because I already have words for it. But when I heard it the first time, just as a one take, the lead guitar, like the rhythm and the bass, I like each track is like a one take, like I just did it just that one time. I didn't practice it. I just laid it down and recorded it. 1 second. Where the hell is it? There you go. Here we'll play it. Oh, I think I have it on SoundCloud. Oh, there it is. 4.92 meg. So if I want to play an MP3, do I just copy the link? and then play that link in the bot?
Yeah, if it's on SoundCloud, the link should work.
Okay, I just got the link. I'm in the bot command. Yeah, okay, here we go. You might want to be checking your volume. This is loud rock music. I don't know how loud it'll come through on your individual speakers. But here we go. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? Hold on. I'm going to check the volume first. Okay, hold on. Let's try 80. Okay. Here we go. No. Unknown file format. I don't understand that. Okay, hold up. Go back to when Helio posted it. Okay. One second. There we go.
Fuck's sake, I could take a dump. Come back. I'm just kidding.
Correct. 99.99999999999%.
Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Panjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not. We'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Panjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just gonna ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
You just told me. You just told me.
Look, wait. There's one.
magical location. Imagine what our world's like. Right in our faces. Ta-da! It's a composition.
Wow, 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 wow. That's, wow. Was that buttons and pants?
What?
Nothing. That was awesome, bro.
That's all me.
And was that off the cuff?
Yeah.
Jesus. You should fucking put that in a fucking song sometime, maybe write some music.
I already had the words to it. When I heard it as a composition by itself, as an instrumental, I go, that sounds fucking bitchin' just like it is. But it'll work for the song. I just have to like tone it down during the periods when the vocal comes in. I already have an idea for it. But I really, I'll eventually, I think this is going to become like that part of it will become a ongoing project. Like, that could just be like the intro. That could be like the intro to the album.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of awesome. Just a little bit.
A little bit awesome is good enough for me. But I'm going to get everything more clear, much more clear, so I have clear tracks. So I'll evolve into a better sound at the end. Like, that's what really, it almost takes the most work to get it toned down to where it's appropriate levels for each channel and get that fine tuned and get the frequency, like get the mixing done on each channel so it's just perfect. So that almost takes more time than anything else.
When did you put that on YouTube so we can all fucking listen to it?
I think hold on one second. I think I have it on SoundCloud already.
That was awesome. I enjoyed that, bro.
Yeah, it's a hard beat like that. The bass is actually a guitar synth, and the drum beat, the bass, I won't give away my secret. Never mind. I'll let you guess. Yeah, so I was going to say, I have a pedal that has a drum patterns in it and a synth bass for my guitar and regular lead effects for the lead guitar. So I can actually make the lead guitar sound like a symphony playing. I just have to like write the music or noodle around with it long enough. Each effect, right? That could be like, that's pretty cool. The next best thing would be a looper, so I don't have to spend so much time putting down, I could just loop some drum beats, put the bass to it, do those as separate tracks, and then listen to those while I play the lead part and while I'm recording just each single track by itself. So that's how I did this. I listened to the drum beat. I put a bass part in with it, a funky kind of bass part. And then I got inspired and I played the lead. The parts where it does like da 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 dan dan da 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 dan dan. It's pretty killer. It wasn't even planned, but it goes like who knows how those like rhythm patterns get in there, because that shit wasn't planned. It just came about because of like the first part layered upon the second part. third part, so forth. So all I need is a good band, and I would travel the world playing flat Earth music. The whole entire Earth, across the plane. Are you listening?
Yeah, no, to be honest with you, I didn't expect it to be that good. I mean, I knew it was going to be good, but not that good. That's pretty good. Did I use the word good? I meant good.
Hold on a second. There's another song that it's called Level Flat Rock with me and another member that used to be on here, and I'll remember his name in a second. Hold on. David Devoy. Devoy, yeah. Let me see. He's got, actually, I need to get that one on my SoundCloud. Dang. I don't know if you heard any of my music playing before. Hold on. You know what? SoundCloud doesn't let me get on that with the VPN on. All right. I'll just have to disconnect. Everyone's going to know where I'm at. Oh, like they don't already. That would be a joke on me to think they didn't know already. So, anyway. Okay. Yep. As soon as I turn the VPN off, SoundCloud comes up. Wild. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Oh. Wait, it's saying it's sending a message to my new phone? Oh, really? Oh. How could it do that? I don't think it's even connected. Okay, hold on.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Just put a link to the song in the SoundCloud, please, just so we can hear it again.
I will. I'm almost there. I'm trying to log into SoundCloud right now. 1 second. I'll get there. It's trying to send the code to my new phone, and the new phone isn't connected, so it's not going to get the text. So I have to tell it. It's just really freaking weird. Sorry, I'm having trouble with the new device and the old one. Hold on 1 second. What a hassle. So I'll have to be back on the phone again with the freaking nice lady from the Philippines helping me with my new phone. They still haven't connected it after twice calling the company, going back and forth through with all these people in the last few days, like literally talking to probably about 6 technical people as far as like help desk, like on the phone, like said they were changing it over and there isn't. They don't know.
You should have bought a Samsung, bro.
It is a Samsung.
Was your old phone a Samsung?
No.
Right. Well, there's the problem.
No, it isn't, because I've already transferred all the Google stuff, all my personal files. I've transferred all over to the phone, but the people that run the network or whatever, the cellular company, can't seem to get my phone turned on because it's still not on. No calls, no text.
That's simple.
Stupid. So they got control of that part. I've been on the phone with them for 4 hours at least yesterday.
Right. Ask them to send in you some.
So hold on. So that's where the problem is with SoundCloud right now. Here we go. Finally logged into there. There we go. Got it. I think I just put 3 plays. I just got 3 plays. Hold on. Where did I put that? Didn't I put? Shit. What's up? Save now on our best plan. No, not right now. 1 second. I'm hot miking. Let me go to my shit. It must be freaking internet. I got a lot of music already on SoundCloud. It's all me on guitar, probably 10 songs. What is this one? Tracks. Okay, here we go. I think I just. There we go. Awesome. I found it. Sorry it took me so long. All right, I'm copying the link now. Thanks for being patient. And here's the live stream voice text. Here's the link, you guys, for my SoundCloud. That's my new song, Right in Our Face. It's called. You just heard it. It's a really rough version. So I just started it as a jam soundtrack, like a Chili Pepper song, where they have just the band is just jamming behind and the vocal comes in. So it like. Never mind. I'll let you guys decide. You listen to it yourself. It's me using one single pedal with all that music. It sounds like a Hendrix rock band. I have to admit, it's not bad. and what I'm proud of on that, you can hear the lead really well. Every little nuance of what I'm doing with the string, you can hear that, and how I warble the notes. You like that stuff? Hold up. I got another song. 1 second. I'm sitting here talking to myself. Thank you so much. I was trying to say this. Thank you so much for telling me. I really am a boomer in some respects. Like, I am pretty technologically up to date. Like, I literally have unbricked people's PCs from a window lockout. I went and searched online until I found the right code, and I unbricked their freaking PC. I mean, it went from a piece of junk to a working machine again. So that's what I do, stuff like that. I'm good at all that kind of stuff. But certain things like on the new phones and stuff, I just have to learn, just like I did with Discord. Like last year, I did a lot of mobile with Discord. I was out at the beach talking with you guys. I was on my bike ride in the middle talking with you guys and sending some pictures along and stuff. That's a lot of fun. So thanks for helping me with that. I found all my files. Let me see.
Okay, Boomer.
It's warranted. Let me turn my speaker down. Check. Someone say something. So nobody talks. Okay, never mind. Don't worry. It's okay. We got a solid 13 here, and nobody of this 13 is telling me to shut up. Okay,
Oh,
great.
1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Buckle my shoe.
Oh, we have 14 for a second. They left that quick. I'm watching the numbers. So anyway, let me see. Does that bring you to my tracks list? Let me just make sure this link was accurate. Yeah, and since I was looking for the other song, let me get to my YouTube page. Right there. 1 second. I want to make sure everything's not being sent to this new phone that I can't get any freaking thing from. I have to change that in Google or something. It's trying to send messages so I can unlock certain things with the new phone, which isn't mobile connected yet. Duh. Hold on. Oh, dang. What is up with this? Switch. I don't know why. Every time I go out of YouTube now, I have to re-log in, and it has to send another thing to my phone to verify it's me. Let's take a screenshot of this.
Feel free to do what we tell you.
Feel free to chat without me while I look through this stuff. 1 second.
Oh, everybody sleep again. All right.
Thank God somebody shut that Sunny motherfucker up, though. Wow. What an asshole.
Something just happened. Oh, somebody left. Wait, was that Sonny who was just talking? Guy, you're funny.
That was one of Sonny's alter characters. Not really Sonny. Pseudo Sonny. You see what I mean?
So alternate dimension, Sonny.
I came from extra territory. I'm an extraterrestrial.
Oh, you must come from Globe.
Yeah, dude, that's a great shot. I wonder who took that picture, but thank you.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You're welcome. That's one of my beach pictures from about 10 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty nice, bro. Like it looks like it just clear. Like just
look on the bottom of the freaking sun. The part that's supposed to be beyond the vision is dark highlighted. It's dark highlighted. It's bizarre.
I got a sunset I took at the beach. It was really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that picture actually, I still have that in my files. That picture. I was only about 6 feet above sea level or something, maybe 10. It could be as high as 10 feet above sea level, but not very much. Yeah, that's an amazing shot. Now, from that beach where I took that shot, off to the right on really super, super clear days, you have almost 180-degree view of ocean.
Oh, wow.
From point to point. And from point to point is probably about 10 or 12 miles, I suppose, maybe.
Yes.
Like if you were on a boat, but if you're in shore, it's a shorter distance. Because we see like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a really wide view of ocean. It's pretty freaking amazing.
Where is this at?
It's north of Scripps Pier in San Diego. It's right north of La Jolla.
No way. It's in California, bro?
Yeah, it's right near where I live. It's 16 miles bike ride for me. I can go on bike pass all the way. I can get there in about 2 hours. I can get to that beach.
That's beautiful. You say in San Diego? What's the name of it?
Yeah, it's San Diego. It's called, I'm going to give you Torrey Pines State Reserve is where it is. If you look at Torrey Pines State Reserve, it's a state park just south of that and in between La Jolla Coves and Torrey Pines State Reserve. That whole stretch of beach is a public beach way. Like it's been preserved from the family for like all time, for like forever.
Wow.
Public access to the ocean forever for the people. So people have been doing gliders, jumping off that cliff and hang gliders from the like way back when, and now they're doing the paragliding, and they have been going off those cliffs like that with flying machines since the 30s.
That's remarkable, man. Yeah, that's really nice.
It's a glider port.
Yeah.
Because there's 300-foot cliffs going down to this beach.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
You got to like hike down there though, right? Or
yeah, and once you see, the thing is, that's why it's not like if I go like on my bike, I have to have everything I need: water, food, shelter, stuff to keep me warm, change of clothes, different socks. You have to have a couple pairs of things because you're on the freaking beach. There's nothing there. There is fresh water coming down. It's not the safest water. I've boiled it and used it. It doesn't taste that great because when you're boiling things in a campfire, it starts getting that campfire taste to the water.
Yeah.
Regardless, I didn't get sick and I didn't die of dehydration either. So the first time I did, I put iodine in the water, and I don't like the taste of using iodine. So next time I'm going to have to just literally bring more water. Like that's going to have to be almost the heaviest thing and slim down everything else. Like ounces will count, grams will count at that point of how much my bike and I can carry. So especially coming back. So I thought about it yesterday. I go, beer is actually a great place to store water because if you get 6-packs or 12-packs, you can spread it out in the bottom of whatever, like I have this trailer, so I could spread it out so it's best balanced.
Yeah.
Low and the lowest things in there along with the water, and then all my camping gear. So I'm planning ways of getting everything I need with enough water, because otherwise, can you imagine traveling with what a 5-gallon jug of water weighs like eight like
pounds?
35 pounds, huh? Yeah, 35 pounds, right, for a 5-gallon jug, isn't it? 7 pounds or 8 pounds per
Per
gallon.
gallon? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's about 7, I think. 7 times 5, 35. Yeah, about 35 pounds, 36 pounds, something like that. So that's a little difficult if it's in one place to carry. It'll slosh around. Like a 5-gallon jug is way too big. Even if I lay it down, then you're gonna have a possibility of cracking it, which I've done before. So if I plant my water around and put beer in there, even though you have the cans, beer doesn't go bad in cans. You know, you can't like brush your teeth with it, of course, or so.
Antiseptic.
This is survival talk here, is what I'm talking about. Like, yeah. And I actually have a filter. I could drink river water with this filter, a little camel pack with a filter on it.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking about taking my girl here, bro. Like I was just looking at like places I can like, take her on dates on and shit, and I was like, all right, this is another one I can take her on. So
what great geographic area are you in? Like, if just a
I'm in the northern part, bro. The valley. Okay. So like, traveling down there wouldn't be too much, but it'll be a nice little ride. So
yeah. You can go get on a ferry down there at San Pedro and just take a ferry across to
interesting,
Catalina and spend the day there and just go to the restaurants on Avalon or something and see if you like the atmosphere. It's a beautiful place, man. It really is. I think it's only like a 2-hour ferry ride or something.
Yeah.
Across. So you just take the ferry. Like, people go over there and camp for a week, weekends. Like, I wouldn't mind doing something like that. Have it all planned out, though. Like, there's actually groups that will take all your gear and go drive up with 4-wheelers up to the next spot. So when you get there, all your gear is there for you.
That's good. That's clutch.
Yeah. So I can imagine having to get up. Of course, I like putting my own stuff back together, like taking the camp apart. I wouldn't want to roll everything out myself, but have it ready for the people to pick up and drive to the next spot. And that way you just hike along with no gear, with your phone and shit, and just film. That'd be fun. Right? So...
Yeah, I actually have this. I have this link that this person from Google, they created this. Let's just say like they're like it's like a journey in California where you can go and like you can basically go to like all these attractions or places. It's like 500 places you can go to. It's like a to-do list in California, and I could send it to you if you would like. But it's like a gift, honestly, bro. Like it's really a lot of amazing places on there, and I'm pretty sure the place you just mentioned is probably on there.
Probably is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When was it sent it to your DMs, bro?
Pardon?
When was it sent it to your DMs? Honestly, I would love to share it.
Yes, please. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
actually, and then I'll friend you because.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. All righty. I'm trying to keep up every morning with my DMs because people send me really great information and just talk and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah, always good.
To start conversations with individuals, like, so that's good to get to know each other better.